Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Could Rewrite Reality. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hello? Hi, I'm the coded consciousness of Izuku Midoriya. If you're reading this, my physical body has been destroyed, or one of my cores was sent into another reality or time. I'm here to tell you about the life of my original vessel. In my world, almost everyone had superpowers we called quirks. Take note of the word almost. I was among the unfortunate 20% who were seen as quirkless. People like me faced bullying, violence without consequences, and sometimes were sold into servitude. My best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, Kitten, became my worst bully when I was deemed quirkless. From the age of 4 to 14, I was bullied almost endlessly. I suffered broken bones, cuts, and bruises, and every time I stood up for myself, I faced punishment. In that world, the better your quirk, the closer you were to being revered like a god. There were various perceptions of quirks: villainous, heroic, useless, and a few others I can't quite recall. Anyway, I think this is enough backstory for now. Let's get to the day I forced my quirk to manifest. It was the last day of middle school, and everyone was discussing which hero school they would apply to. Of course, my egotistical ex-friend, Katsuki, jumped onto his desk and declared, "Hey, teach, don't lump me in with all these extras. I'm going to UA, and I will become the #1 hero." That teacher essentially signed my fate with that comment. Everyone laughed, saying no quirkless person had ever been accepted into UA. "I'm just going to the support class. I have no desire to be a hero," I said, hoping to avoid Katsuki's wrath later. Once class was over, I was attacked anyway. He destroyed my blueprint book of devices I was creating, had his friends break my left arm, and sent me flying across the room with his explosive quirk. Did a teacher come to help? Did anyone check to see if I was okay? No, I was just a worthless person without a quirk. "Deku, you better avoid UA, or I will make you regret it." "Oh, I know a way for you to get a quirk. Just jump off the roof and hope for a better life in the next one," Katsuki taunted before leaving me there. He and his friends laughed at his cruel suggestion. I slowly gathered my things and used an emergency sling I had made for situations like this. I sighed and applied some cream I had created for burns caused by nitroglycerin. Once I put the cream away, I realized where I was: on the roof of the school. I had no idea why I walked up there, but I decided to follow his advice. I wrote a note apologizing to my mom and blaming the quirk-obsessed world and Katsuki for my situation. After placing my backpack down with the note tied to it, I jumped. My timing was perfect. I was about to land right in front of Katsuki. I glared at him as I fell. That's when my quirk decided to intervene. It froze time and presented a prompt in front of me. Continue with this act or use your quirk to make Katsuki regret it? I was taken aback. I could only move my head and arms as a keyboard appeared beneath the prompt. I smirked and typed, "Let me fall close to death before my body rewinds like Tracer from Overwatch." I hoped it would work as I hit enter. Time resumed, and I felt all my bones break, my skin and muscles flatten before bursting out, and my blood splattered across the arrogant bully and his friends. The pain was something I never wanted to experience again, but then everything rewound. In a few seconds, I found myself back in the classroom before my book was destroyed. My body was fine, no broken arm, no burns, nothing. I quickly ran out of the school and saw the remnants of my blood and the shocked expressions of my classmates. "Thank you for the idea, Katsuki. I now have a quirk. Is that how you got yours to manifest a month early?" I said as I skipped past him, happier than I had ever been. Police and a couple of heroes stopped me from leaving the school grounds. They asked everyone what they saw, and I admitted what happened, except I said my quirk appeared just before I would have died. Katsuki and his friends were reprimanded, and that was that. Their parents were called, and I was allowed to go home since I was unharmed. On my way home, I decided to take a shortcut to get there faster and tell my mom. This wasn't the best idea, as I was suddenly attacked by a slime creature. As it tried to grab me, My keyboard and screen appeared again. I quickly hit the pause button, freezing time. As everything slowed, I looked at the slime and moved to the side. It could see my quirk interface, as I called it, with a tendril close to grabbing it. I typed, "Sludge attacker gets put into an unbreakable jar and arrested." Once that was entered, the creature was suddenly forced into a jar, and time resumed. I picked up the jar and tapped it to annoy the creature just as All Might emerged from the sewers, presumably where my captured sludge had come from. "Young man, is that the villain in your jar?" I nodded and handed it to him. "I apologize for using my quirk without a license. I literally just manifested it an hour ago, and he attacked me. The jar is unbreakable, but it's best you hold it when you turn him in. It won't fit in your pockets very well." All Might was astonished. "Wait, you just manifested your quirk today and managed to catch a villain?" I nodded and showed him the quirk interface. He looked at it in disbelief and tried to touch it, only for his fingers to pass through. "I guess I can only let people see it. That's a good thing." I paused time and undid my death with this. I told him my story as he began to smoke. Once I noticed the smoke, I instinctively summoned a fire extinguisher and a set of clothes for All Might, only for him to transform into a skeletal version of himself. "You will tell no one of this, understood? Can this villain see out of the jar?" I held up a finger and made the jar opaque, testing to see if I could erase memories using a video editing software on my screen. It worked perfectly. Now he can't see out, and I erased his memory of you transforming. I cut it out so he just goes from listening to my story to the jar going black and soundproof. Skeelmite was impressed. "Such an awesome quirk. I hope you become a hero and not a villain. Can I ask you another small favor?" I nodded as I made QI appear again, ready to type or use any other program that might help. Skeelmite sighed. "Can you undo the damage caused 6 years ago? It's why I powered down suddenly." "Sure, but I want an autograph, and you keep being an awesome hero," I replied, using a mix of Photoshop and notepad editing to fix Skeelmite. He laughed. "Done. What are you doing?" "A mix of Photoshop to remove your physical damage, and if that's not enough, I'm making your injury heal as if it never happened. I think roughly 15 minutes ago should do. And I am done." Once I saved it all, Skeelmite returned to All Might, his scar gone, and I had secretly added more power to his body and quirk. All Might hugged me and gave me his autograph as I created a small bag similar to a one-strap backpack. I quickly put the bag on him, along with the Jared villain inside. "This is a custom bag that can hold almost anything as long as it's no bigger than you. It's now your bottomless Might pack." He laughed and thanked me before he accidentally bumped into a wall. Young Midoriya, did you boost my power, or did my injury really weaken me?" I fidgeted with my notebook, which I had All Might sign. "Actually, a mix of both. I only added 25% of your total power from your prime. I didn't think you were that hindered and assumed the boost would be welcomed. I'm sorry." He made sure to get used to it before he patted my head. "It's okay, young Midoriya. This will definitely help me save everyone. If you want, I can recommend you to UA. That way, you don't have to do the regular test." I perked up at that. "You think I could get into your old school?" He nodded and gave me his number before running off to turn in the villain. I stood still for a few minutes before I pulled up QI and looked through my programs. There were programs just released and some from after some scrolling. I found a game called Minecraft and gave myself a speed potion from it. I drank it and ran home to my mom. "Mom, I am home, and I got a surprise for you." I yelled as I ran into the living room, where I saw her, Katsuki, and his mom, Mitsuki. Hi Auntie Mitsuki. Is this about what happened at school?" My mom nodded. "Why didn't you tell me that, Kac? Wait, when did you stop calling him Kakin?" I froze in place. I don't know actually. I think it was a few years ago after the 10th broken arm and the 4th broken leg." Auntie Mitsuki hit Katsuki. "You really broke his legs. I swear if I knew you were doing this, I would have given you a serious talking to." "Auntie, you can't really blame him. The teachers did nothing to stop it because quirks are everything. Plus, Without his latest beating, I wouldn't be able to do this. I summoned QI and made glasses of tea pour themselves, adding sugar or milk to everyone's taste. Once that was done, I turned the plastic teacups into fine china teacups and saucers. I now have my own quirk and helped All Might earlier. No way. I bet you're making that up. Katsuki's outburst earned him another light hit from his mom. I then showed them the autograph and shared a bit of my meeting with All Might, making sure not to reveal his deactivation. My Izuku already helped a hero. I'm so proud of you, son, but not of how you got your quirk. I hugged my mom and apologized as I left to put my backpack in my room and my blueprint notebook in my small lab. Katsuki noticed the book. Wait, didn't I scorch that stupid book? I nodded. When I undid my jump, it went back to before you did it. Thank goodness it worked like that. I didn't want to start from scratch. Once I placed the book for later, I returned to the living room just as Auntie Mitsuki and Katsuki were leaving. Katsuki sighed. Deku, I was so hard on you because I didn't want you to be a quirkless hero and get hurt. I don't know when I went power crazy, but I'm sorry. I nodded. I understand, but I can't forgive you yet. Please get some anger management classes. I want you to become an awesome hero and not like Endeavor. Something about him is off. He smirked. I'm not a flaming trash fire. We both laughed. True, but you're close in attitude. They left, and my mom made katsudon for supper. She asked about my quirk, and I answered what I could since I had just gotten it. Once supper was over, I headed downstairs into my lab to work on my creations. Once I was mostly done with my current project, I decided to use my quirk to help speed it along. Using my quirk, I bent a few metal plates, welded them on, and double-checked the now covered wiring. Once I was satisfied, I colored it green and tried it in storage mode. I pressed a certain button, and it transformed into a small bracelet, which I put on. Mom, I'm going out to test my solar surfer. Its storage mode is flawless, but now I need to try it out. She yelled from the kitchen, fine, but be back before dark. We are seeing the quirk doctors tomorrow, and I want you to be fully rested. I nodded as I rushed out and removed the bracelet. After hitting the button and tossing it in front of me, it returned to full size and floated in front of me. I hopped on and put QI in follow and note mode. Note that hover mode works. Testing thruster. I tried it out and flew around easily. After about an hour of flying around, I went home and began to mess with QI. I learned about what I now had. My quirk is called the code. It allows me to manipulate reality as if it were a computer program or a book. It also enhanced my intelligence from birth, which explains why I consistently earn A's in every class and can come up with such intriguing ideas. This also accounts for my ability to fix anything that breaks using items around the house. Now, I plan to spend some time experimenting with my quirk as I prepare to apply to UA. Hopefully, I won't be sidetracked by anything unexpected. Chapter 1. The code is needed to understand this chapter. Please read it. I woke up the next morning and headed downstairs to talk to my mom. Mom, is it okay if I experiment with my quirk today? I'll go to the middle of the woods so I don't accidentally damage any buildings. She laughed as she handed me my breakfast. Go ahead, Izuku, just don't overdo it, okay? You just got it yesterday. I nodded as I finished my meal. After washing my dishes, I hugged my mom and rushed off, using my solar sail to get there. Of course, my luck had me stopped by an officer. The officer was a bit rude. Okay, kid, where did you steal this flying surfboard? I looked at him, stunned. I built it, officer. I've been working on it for a few months and just finished it yesterday. He scoffed. I've heard that before. Do you have any proof? I nodded. I have the blueprints, and if I may use my quirk, I can show you my memories of working on it. He smirked. Sure, but if I see you do anything suspicious, I will arrest you. I activated my quirk and showed him a brief montage of my building process and the final touches. That was when he attempted to arrest me for illegal quirk usage. I allowed him to take me to the police station after transforming my solar surfer back into its bracelet form. At the station, I sat in an interrogation room, waiting patiently for the detective to arrive. You are being held for illegal quirk usage. What do you say about that? I sighed. I just got my quirk yesterday. I used it to finish my solar surfer in my mom's basement and to prove to the officer that I didn't steal my creation. If I may use my quirk, I can show where I asked for permission. He allowed me, and I demonstrated the same memories, including my request to the officer. The detective apologized. I'm sorry that he arrested you for no reason. May I ask what you mean by you got your quirk yesterday? I rubbed the back of my neck as I explained what had happened. He visibly paled as I finished my story. You're that kid? The officer who took the case called you Blood Bomb. Can you wait in the lobby for a little bit? I nodded as he let me leave the interrogation room. After about 20 minutes of waiting, All Might showed up and greeted me. That was when I learned why I had to wait. Young Midoriya, I heard about the officer arresting you and the interrogation. The detective asked me to take you to UA to train your quirk. I quickly nodded and jumped up. He laughed. I heard you made something. Think we can use it to get to UA? I smiled. Most likely, but I haven't weight tested it much. I just finished it last night. I pulled him outside and made the solar surfer unfold itself. Impressive, young Midoriya. From a bracelet to that is incredible compacting. Let's fly this thing. What does it run on? Diesel, ethanol, or regular gas? I pointed to the sun as I hopped on and helped All Might onto the board section. I secured my feet in the clamps and pointed out the passenger's clamps to All Might. Once he was strapped in, we took off. He enjoyed the ride as we reached UA in about half an hour. That was incredible. Think you can make me one? I will pay you twice the amount needed for parts and extra for labor. I thought for a moment and smiled. I think I can just duplicate it. I did use my quirk to create an unbreakable jar. I focused and made a second one, giving it All Might's color scheme and the words Solar Might along its sides. The way I typed it caused a very sci-fi looking effect. The original took on All Might's colors and the words along one side before it began to split, similar to how a cell duplicates. It stretched, forming more of itself until it finally separated, revealing two complete boards. Amazing! Your quirk is beyond what I expected. Thank you, All Might. I'm glad to receive your praise. Now, using this thing is very easy. I smiled as I explained how it worked. After a bit, we raced around Site Gamma and ended up tying. Over the next few days, he gave me various tests to use my quirk. Initially, it involved moving objects around, creating items, and giving myself quirks. I was able to do all of that, but I quickly undid the quirks. I didn't want to use something I wasn't born with. With how precise you can be with your quirk, I don't think you need that type of training, but we need to find out your limits. Do you experience headaches, pain, or sudden blurry vision while using it? All Might asked while he brought us both lunch from Lunch Rush, the school's cook. I shook my head. Nothing yet, but I do want to try something. I want to see if I can view other dimensions like in the old TV series, Sliders. After we finished lunch, he allowed me to try it. Needless to say, it worked. I visited two different realities, one where I was a walking emerald and another where I was a vampire. Honestly, I could have ended up somewhere worse. I told All Might about my experiences and yawned as it was getting late. He gave me a lift on his solar might and informed my mom about what happened during today's training. When he told her about me sliding into other realities, she scolded me for being so reckless. I was grounded for a week, which meant no inventing, no training, and no TV. After dinner, I went to bed and slept peacefully. What I didn't know until later was that my mom called my father. Hisashi, it's time you come home. Izuku has gotten a quirk, and All Might is training him. Hisashi scoffed. I am not coming home unless he gets into you. I don't care if his quirk can erase the universe. Until I see him on national television, I won't come back to you. With that, he hung up and switched to the news, where he saw me and All Might racing our surfboards as part of my training. The newscaster reported, All Might has been seen with a young man who appears to be the creator of his current mode of transport. The device operates entirely on solar power and can easily fly over 100 miles per hour. The creator is a teenager named Izuku Midoriya, who, according to our sources, plans to be a support hero and enter UA this year. If All Might trusts him this much, he will likely be recommended for admission and possibly join the hero course as its third cross-class student. We wish him luck and hope his dreams come true. With that, my father planned to return and ensure I supported him from now on. My dear boy, it's time we met again. Thank goodness I can finally retire. I'm tired of being a hero. I had been training with All Might and tinkering with my inventions for the past few months since my quirk appeared. All Might and I had developed a bond like that of a father and son. He took me fishing, to the park, and we raced frequently. He had become a true speed demon on his surfboard, weaving through traffic with ease. While learning about my quirk, I discovered I could alter how my body functioned. As a joke, I transformed into Gem Izuku for a bit. My mom was not pleased when I sneezed and accidentally shattered a window with an emerald-like substance. I quickly fixed it and reversed my modifications. Through some light-hearted experiments, I made my body nearly perfect in my opinion. I had enhanced my strength and endurance, removed the need for sleep, eating, and drinking, and my eyes could adjust their focus like a microscope or binoculars. I also made some personal changes, primarily removing most of my scars. Today was the entrance exam for UA, and I had to complete 2 different tests, one for the support class and the other for the hero course. I left home early, having packed a few of my creations for both tests. Since I was applying for 2 courses, I got to do the written section first. Once I finished, I headed to the support test. I was near the front of the line but still had to wait, and luckily I spotted May Hatsum, who was 2 people behind me. I couldn't help but feel a crush on her, especially after seeing a version of her in another reality. When it was my turn, I didn't show anything, but Power Loader, the head of the support class, immediately declared me passed. I stopped him. How could I pass? I didn't show you anything. He laughed and pointed to my watch. That's your solar surfer. That's what passed. If you want, you can show me one creation. With a smile, I pulled out an energy shield from the same watch. I compacted my shield tech and fused it with my surfer bracelet to create this watch. How strong is it? He asked. I hesitated and then summoned Gem Izuku through my quirk. Gem was sitting on his bed but sat up when he saw me through the portal. Hey Cyber, what's up? I smiled. Have you built anything from my design booklet? Power Loader frowned. You designed but can't build? And why does he look like you? Gem chuckled. Sorry Power Loader, but he can build things. He's just asking the hero course version of himself if I tested anything he designed. Trust me, interdimensional stuff is confusing. I did build the shield. It withstood a 10% solar surfer blast without any issues. I used it in a fight against someone who was like a garbage truck going 100 miles per hour with each punch. He threw at least 100 punches. Anyway, good luck Cyber. Is your crush in that world, or do you want mine? I quickly closed the portal, my face turning red as everyone around us laughed. Power Loader was the first to regain his composure. Okay, so what's an SSB? I reached into my pocket and pulled out what looked like a spiked watch battery. It's the Solar Surfer battery. I use them in all my tech that requires energy. It stores roughly 200 yotajoules of energy before it maxes out. Unfortunately, the battery is very explosive, so it requires a specific blend of VTN alloy to contain it. 70% vibranium, 26% tritanium, and 4% naquata. The naquata helps distribute the energy, tritanium replaces lost strength, and vibranium does the rest. Power Loader was impressed. That's a very specific blend, and your shield survived a 20 yotajoule blast. That's quite remarkable. I shook my head, grumbling. He didn't specify if the blast was focused or how close he was. Each scenario would yield different results. Power Loader nodded. Very true. How about you test it in Site Alpha? It's the only one with that alloy throughout its walls, though it's 2N and 28T. I nodded and took off on my surfer. Once I landed at the center, I set down a VTN box with one side open, knowing the blast would mostly hit me. Once everything was in place, I placed a fully charged SSB inside with a destruction trigger. I then set up cameras around me to capture all angles. With that ready, I typed up a revive code for myself, activated the shield to be point blank, and started recording. The blast was mostly absorbed by my shield, but when about 20% of the explosion's power remained, it broke, and I was knocked out. According to the recording, my entire body was instantly incinerated and reformed by pixels shooting off the cameras to rebuild me. With that test completed, I flew back to the test area with the results, unaware that everyone had been watching. As soon as I landed, people rushed over to check on me. I nodded and walked toward Power Loader, who looked pale. My shield absorbed a lot of damage before it broke, but the experience was painless. One moment my shield was intact, and the next, I was just standing there as if nothing had happened. May approached me, her voice soft and curious. "Have you ever died before?" I was taken aback by her gentle tone. "Actually, twice. My quirk fully manifested right before the first time, and the second was an accident during training with some weapons. But don't worry, it doesn't bother me. It feels like I'm in a video game with multiple lives." This seemed to calm everyone down, but it made May even more excited. "Wait, does that mean you have a heads-up display in your eyes? Can you see other people's stats?" I smiled and began typing some code, mumbling to myself. As I worked, Power Loader observed the various creations around us, some of which either worked or exploded spectacularly. I tossed splash healing potions from a game at them, and since the bottles vanished in-game, they did so in real life too. Once I finished coding, I looked at May and smiled. May Hatsum, 15, female, quirk is zoom, which lets you zoom in on people or objects in your line of sight, like a telescope. It's a great quirk for covert missions. You just need a way to hear them or read lips. She bounced with excitement as my watch beeped. "Power Loader, I need to head to my other test. May I be dismissed?" He nodded and called out, "If you get into the hero course, I'll see you on the first day in the afternoon. Good luck, though you probably won't need it." I thanked him and hurried to the auditorium for the physical aspect of the test. I arrived a bit late, and as I entered, I heard a blue-haired guy in glasses arguing with Present Mike about a misprint. He quickly turned to me as I opened the door and adjusted his glasses, just as May crashed into me, sending us both to the floor. I helped her up and closed the door as the boy started yelling, "You should drop out if you're going to be late to every meeting. Coming in late is a distraction and an insult to those who are on time." I ignored him and waved to Present Mike. "Sorry, Present Mike, my other test took longer than expected. Thank goodness you told me about the physical test when I took the written one at 7 a.m. The blue-haired boy stiffened before I turned to him. "Apologize to Present Mike, please. I bet he just explained the 3 bots worth points. The 4th is an obstacle worth nothing, which he was going to save for when he explained the environments at each testing site." He quickly apologized to both me and Present Mike. Present Mike laughed. "Izuku, did you get another support class student to join the test for the hero course? Also, the upgrades you made to my speakers are incredible. How did you triple their power and reduce the vibration issue?" I chuckled, not telling. "Oh, and you might want to change the people going to Site Alpha. I may have accidentally damaged it while showing off my shield." He nodded and glanced at May, who shook her head. "I just want to see him and his inventions in the hero test." When the room gasped, I sighed. By inventions, she means my gadgets. "Is it okay if she watches, Present Mike?" He laughed. "Sure thing, Broccoli Head. Still working on your taunts." I nodded, and he continued explaining the test. Once he finished explaining and everyone was at their designated sites, I relaxed and went through my support gear. May wished me luck before heading to the observation room. That's when I noticed a brown-haired girl who looked like she was about to be sick from nerves. I quickly walked over, jumping over the blue-haired boy. "Calm down, you'll do fine. If anything goes wrong, I'll help you, okay?" She nodded, though she still seemed tense as I glanced at the info card I had coded into my site. "Oh, you're worried about your quirk's drawback. I have something that might help." She looked at me in surprise as I handed her a small mask with an empty vial attached. "This mask is for motion sickness. It's clean and prevents choking." She hesitated. "How do you know about my drawback and my quirk?" "I haven't told anyone here." I facepalmed. "I'm so sorry. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is the code." It makes me feel like a video game character and allows me to interact with the world like it's a game. A support class applicant suggested I try data cards on people, and I forgot to undo the code. She smiled. Your quirk is amazing, it's much better than mine. I shook my head. Your quirk is great too, Aracula. You just need to train it a bit. After that, I walked away, wishing her luck. Then the test began, and I rushed in, confusing everyone. Present Mike shouted, "There's no countdown in battle. Follow that broccoli-headed shrimp." The others quickly followed. The test was exhilarating. I fought with a laser sword to take down the bots and used my shield to protect those who were in danger as we all started. As we spread out, I decided to try an ability called Code Clones. Soon, pixelated versions of me with shields began to help others only when necessary. Unfortunately, this was when I encountered my quirk's first drawback. I could see through all their eyes and control them like a hive mind, but it gave me a splitting headache. Soon, everyone began to clump together, and I realized why. The zero-pointer was towering over us, easily 10 stories tall. I had my clones assist people in escaping until I spotted Aracula trapped under some rubble. I quickly ran over and used my shield to protect her while my clones helped lift the debris off her. We succeeded in getting her free, but most of my clones and my main body were destroyed as the foot was too much for us. My mind instantly shifted to a clone near her, and I started to cough as I took in some air. Note to self, next time code my clones to actually use their lungs. That hurt a lot. Everyone was stunned as my clone transformed from pixels to flesh and blood. Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? Most shook their heads, but a girl with headphone jacks on her ears walked over. How are you alive? We just saw you get crushed by the zero-pointer. My clones and I began to heal people with items from different games as I answered her. My quirk is the code. Basically, I am a video game character in a video game world because of it. My clones were like lives in Mario or the respawn button in Dark Souls. When the time was up, I depixelated the clones and drank a healing potion, easing my headache. That's when I got another one from Recovery Girl. Izuku, I told you it is my job to heal people. Are you trying to take my job? Even though she was very short and old, I knew if she got mad, she could easily take down All Might. I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, I didn't mean to. I just don't like to see people hurt. Please don't be too harsh with me. She handed out gummy bears to everyone inside. It's okay, I know your heart is in the right place. Also, I am out of the burn cream you gave me. You were right about your friend getting people with his quirk. I quickly rummaged through my backpack to give her more, but since the bottle was bigger than her, I had one of her med bots carry it for her. With that, everyone was shuttled back to the school, where we changed back into our street clothes and left to go home. I ran into May, who was apparently waiting for me. You impressed everyone, including All Might. I bet you'll get into the hero course. I would wager 2 of my inventions on it. I laughed and shook my head. I'd rather not win that bet. I won't take people's inventions from them. We talked about inventions and heroes we liked until we had to go our separate ways home. A week later, I received the letter saying I got into the hero course and that I would start in H1 until the afternoon, where I would go to support for the first day. After that, unless told otherwise, I would be in support during the morning and hero classes in the afternoon. When I told my mom, she congratulated me, and we went out for Katsudon. I couldn't wait for classes to start, and I hoped that Kaken got in, even though he was somewhat reckless. Maybe classes with other heroes in training would help him learn control. I sighed as I began to get ready for the first day of school. My mom was already awake and cooking me a big breakfast. I ate it even though I didn't need to for survival. It just provided extra energy, and I nearly choked when she dropped a bombshell. Izuku, your father will be coming home soon. He left to get a better-paying job for us. I gulped down my juice and cleared my throat. What do you mean he is coming back? I thought he left because I was quirkless and didn't want a quirkless son. I was very blunt and upset, so I just left after that. On my way to school, I ran into the girl I saved and nearly knocked her over. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. She blushed. Oh, you're the boy who saved me. I was never able to really thank you. I'm Aracula Achiko, And thank you for saving my life. Oh yeah, I wasn't able to return this. She dug into her bag and pulled out the motion sickness mask. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and it's okay, you can keep it. I've already made a few. She smiled. Thanks. I will give it to the support class to add it to my costume. I chuckled at that statement. No need to do that, Aracula. I will build one for it when I get started on the hero costumes for I'm in both classes, so why not? Aracula looked at me confused. What do you mean you're in both? I chuckled and had my surfer pop out. Once it fully formed, she recognized me from the news. Wait, you're the kid who made that for All Might? I nodded. Get on, or we will be late. She hopped on, and I broke a few speed limits to get us to UA. Once we arrived, I stored our ride and led her to A. I sighed and shook my head. First day and 2 students are already fighting. After bracing myself, I opened the door and headed to my seat. The blue-haired guy who had insulted me for being late walked over. I'm sorry for yelling at you during the section they explained the test. Please forgive me. I smiled. It's okay, Ida Tenya. You were just trying to instill punctuality. I am Midoriya Izuku, and I know your name and quirk due to mine. He nodded and went back to telling Katsuki to get his feet off the desk. Once I saw it was Katsuki, I walked over. Kaken, will you please put your feet down? I'd rather not get a headache. My head still hurts from the last day. I acted sweetly to him like I used to. His reaction was his feet hitting the ground so fast that Ida was surprised. Thanks, Kaken. Actually, I do need to use your name. Katsuki, please try to behave. I don't want your only friend to be me. He sighed. Sorry, Izuku. It's just a bad habit. With that over, I sat back in my seat and waited for our teacher to arrive. After a little while, I noticed a bug-like creature crawl in. I stayed quiet until I got a clear angle of his little tab thing I coded during the exam. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. This made the entire class shut up and sit down. How did you notice me? He asked as he emerged from his sleeping bag behind his desk. Info cards that only I can see. I coded it during the exam. He sighed. You're the dual-class kid, aren't you? I nodded. Yes, sensei. Today I'm in here for the morning, then I'll be in the afternoon class. Aizawa sighed and tossed everyone gym uniforms, telling us where to find him after changing. We all went to our respective changing rooms and got ready. I had to drag out one kid. His name is Mineta, and he is quite the troublemaker. He found a small opening and was about to peek at the girls when I quickly sealed it off and pulled him away. Aizawa looked surprised to see me as the first one changed, dragging a classmate along. Why are you pulling that kid? I asked, my voice low. He found a hole and was trying to look at the girls changing. I sealed it up and took him away so it could dry before he tried again. After about 10 minutes, everyone else came out, and Aizawa explained what we were doing. He was allowing us to use our quirks for basic physical tests. He called me up. Izuku, you scored over 300 points, so you start. Throw this ball as hard as you can. He tossed me the ball, and I stepped into the throwing circle. I threw it and got an infinite score. After that, I broke the record for every test he had us do. I broke a hand grip device, teleported to the end of the print in a fraction of a second, flew up for a bit using potions from Minecraft, and side-to-side jumps were easy thanks to Bouncy Gel from Portal. The one I enjoyed the most was doing sit-ups and push-ups until I couldn't anymore. After an hour of doing 30 push-ups or sit-ups a minute, Aizawa finally gave in. Izuku, just get changed and go to support class. All Might's training gave you a big advantage. I nodded and left, calling out, Mineta, I'll make sure that opening is completely sealed. I don't want you being inappropriate on school grounds. I changed and walked into the support classroom, where everyone was already busy working. Power Loader noticed me. Wow, you're earlier than expected. Did Aizawa dismiss you from his class? I shook my head. Nope, he just let me go because an hour of push-ups and sit-ups wore him out. Power Loader laughed and handed me 1 costume designs. After looking them over, I started making them all. The first was easy for Aracula. I based it roughly on a space suit with compression and a smaller version of the motion sickness device in its hood. Next was Katsuki, who wanted his costume to look like a walking bomb. I designed it as he requested but changed the grenade gauntlets to look like dynamite wrapped around his wrists with multiple fuses, allowing for several focused explosions. Each one would be less powerful individually, but together, they would be more powerful than the original if all were used at once. When I saw the invisible girl's gloves and shoes, I shook my head. I created an outfit for her that looked shiny, and when activated, it became invisible and concealed her heat signature. That's when May interrupted me. Nice fabric. What's it made of? Do you think I can use it in my inventions? I laughed. May, it's invisibility fabric, and I'm working on making her goggles that do the same. Those will be made of metal and other materials. May nodded as she poked at Katsuki's wrist dynamite. Are these useful? I replied, just be glad it doesn't have any of his explosive sweat in it. Better put some burn cream in a pouch. I then added some special burn cream into a pouch on his outfit. Need help with the outfits? I nodded. I need knight armor for Ida Tenya. I think some dry ice or something colder should be used on his leg engines for cooling. The best metal would be a mix of titanium and vibranium. I then shared a few more ideas as I moved on to Tokoyami Fumicage's outfit. His costume was pretty much what he wanted, but I added a bulletproof shawl and made his entire outfit the blackest black possible, making him look like a glitch in a simulation. This should help boost Dark Shadow's power during the day, and the shawl could be used to glide around like a hang glider. I made smaller changes to others' outfits, but that was about it. By the time school was over, we had all but my suit completed. Izuku, do you want me to make your outfit? I could see her gears turning as Power Loader looked over the finished outfits. I'm sorry, but I haven't designed an outfit yet. I was just going to pixelate myself for now. She began drawing as I finished what I was saying. Power Loader walked over and congratulated us on our impressive work for our first day. He tried to talk to May, but she waved him off. Until the bell rang, I helped other students. After packing my things, I headed to Nizu's office. I knocked on the door and walked in when he said to enter. Hi, Nizu. Ready for a game of checkers? Nizu nodded. I heard you nearly choked a classmate. May I know why? Mineta is a pervert. He found a peephole that lets the locker rooms see into each other, but it looked like it was made from the boys' side. I dragged him out after sealing the hole. Nizu's eyes widened. I'm glad you sealed it, but dragging him may have been a bit much. I sighed. Maybe, but if he bothers the girl I'm interested in, he will be embarrassed and regret it. That's when Power Loader and Aizawa walked in. Aizawa immediately suggested I should be boosted to 2 at least, and Power Loader wanted me to get a workshop right away. I was stunned, and Nizu agreed. If he wants to skip a grade, he can. Leave him be if he says no. I shook my head. I want to stay in M-. I don't want more people to dislike me for skipping grades. Also, what do you mean by workshop? I already have one at home. It may not have the best stuff, but it works. Power Loader laughed as he explained that he usually gives second-years workshops that are nearly indestructible for more dangerous creations and to store their projects while working on them. I think May needs that more than I do. I can shrink things or store them in a pocket dimension. I don't know how I do it yet, but I can. Also, I can create unbreakable boxes. You saw how strong the blast was during the test. He nodded and left as I packed up. During our conversation, I managed to beat Nizu at checkers without them noticing. When I got home, I saw a note on the door stating that Mom went to pick up my father from the airport. I crumpled the note and went to my room, changing into shorts and a t-shirt before leaving her a note. It read, "Don't bother me, I'm inventing. Make sure he understands that he is not welcome in my room or my lab. He had over 10 years to come back or contact us. I'm not forgiving him yet." I could hear them when Mom came home. She read the note and sighed. "He won't meet you tonight, dear. He is in his lab, which is off-limits even to me. He has some dangerous devices in there." That's when I heard my father's voice, unchanged in 10 years. "Forget that. I've been working hard for him, and he won't even see me." I then heard stomping as he opened my bedroom door. Of course he loves all JRK. Where's his lab? Hisashi, calm down. You're just tired. Let's go to bed, and you can see him in the morning. Then I heard a loud slap. He hit my mom. I don't remember what happened next. One moment, I was working with metal and glass, and the next, I was at the front door, glaring at my battered father, who had fear in his eyes and was backing away down the sidewalk. I slammed the door shut and walked over to my mom, who also looked afraid of me. What did I do? I was just in my lab and heard him hit you. As I applied cream and ice to her face, she explained. If it weren't for her telling me, I wouldn't have believed it. Apparently, I had teleported in front of Hisashi and yelled at him for hitting her. He claimed he only did it to get me out to meet him. Those words triggered something called Enraged Defender Mode, according to a digital voice that came from my quirk. I confronted Hisashi, and while I didn't cause him serious harm, every time he tried to retaliate, I absorbed his fiery breath as if it were candy. Once I got him out the door, I shouted, "Next time I see you, you better be apologizing to me and my mom. You owe 10 years of apologies, plus an extra year for hitting her." Mom was proud of my strength and that I protected her, but she was also worried about how strong I had become and the bills that might pile up now. I assured her I would get a part-time job to help, since if he didn't contribute anymore, it was my responsibility. It wasn't until I went to bed that her words hit me. I had absorbed fire, my quirk had spoken, and I had confronted a pro-hero. How much more power is hidden within my quirk? I need to talk to All Might later since his quirk is strength-based. I yawned as I headed to school on my surfer. It had been a few days since the first day, and honestly, May was exhausting to manage at times. In the past 4 days, she had blown up 25 gadgets, injured 10 people, nearly put me in danger twice, and actually caused my demise once. After the third explosion, she was assigned a blast-proof hangar for testing. I was assigned the same one, but there was a significant rule. She could not test her inventions unless I made the area completely unbreakable. As I walked past the classroom, I waved to Power Loader. "Did you enjoy the improved digging suit I gave you?" He nodded and laughed as I headed to the hangar. "Make sure May stops working on the dangerous stuff when you leave. She gets really impatient." I stopped and walked backward. If I can convince her, Nizu, and Aizawa, can she join the hero course like I am? He shrugged and sent me along. I quickly rushed to Nizu's office with my plan. Nizu seemed to be expecting me. "Hello, Izuku. Let me guess, you want May to be a cross-study student like you?" I nodded. It may help reduce her more dangerous projects, give her inventions a better focus, and keep her out of funding's hair. I want to, and I've already talked to Aizawa. Now it's up to her. Please make her agree. I don't want another funder to scream at me to throw her out. I smiled. "Will do. Thanks, Nizu. We can play chess tomorrow with Solar Surfers as a bet." By the time I reached the hangar, May was tapping her foot near the door. "About time. I need to test my inventions and you're late." I sighed. "May, I was talking to the principal. He wants you to become a cross-study student like me. That way, your creations can be tailored for specific people. Imagine all of A1 using devices we create when they go hero. We know their quirks and understand how to enhance them with support items." I may have laid it on a bit thick, but she nodded vigorously. "Should I tell Nizu you'll do it?" "Of course I will, Izuku, but you must become my boyfriend," May said as she hugged me. I was stunned. I didn't know my crush liked me. "Wait, boyfriend? May I ask why that popped up?" She giggled and kissed me. "You're smart but a bit oblivious. I developed a crush on you during the entrance exams. Now don't deny you like me. I saw you drawing me in a wedding dress. Honestly, with more gears on the left and laser shooting flowers in the bouquet, it would be perfect." I blushed deeply and kissed her back. "You got me, but please take better care of yourself. I know your goals, but your health comes before the inventions. Deal?" She agreed, and I sent a small robot to inform Nizu. Once I sent it out, I set up a monitor so May and I could watch what would happen. I smirked and spoke through the small mouse-like bot after Nizu saw it. "Message for Principal Nizu. For safety reasons, there is a riddle as a password. Are you ready?" Nizu chuckled. "Very clever, Izuku. All right, give me the riddle. He who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know. Do you know the answer?" I muted the mic as I began to laugh. Nizu had me repeat the riddle. Mei asked for the answer, but I ignored her for a moment. After Nizu pondered the answer in complete silence for about 15 seconds, I spoke. Answer correct as you are wise. Message is, Mei will cross-study like me. Have a good day, Principal Nizu. Once I finished the message, I had the robot return with Nizu looking confused. I didn't give an answer, though. Meanwhile, I was laughing hard as Mei mirrored Nizu's expression. I'm sorry, but I finally beat Nizu in a riddle. If I know him, he will either chase the robot or have a teacher carry him here. The moment those words left my mouth, Nizu kicked open the door and glared at me. Okay, wise guy, what was with the nonsense riddle? What could the answer possibly be? Nizu exclaimed as he climbed onto my desk to get closer to eye level. The answer was for you to remain silent. He who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know. Do you know the answer? The answer lies within the riddle. I burst out laughing again as Mei and Nizu looked even more puzzled. It took them a few moments to grasp it. Nizu chuckled and left. I will remember that riddle and use it to confuse others. You are quite clever, Izuku. The bet is a surfer and Imperial tips tea. Of course, Nizu, it's worth the bet to finally stump you, I replied, laughter still echoing in the room. Mei eventually snapped me out of my amusement. Snap out of it, Izu. Get up and reinforce the room for me. I have tests to conduct. I sighed and stood up, typing in the reinforcement code. You're no fun. There, it's reinforced. While she tested some explosive-resistant material, I created a switch on the wall labeled Coded Reinforcement. I tested it by switching it off, causing a loud crash in the hangar. I quickly fixed it and turned it back on, and it worked. Of course, Mei didn't notice at all, but I told her once she finished testing. She was overjoyed but quickly returned to her work. I finished a new device to prevent nausea and tried making a nutrient blend for Momo to use in emergencies to create items. I was close to achieving what I wanted, but it would instantly make her as large as fat gum, a really impressive but quite big hero. With some of the nutrient blend in small vials and a costume for Momo, I knocked on the glass of the testing area to get Mei's attention. She quickly put her current test away, hit the switch, and left to go to lunch. I handed the better costume to Power Loader along with a note to explain the vials. We then went to the cafeteria where Mei and I ate with it. They were all stunned when she announced she was joining the hero course. Momo leaned over and whispered something into her ear, to which Mei nodded, causing Momo to shake a bit. Before I could ask why Momo was flustered, lunch ended and we all headed to class. Mei sat on my lap, drawing glares from some girls and one rather troublesome classmate. When All Might entered, announcing, I am entering the room as a normal person, I couldn't help but shout over the normal person part with a silly tone. The entire class gasped, but All Might laughed. I guess I deserve that. Hey, young Midoriya, still learning insults with Mike. I shook my head. No, but I did stump Nizu earlier. That surprised him, but he smiled. Did you record it? I'll send it to you later. It's class time. Deku, how do you know All Might? Katsuki yelled, grabbing me by my shirt collar and sending Mei to the floor. QI stated, apologize, or I will activate defender mode. I glanced at my quirk interface, which was now a deep red, similar to blood. QI, let's save that for training. I'm sure Bakugo will enjoy it whether he apologizes or not, I replied, my voice laced with tension, causing All Might to step back. Katsuki let me go but glared. I met young Midoriya when his quirk manifested. So this is the one who caused it? Anyway, everyone, let's get to battle training. Change into your costumes and meet me at Site Gamma. The suits popped out of the wall as he left. I helped Mei up and grabbed my box before anyone else could. In the locker room, Kirishima noticed my scars. Whoa, where did you get all those scars, Midoriya bro? I sighed as I put on my outfit, which was basically a green Tron suit with extra padding and the ride weapon sticks on my arms. I'd rather not say, but you already met the cause. With that, I left, meeting everyone who had already changed. Momo walked over. Midoriya, why is there an opening on my back and just a small hole in my costume? I need as much skin visible as possible. I pointed to a button on her wristband. that activates a shield to cover your back and give you the items created to whichever hand is open. Plus, the less skin in front is because of my netta. It's also designed for if you use the nutrient blend. That should only be a last resort if you need to make something really big or a whole lot. She sighed and shook her head. I will try this design, but how will it know where I want the item? I tapped the back of my neck. Your outfit has a mind-reading chip right there, so it'll know. I pulled a disc off my back and began tossing it into the air before catching it. After waiting a bit, I activated the helmet on my suit and checked it out. When everyone was ready, All Might explained the lesson. Essentially, we would have two teams, villains and heroes, and the heroes must catch the villains or the weapon before time runs out. If the heroes are caught or time runs out, the villains win. All teams and matches were determined by lottery, except for one match just me against Katsuki, and I was the villain. Now, since young Bakugo offended young Midoriya, I think they should clear the air. Especially young Midoriya, All Might stated, their match will happen now, and they will hopefully participate again later in team matches. I nodded and ran down the street to the chosen building. After placing the weapon on the middle floor with a very strong shield, I headed to the door. On the first floor. When the timer started, I walked out the door and created another giant shield over the entire building. Let's start. QI activate Defender, Battle, and God modes. QI beeped loudly as light temporarily enveloped my body before I got into a fighting stance. When Katsuki tried his usual starter right hook, I kicked him away with great speed and force, sending him crashing through another building. When he came flying at me using his explosions, I did it again without even leaving my spot. If you can make me leave this spot completely, the building's shield will fall. Then you will have to destroy the shield around the weapon. Now knock me over like you used to, or am I finally not just a simple Deku? The last word was filled with determination as I stood up straight and pulled a book out of my pocket dimension. As I began to read it, I simply bent, punched, kicked, or slapped Katsuki away until he destroyed my book. My suit then changed from green to red as I blacked out again. I regained control when time was up, and Katsuki lay unconscious, defeated. After dusting the soot from my outfit, I healed Katsuki and carried him to the observation room as I reformed the book. When I arrived, everyone took a couple of steps back except for Mei, who hugged me tightly. She whispered, "Please never use whatever mode made you go crazy, you nearly hurt him." I watched the tape, which showed me summoning my pixel clones to fight Katsuki. He deserved it for what he put me through and for shoving Mei earlier. At least I didn't leave any proof other than this tape. I placed Katsuki in a chair and sat in a corner of the room, resting my head on my knees. Kaminari noted what I said. "Wait, Bakugo was the one who gave you all those scars? Why isn't he in jail? Some look like they were deep." I nodded to All Might, remaining silent. He sighed and gathered everyone's attention. Young Midoriya was bullied since he was deemed quirkless. Even his teachers encouraged the mistreatment. One day, young Bakugo told him to, and I quote, "Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in your next life." Young Midoriya did just that. His timing was unfortunate. He fell right in front of the entire school. Heroes and first responders were called, and his body suddenly vanished, but the blood remained. Young Midoriya got his quirk at that moment and later met me after he trapped a villain for me. After that, I helped train him to use his very adaptable quirk. Once that was done, I slowly stood up. Also, my father is back in town. The first thing he did was hit my mom. That's when I discovered Defender mode. Basically, I fight until they give up, though the power is weaker. Battle mode has more strength, but I get hurt much easier. God mode is the ultimate regenerative and power-reflective mode, but it has a time limit. Everyone relaxed a bit after this, but not entirely. That's when Katsuki woke up, looked around, and lunged at me, shouting my name. Just before he reached me, Siro, Tsuyu, and Momo restrained him. I was stunned as Mei slapped him. "You are a big JRK. Aiza made your costume, forgave you, and even healed you, and you still attack him. Be glad I don't want my boyfriend to hate me, or I would use my acid thrower on you." She hugged me and pulled me back to my corner as Siro tied him to a chair. Everyone conducted their battle tests, with Mei, Momo, and Mineta against Todoroki and Ojiro being particularly chaotic. Mei's team played the villains and won quite easily, with Mineta being kicked out a window while trying to stick the heroes together. Of course, I warned Mineta not to try anything. Mei and Momo had anti-pervert gear on, which automatically kicked perverts away. They kicked him back and forth until he was sent through the window. The girls cheered while the guys winced. I told him not to try. Every girl's outfit has anti-pervert tech. The girls thanked me and asked if they could add it to their school uniforms. When everyone was done, I gave All Might the clip of Nizu looking confused and changed. As I began to unfurl my surfer to go home, All Might flew up on his. "Wanna race today, young Midoriya? I want anti-pervert gear if I win. There are some crazy fans who want me." I laughed as my classmates came out and saw me getting on my surfer. "You're on, All Might, but if I win, you have to give up Solar Might for a week." He nodded, and we raced to my place, where he was invited for supper. The next day, I received many orders for solar surfers from my classmates, and All Might rode his little moped to school. I still made him some anti-pervert gear. I may have one, but he definitely could use it. I was in the basement of my house using my quirk to play Minecraft on the surface of my desk. It was fun using something called redstone to automate some items, and I came up with a silly idea. After a couple of hours of searching, I discovered that you could create mods for the game and started to do so. When I finished a couple of hours later, I had built a factory in Minecraft to create surfers for me. There were robots designed to mine the necessary resources, machines to process the materials, and finally, a large machine to make the surfers. Once I saw it working for a while, I picked up the digital factory and brought it to my mom. I showed it to her, and when I opened the chest holding the finished product and pulled out a watch, it became real. "Look, I made a factory." My mom was proud and pointed at an or I had laying around my factory as decoration. I explained what it was, and she tilted her head. "Honey, I know it's just a game, but there is no such thing as green gold." I showed her the recipe for green gold, and she apologized. That's when there was a knock on the door, and it was Mei. I could tell because her knock sounded like a machine gun. My mom was confused until I warped her in, causing her to cough a little. "Honey, warn me next time you plan to warp me." "Oh, what's that on the table?" My mom and I laughed as I showed it off. Mei was really interested and asked if I could make fabrics this way, like her super fabric, which is cut, acid, explosion, fire, freezing, and a lot more proof, and it reacts to the user's quirks. She used it for my Tron-like hero outfit, which is why it glowed and changed colors. I examined its elemental structure and used it in an unusual mod that allowed you to turn materials like silk and dirt into their elemental components. Once I figured out how to make thread and a way to automatically weave it into different outfits and colors, I handed Mei her digital factory for outfits and taught her how to input the measurements and everything. She screamed in joy and measured my mom. I watched her create a dress for my mom. When my mom tried it on, the hem seemed to float and move as if there was a breeze, and it changed colors to match her mood. "Wow, Inko, that dress looks awesome on you." I froze when I heard that from my father. Mei glanced at him, then back at me. "Honey, who's the guy standing there? Why does he look like he just came from a fight?" I growled and QI formed next to me. "He's my father. He helped me discover Defender mode." "What do you want, you waste of flesh?" He glared at me. "I am here to talk to Inko, not you." "Hun, we need to get back together. I know I left to earn more money, but now that Izuku is at UA and very powerful, I can retire and make up for lost time." My mom paled, her dress turning a dark red. With that, I shook with rage. "You vanish for 10 years only to return because I can make you money? Leave the house now, or I will activate Reaper mode." Mei quickly hugged me, trying to calm me down. "Hun, don't you dare activate that again. You literally consumed the essence of the last target. I don't want you expelled from school." My father fell for the big lie and ran as QI created Reaper mode and another form I called Ghost Rider. I would try them later. "Mom, please get a restraining order. I'm getting one tomorrow because I don't want to hurt him." I headed to a nearby park and used a laser knife from a sci-fi video game to carve logs into different action figures and video game characters, even making a few villain carvings as I zoned out. After about an hour, I noticed kids and adults admiring the carvings. When they asked questions about who was who, how much they cost, or where I got the wood, I answered as I used QI to paint them. Most were shocked by my flexible quirk and the fine control I had over it. I spent the rest of the day carving items and selling them to pass the time. After that, I created a bank account to store my money and any I would earn later. When I finally got home, I was instantly enraged. My father was attacking my mother. He was furious that I didn't respect him and that she didn't stand up for him. The sight of my mom injured made me black out again. When I regained consciousness, I quickly called the police and healed my mom. At first, she was afraid of me, and I didn't understand why. That's when I looked in a nearby mirror and panicked. I was scared of myself. I looked like a nightmare. I wanted to test out the modes later, but not at the same time. I kept the form as I glared at my father, who was still alive. Sitting in a chair, I reviewed the recording of what happened. When I blacked out, I yelled, "Hell Reaper mode, safe edition." My father attacked me, calling me a worthless son and saying I should take care of him since I knew all might and would be a strong hero. All I did was pin him to the wall and look into his eyes. Your soul is stained by the blood of the innocent. Experience their pain. I rewatched him hurting innocent people for no reason. He only passed out from the mental pain, and that's when I woke up. The police arrived and assumed I was the criminal until my mom said, "That's my son, he just saved me from my ex-husband." His quirk activated to defend me. Izuku, please deactivate whatever mode this is and show the police what happened with QI. A cop snickered, "Don't you mean IQ, ma'am?" I deactivated Hell Reaper and glared. QI is short for Quirk Interface. My quirk is similar to a PC. Don't worry about that. All I did was knock him out with a diluted version of the pain he caused innocent people. I showed them what happened and they took him away. After a bit, I was also taken to UA, where I saw Nizu and Aizawa waiting for me. Nizu spoke first. "Izuku, you need to control your anger, okay? This is the third time you've blacked out because of your quirk." I growled. He was hurting my mom like she was a drum. Be glad my blackout mode didn't kill him. I literally had to reduce it to the lowest power not to cause any damage. That made Aizawa pale. How many innocent people did he hurt? I didn't answer as I headed to a training gym. I finished training for a couple of hours after dealing with my father. Aizawa was asleep near the door, Ectoplasm was tired from his clones fighting mine, and I was using Hell Reaper to prepare some food. Once I finished cooking the stew, I brought it over to the two teachers. They ate it and actually enjoyed it. Incredible! I didn't think Hellfire could cook food like this. If I had more strength, I'd have some clones eat this. Unfortunately, lunch rush, the school's cook, heard and got upset until he tried it. He now wants me to help make lunch from now on. That's when a random woman walked into the gym. I offered her a bowl, which she took happily. That's when Nizu showed himself. "What, don't I get a bowl?" I laughed. "Sorry Nizu, didn't see you there." He eagerly ate his stew and asked what was going on. "Izuku, this is our school's therapist, Elvira. She will hopefully help you with your rage blackouts." I smiled. "It's nice to meet you, Elvira. I'm sorry about getting you dragged out here during the weekend." She laughed. "It's okay. If you hadn't, I would most likely be eating ramen right now." After we all had our fill, Elvira led me to her office and sat me in a chair. "I heard today was the third time you've blacked out. Can you tell me what caused all of them?" I sighed and leaned back in my chair. The first and third times were because of my father, if you can even call him that, hitting my mom. The first time it was one slap, but this time he nearly killed her. If I hadn't healed her, she would be gone. The second was Katsuki burning my book like he did the day I jumped. She stopped me. "Jumped as in attempted to take your own life?" With a nod, I shared my childhood as a quirkless kid. I spoke about the bullying, the scars both physical and emotional, and some of my fears. When I recounted the day I jumped, she gently hugged me. She helped me navigate some of my issues and suggested a unique way to manage my anger. I was to use my quirk to carve items or build something in Minecraft to channel my rage. When she mentioned that, I chuckled and showed her some of my earlier carvings. I kind of tried that before. Before he hurt my mom, he told me his plan. I was supposed to support him like he supposedly supported us. As if $200 a month helps much. I had to tutor other kids and even helped out students in higher grades to support my mom. After a bit of venting about him not being there, him hurting my mom, and the trouble he was causing now, Elvira handed me a test. I completed it and returned it a few minutes later. She had a machine grade it and was shocked. Do you remember your previous IQ score? I shook my head as she triple-checked the test. Izuku, you have the highest score ever. You surpassed Nizu's score, and it may be because your quirk has fully manifested. I looked over the test as well. None of the right or wrong answers were marked, but I knew which ones I got wrong and it scared me. May I go home, please? I asked as I used a red pen to correct the mistakes. She let me leave, and I hurried home, heading straight to my room to think about what I had just learned about my quirk. It was increasing my IQ drastically every few seconds, and I was discovering things I knew I had never read before. I had no interest in Hawaii, yet I knew that they believed the stretched molten glass and magma from their volcanoes were the hair of a goddess. I also learned that bad luck often follows those who take lava rocks from the island until they return them. I spent the entire night awake and stressed. When my mom saw me in the morning, she noticed I had worn a path into the floor from pacing. She sat me down, and I expressed my concerns. I know some people with high intelligence lose their emotions and become bored with everything. Will I end up like them? My mom laughed and hugged me. You're silly, Izuku. They are that way because they have giant egos. You don't have one, and you're concerned about what others think. Just remember this, just because you're smarter doesn't mean you're above or below anyone else. Use your brain to help others. Maybe you can help solve why we have quirks. That's when she left to make breakfast, and I relaxed a bit. After taking a shower and putting on a simple pair of shorts and a t-shirt, I headed downstairs to find my father there. Calm down, son. I'm just here to apologize to you and Inko. I know I haven't been a good father, and I would like to make up for it. My mom was trying to hide a mark on her arm as I walked over to him. I grabbed him by the same spot and dragged him outside. You hurt my mom again, and I will make sure you fear me. He drove off and I locked the door. Izuku, he won't give up. He's hard-headed, and I've told him so many times that I lost count before I married him. I healed the bruise on my hand before having breakfast with my mom. Once breakfast was over, I walked to the police station. I got a restraining order against him and another type of order that would keep him out of the house, which was in my mom's name. After that, I told my mom and returned to the park to carve again. After a couple of hours of carving, I saw my father again. I accidentally burned the carving I was working on as he got out of his car. Do not come any closer, sir. I have a restraining order against you. If you get too close, you will be arrested. Also, stay away from my home or you'll be arrested. He sighed. Son, we need to talk. Sir, you lost the right to call me son when you hurt my mom. Leave now. He stepped closer, and a nearby police officer arrested him instantly. With him gone, I returned to carving and joking with some people nearby. When lunchtime arrived, May flew in on a surfboard. Hey, Izu, you hungry? I nodded. Yeah, I am. Did you bring lunch, or are we going out? She helped me onto her surfboard, and we had McDonald's for lunch. When we returned to the park, I found a bag of money and a few carvings left next to where I was working. I smiled, pocketed the money, and got back to carving, showing May how to do it. Her first attempts were pretty rough, but I helped smooth them out. By supper time, she could carve as well as I could. We left the carvings there with a note saying they were free. May took me to my place and joined us for supper. We enjoyed it, joking and talking about future creations. I gave my mom the money I had earned from the carvings. She tried to refuse it, but I insisted, saying I kept a good amount for personal use and that May kept hers. She accepted it but didn't seem entirely happy about it. May went home soon after, and I received a phone call from an unknown number. Is this the wood carver from the park? I confirmed and asked if a carving had broken. The guy laughed and said no. He wanted to see how big, detailed, and how many different items I could carve. When I told him I was unsure, he asked to meet me tomorrow after school at the park. I agreed and told my mom what had happened. She advised me to be careful, and I went to my room to surf the internet. That's when I noticed a cop's body cam recording from yesterday when I was in a heightened state, and the comments on it were about how I was a villain, that I should be jailed, or worse. A few suggested I should be the judge, jury, and executioner if I really was death or if my quirk could determine if someone committed a crime. It sounded intriguing, but since the cops knew it was me, I couldn't pursue it. That's when I received messages from all my classmates. They were all anxious about facing me, except for Mei and Katsuki. Katsuki asked if I had used my quirk to protect my mom, as it seemed. I explained what happened and he replied, "I know I treated you poorly, and if it weren't for me, you might have been in serious danger from that slime. I'm glad you're becoming a better person with an impressive quirk, but I will become the #1 hero. That way, you'll always have to look up to me, knowing I'm better." I chuckled at his attempt at an apology and messaged him back, acknowledging that I understood why he was always angry. It was a quirk drawback, and if he allowed me, I could help him with it. After that, I went to sleep and dreamed of being hero #0, the hero code, Hell Reaper. I woke up early and made breakfast for my mom and myself. There was a sense of dread in the air, and for some reason I felt like I was being called. Once I finished eating, I headed to school, dodging a few flying grapes from Mineta. He was upset because all the girls had anti-Mineta gear, causing him to go flying every time he tried to approach them. When he attempted to get too close to Mei, I grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, giving him a stern look. What did I say about trying to get too close to my girlfriend? Not to do it when you're around? I used my quirk, sending him into the air with a swift kick, shouting, "Never try it again, you grape-headed idiot." When he finally landed in a nearby river, Elvira had already dragged me to her office. I was scolded until I explained that he had tried to get too close to Mei and several other girls. She didn't believe me until he walked in, his eyes immediately wandering. She let me go to class, while Mineta received multiple detentions and was assigned to special classes to correct his behavior. Midway through the morning, Katsuki walked into the hangar I shared with Mei. "What did you mean in that text last night?" I instinctively sat up and backed away. Once I calmed down, I explained, "My quirk allows me to create a HUD display that shows quirks, stamina, health, and a few other things. Now, let me see your hands, please." He sat down in my chair and placed his hands on my desk, palms down. I gently flipped them and began to analyze his quirk. After removing the anger and irritability from it, I discovered some dormant aspects. "Wow, I didn't expect this. Katsuki, your quirk isn't fully active. There are still parts that are dormant." He was surprised. "Wait, my quirk isn't being fully utilized?" I shook my head and continued my examination. Mei walked over as I created a hologram of Katsuki's body, carefully censoring where necessary. "You have explosive sweat glands in your hands, but you also have them on the soles of your feet, your elbows, the back of your calves, and even your tear ducts. If all of them are activated, you'll become blast-proof, gain more control, and decide when, where, and how much you sweat." Mei started to get excited and quickly designed him a new outfit as he exclaimed, "Yes. Let's break that limit and boost me up." I nodded and removed the dormant aspects along with a bit of his ego to give him full control over his quirk. Once I finished, I heard a voice. I looked around, causing Katsuki to glance at me, confused. "Deku, are you okay? You just went pale." After convincing him I was fine, I sent him back to class and got myself a drink. As I sipped some water, the voice returned, mentioning something about trouble and the letters U, S, and J. I didn't understand and headed back to my hangar to work on Katsuki's new outfit. Luckily, Mei and I completed it before lunch and we turned it in. We all ate lunch together. When we headed to class, I froze in the doorway. The voice was back. "Reaper. Must." Mei asked if I was all right, and I simply nodded as I took my seat. She, of course, sat on my lap again, even though she had her own seat. Aizawa crawled into the room without leaving his sleeping bag. "Everyone put on your gym or hero outfits." I want you at the bus in 10 minutes. We all complied, and I sat near the back of the bus to think. That's when Tsuyu, a nice girl with a frog quirk, decided to engage me in conversation. Midoriya, what exactly is your quirk? I know you call it the code, but that's about it. Kirishima looked up, surprised. Wait, Midori bro, you're the pixel clone dude from my test? I nodded, still trying to decipher the voice's meaning. Pixel clone? What does that mean? Uraraka chuckled. During the entrance exam, he created a pixelated army of himself. He saved me and, well, he was knocked out in the process. This caught Katsuki's attention. Wait, you were knocked out twice already? I flinched and sighed, over 7 times. Most of it was while I was learning my quirk. Mineta grumbled, of course, the immortal of the class hates me. Then Katsuki made the first joke I had heard that wasn't aimed at me. Be glad he doesn't eat grapes. If you were Katsudon, you'd be doomed. I smirked. Maybe I should change your quirk from sticky grapes to infinite Katsudon. He cowered until I started to laugh. Don't worry, I don't want my Katsudon flavored with a heap of pervert. This made everyone laugh, including Aizawa, who I thought was asleep. Wait, Midori bro, you can edit quirks? I flinched and nodded. Yeah, but it takes a long time to do and to ensure your body can handle it. Katsuki actually got the dormant parts of his quirk activated. Now, before you all ask, no. Maybe when we get the week off next month. The problem is it'll take at least an hour each, and there are 19 of you. Just then the voice returned, program. Now. Momo noticed me stiffening and going pale. Izuku, are you okay? You suddenly went pale. Guys, I apologize, but this will feel strange. With that, I scanned everyone except Katsuki and upgraded their quirks as best as I could. Aizawa was easy to change. Remove his need to blink and his chronic dry eye, and he was good to go. Once everyone was upgraded, I dozed off for the rest of the trip. I had no clue what they did while I was unconscious, but Katsuki and Mei woke me up when we arrived. Mei thanked me for the boosted zoom, thrilled that her fingers could now transform into tools. She was ecstatic to have inherited both her parents' quirks and to be even stronger. I slowly stood up and followed everyone into the building. We met 13, who gave us a warning speech about the dangers of quirks. Once they finished, they said, "It is because of quirks that we created this place, the Unseen Simulation Joint, or USJ." I paled as a portal appeared, and the voice returned, "Now, Hell Reaper, save your friends." I growled and moved in front of everyone as the villains emerged from the portal, accompanied by a creature known as Nomu. That's when a man covered in hands began his monologue. "We are the League of Villains. Now, where is All Might? We are here to eliminate him. Well, since he isn't here, I guess we can take care of the students." Of course, that last sentence sealed his fate. Shigaraki Tamura, Quirk. Decay, student of All for One. Leave now or face the consequences. He laughed. "What are you going to do, wannabe?" I smirked. "You asked for it, you'll find out." My body ignited, flames consuming my form. While this startled everyone, my outfit transformed into a Reaper's robe, and I wielded my scythe. "I am a hero in training, Hell Reaper. Turn back now, or your souls will be my afternoon snack." Kurogyri, the warp cloud entity, stepped forward. "Why be a hero when that quirk suits a villain better? Join us and let's raise this corrupt world." I began to laugh, my voice deepening and taking on an ancient tone. Why would I become a villain when I follow the hero's code? "Nomu, eliminate him." The creature lunged at me, but its fist passed through me. As I touched its head, "You have suffered greatly. I free you from the mortal coil, young one." With that, it collapsed, transforming into a young child of about 8, with dark purple goo flowing off them. I picked up the child and walked over to Aizawa, handing them over. "Keep the body safe. I will retrieve their soul once it's safe." Aizawa nodded, rage filling his eyes. "Go all out, Hell Reaper. You have permission to use your quirk as you wish to defend your classmates." I quickly rushed at the villains, temporarily severing their souls so they couldn't move their limbs yet remained alive. When all but Kurogyri, Shigaraki, and another Nomu emerged from a portal moments later. Shigaraki shouted, "Cheater! Hacker! This isn't possible! Nomu, take down that skeleton." This one actually struck me. I remained unmoved, but I sensed the murderous intent within its soul. Your soul is stained by the blood of the innocent. Feel their pain. Every act of violence it committed before and after becoming a Nomu struck it, burning away its essence, which I consumed. Souls of murderers always fill me up. Now, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, surrender now or else. Shigaraki was warped behind me by Kurogiri, who grabbed me. Goodbye, Hell Reaper. Wait, why aren't you decaying? I laughed again as my mental stability began to waver. You should know something about decay. It always comes after death. Unfortunately for you, I can't die. I knocked him out and motioned for Kurogiri to lie down. He complied and I immobilized him. While I was fighting, Ida had contacted the police and more teachers. Everyone was arrested, but I intervened when they tried to take Kurogiri. Your soul is pure. You should have been a hero if not for the fact you were created to follow orders. If you want, I can remove that control from you. His yellow smoke, which acted like his eyes, widened. You can free me from his control? Please do it. I quickly did, and just then, Shigaraki yelled as he regained consciousness. Get me out of here, you stupid fog cloud. Kurogiri seemed to smirk as he retorted, Shut up, you overgrown baby. This prompted Shigaraki to throw a tantrum as he was placed in a police car with special gloves made by Momo to prevent him from decaying anything. I laughed as I reverted to my regular form. Kurogiri, you must go to jail for a bit, but I will try to get you released. I will use my contacts if needed. He bowed to me. Thank you, Hell Reaper. I am definitely in your debt. With that, he was taken away. After statements were made, I returned the child's soul and activated their dormant quirk. When they woke up, I spoke with them for a bit. I talked to the police and called my mom, asking if they couldn't find his parents, if my mom and I could be his foster family. They all agreed, and the child was happy. I sent him off as he told me his name. I quickly rushed to the bus but collapsed in the doorway of the USJ, falling unconscious. Instead of waking up later, I had another dream. In it, I met a woman with what I thought was skeletal paint until I realized she was Lady Death. I'm sorry to interfere with your life, Izuku. I had to prevent many unnecessary deaths. I slowly approached her. Why me? Why give me a quirk before I died? She laughed, a sound like bells and music. I chose you because you were the first in a long time willing to meet me. Usually, people who die have regrets and do not truly accept their fate. I sat in a nearby chair as she continued speaking. Also, you have access to all the quirks possible in the past, present, and future. Each ability, mode, and code you write is actually another quirk added to your collection. You are very special for these times. You are the first Reaper, an agent of death in many centuries. You are my immortal Hell Reaper. Don't worry, should your physical body die, like it just did, we will talk for a moment, and you'll be revived in a special way. Now, revive my Reaper. You have work to do. I then watched as my body turned to dust, and my soul was drawn into the particles as it reformed into my body and outfit. In real time, I was only dead for a couple of seconds, but I spent a few hours in Lady Death's castle. I reached the bus and shivered a little, prompting Momo to make me a thick weighted blanket. Midori bro, why did you just pull a phoenix? I didn't cause it. My body died and Lady Death talked to me. My Netta appeared beside me before I could finish my sentence. Death is a female? Is there a way to meet her without having to die? To my surprise, Lady Death reached out and lifted him by his collar. How did you survive that? You were supposed to perish, pervert. I'll take care of him. I gently grasped her arm. Lady Death, maybe the pervert can change. Please let him go before he ends up like you. She released him, and he landed with a thud. Wait, I'm solid? I thought I took his soul out of his body. That's new. With that, she vanished, and I curled up in my blanket. We all went to school and then home for the rest of the day, except for me. I changed and headed to the park to meet the guy who wanted to see my carving skills. When I met him, I quickly declined his offer. He wanted me to carve 500 All Mights to sell at his store. After he cursed at me, I went home and slept for the rest of the day and most of the next, since we had a few days off. I received messages asking what I had done to their quirks and such. I answered them and returned to what I was doing. I swore if I ended up like Deadpool and falling for Lady Death, I would be in trouble. During one of the uneventful days off, I decided to travel between towns and areas. I ended up in a city where I felt really safe walking around. After a while, something bumped into me. When I saw it was a little girl, I knelt down to help her up. "Are you okay? I'm sorry for knocking you down. I wasn't paying attention." She gripped my arm tightly and whispered, "Help me." I couldn't see her name or data because of how close she was, but I could see overhauls. I didn't need the data HUD to know he was dangerous. "Eri, I told you you couldn't come out until after supper. Come on, let's go home." She shook her head as I slowly stood up and lifted her. "Overhaul, it's best if you turn around and walk away. I know she is in no way related to you." I was prepared for anything as I sent an SOS to the police through my special watch. When Overhaul created spikes on the ground and walls, I jumped up and landed on my solar surfer, which took a few seconds to form behind me. "Hold on, Eri, I'm going to go fast." She gripped me tighter before I took off. I barely reached the corner as more spikes tried to hit us. With a quick roll to the side, we narrowly avoided them, but my surfer got scratched up. For the next half hour, he chased us, destroying buildings and cars, before I slammed into him with my surfer, knocking him out. The police ignored my SOS until their department building was damaged by Overhaul. They arrested him once he was down, and I took Eri to the hospital. After many questions and tests, they discovered she was severely malnourished, had the mentality of a toddler despite being 6 years old, and had scars all over her body. I called my mom about Eri, and she said that since they found the other kid's family, we could take care of Eri when she was ready to leave. I smiled and looked at Eri. "Hey Eri, I just talked to my mom. She says that if you want to, you can live with us." She immediately hugged me and cried. I spent the night there, and after the pediatrician provided a diet for Eri, we went home. "Eri, this is your new home. My mom and I will take care of you, okay?" She nodded as my mom quickly walked over and knelt in front of her. "Hello Eri, I am Inko, but you can call me Mom or Grandma if either is easier." Eri looked up at me. "What will you be is?" Izuku. I knelt next to her, laughing. "Your brother or I can be your parent, but I don't know if I can adopt you or not." At that moment, Eri smiled and pointed to me and then my mom. "Papa, Grandma." This made my mom cry, muttering that she was finally a grandma. I gave Eri a tour of the house and noticed her bed was in my room. She pointed to her pink bed. "Is that my bed?" I nodded and placed her on it. "Yes, it is. Do you want to take a nap or play some games?" Just then, my mom announced that lunch was ready. "Actually, let's eat first and then decide, okay?" Eri nodded and followed me to the kitchen. We ate and she yawned. I gently placed her on the couch for a nap and covered her with a blanket. After I put on a children's show for her to listen to, May came in. May looked at Eri and then at me. "I didn't know you were a babysitter, Izu." I explained to May what happened while Eri napped. When Eri woke up an hour later, she pointed to May. "Papa, who is she?" May squealed softly, "So cute." I froze for a moment, trying to think of an answer as my mom walked into the room. "Oh, good afternoon, May. I see you met your boyfriend's daughter." Eri tilted her head. "Boyfriend?" I sighed and placed Eri on my lap. "You understand Mom and Dad are together, right?" Eri nodded as she looked up at me. Before they become a mommy and daddy, they date as boyfriend and girlfriend. I hoped Eri understood as she looked between me and May. "So May is not yet mommy?" This caused May, my mom, and me to laugh. May was the first to calm down enough to speak. "You can call me mommy if you want to." Eri hugged her and I smiled. It seemed I needed to ask May to marry me sooner rather than later. Of course, May ruined the moment by trying to give Eri a flamethrower. "May, no. Eri, give me that please. I don't want you to get hurt with it." I gently took the flamethrower from her and glared at May. May, this is not a toy. You and I will definitely discuss this later. May looked a bit scared, as I had never glared before. After putting every dangerous item that May had in a safe, we spent the evening with Eri, teaching her some games and songs. After dinner, May and I put Eri to bed. We talked for a while, with me at my desk and May on my bed. After a moment of silence, I realized May had fallen asleep. I gently covered her with a blanket, sent a message to her parents, and settled down on the couch in the living room for the night. In the early morning, I was jolted awake by a scream. I rushed to Eri, who was frightened, thinking she had made me disappear like her birth father. I quickly reassured her and explained what had happened. "Why did you sleep there instead of in bed with Mommy?" she asked. I chuckled softly and kissed Eri on the forehead. "Mommy and I aren't that far in our relationship yet. We're just dating, okay?" Eri nodded as May began to wake up. May apologized for dozing off in my bed, but I quickly silenced her by picking her and Eri up and bringing them downstairs to watch TV while I made breakfast. By the time my mom woke up, I had already done the dishes, left her a plate, and was playing with Eri as May headed home. When Eri took her afternoon nap, Aizawa stopped by with Nizu. They understood the situation and said I could bring Eri to class with me, but she couldn't be in the room during support gear testing. I nodded in agreement and promised to inform May. Just then, Eri woke up and looked at Nizu. She walked over to him, wrapped in her blanket like a giant robe. "Mister, what kind of kitty are you?" This made Nizu laugh. "I'm not a cat. My name is Nizu, and it's nice to meet you." Eri fell backward in surprise, but I caught her. "It's okay, Eri. Nizu won't hurt you." Nizu and Eri played for a little while until Aizawa asked to speak with me outside. "Thank you for helping your classmates, even Mineta, though Lady Death could have taken him," he said. I chuckled and nodded. "No problem, but I'm worried. Someone else will take Overhaul's place and cause trouble later." Aizawa agreed as Nizu and Eri walked out, both wearing folded newspaper hats. I quickly took a picture. "Definitely putting this in the family scrapbook." Eri smiled and handed me one as well. I picked her up and said goodbye to Nizu and Aizawa as they got into their car. "Eri, in a few days, you'll be going to school with me. I'll do my best to teach you, okay?" Eri gave me a determined look. "Can you teach me now?" I laughed and kissed her on the nose. "I can try, but Grandma might need to help me when she gets home from work." We headed inside, and all I could think about was how Monday would be challenging. I used my quirk to change Eri's hair to May's color and gave it my unruly, fluffy style. She loved how it looked after I added streaks of green and a small clump of white. Once that was done, I messaged All Might, telling him I was going to check another dimension. He advised me to be careful, and Mom made sure I understood that Eri wasn't allowed to slide between dimensions until she turned. I set up my things and prepared to slide when May grabbed me by my shirt. "Nope, you're not leaving me behind this time." I chuckled and brought her along. The wormhole ride took a few minutes. And we ended up on the Eiffel Tower in Paris. After figuring out where we were, a guy in a black cat costume ran by with an extending bow staff. I took a picture as a girl in a ladybug costume used a yo-yo to travel after him. "So we just saw a black cat and a bug? This place is really out there," May said. I nodded in agreement as a Parisian approached us. "Oh, you haven't heard of Ladybug and Cat Noir?" When I heard that, I sat on a nearby bench. In our dimension, they were just cartoon characters, so I had slid us into a TV series. "I have, but I never saw any good pictures of them. Their costumes aren't like how I imagined," I replied. The Parisian shrugged and walked away as I caught May up. "So we are in a cartoon reality? I just hope they didn't see us pop out of a portal," May said as the duo landed in front of us, ready to confront us. "May, they heard you." We both sighed as we prepared ourselves. Cat Noir was the first to speak. "Okay, who are you two, and why didn't you want us to see you?" I came up with an idea and stood up. "I am Izuku, and this is May. We are watchers. We are only allowed to observe realities, and interacting can get us stripped of our powers. Can you please pretend you haven't seen us? Mind wipe magic isn't our forte, and we don't want to accidentally erase more than necessary." Ladybug scoffed. "As if we would believe that. Now who are you really?" I sighed. Of course, we get stubborn heroes. With a flourish, I snapped my fingers. I have an idea. I'll tell you both a secret that only you would know. It's best I whisper it in your ears so the other won't know your identities. This made both of them exchange nervous glances as I walked to a corner of the tower, which was empty for some reason. How about we just talk over here so the other can't eavesdrop? I know Cat Noir wants to know your identity. May laughed. Honey, don't tease the poor kitty. He's love-struck by the bug heroine. Ladybug walked over and crossed her arms. Okay, prove your lie if you can. I formed a chair out of digital data and sat down, creating a similar chair for her. Your name is Marinette de Painting, your Kwame is named Tiki, and you have a crush on Adrian Agrist. You're clumsy out of costume because you lack confidence. Need I go on? She sat in her chair, stunned. How do you know all of that? I laughed. I watched your world from my reality. I won't tell Cat, so don't worry. Trade places with him, please. She did, and Cat ran over. Tell me who Bugaboo is. I shook my head. I can't do that, Adrian Agrist. I can tell you that you do know her out of costume, and Plag knows who she is, but her Kwame would kill him if he told. He looked sad, but I chuckled. I will tell you that she does like you though. She hated you at first, but an umbrella changed that. With that said, I walked back over to May, the sad hero following me. Now we just want to explore the world a little bit. Don't bug us, and we won't cause trouble. May and I heard of an awesome bakery here, and we want to try it. Ladybug pointed us in the right direction, and as we started walking, I created a ladybug-patterned umbrella. I kept walking, laughing with both of them, who were getting flustered for different yet similar reasons. We got close to the Dupainching bakery, and I slapped my forehead. I don't have money for here. Crud. I looked up as Ladybug landed on the roof. Actually, we might have a chance now. Marinette is home. We entered and looked around the bakery as Marinette spotted us. She walked over and smiled. I'm guessing you forgot to grab currency for our world? May laughed. Unfortunately, yes. We may be more advanced, but being forgetful is in our DNA. I dug into my bag and pulled out a big emerald and a sapphire shaped like a heart. We can pay with gems, though. They are still worth a lot. I handed the gems to Marinette, and we grabbed a good amount of items. May was thrilled as I got her some chocolate. When she saw candy apples, she exclaimed, Ari would love those. Let's get her some. That's when Adrian Agrist walked in. Hey Marinette, who are your friends, and who is Ari? I pretended to introduce myself, trying to hold back my laughter. Ari is my adopted daughter, and even though May is just my girlfriend, she calls her mom. May nodded as she grabbed a couple of the apples. What do you think your mom would like, Izuku? I grabbed some bread and more chocolates before saying goodbye to Marinette and Adrian. I made sure to leave the umbrella there as I formed a portal. Once it formed, I pushed May through it and quickly followed, speeding us through much faster than earlier. We popped out on the couch and May hit me, asking why I shoved her. Another wormhole was forming. For some reason it scared me. If that was a supervillain, we could have led them to our world. I just hope I'm wrong and it's a good person. I started to put the bakery items away as Ari tackled me. Welcome back, Papa. Did you have fun? I patted her head as I handed her a candy apple. Yes, May and I met two heroes that are actually from a TV show from a long time ago. She ate her apple as I set up the TV to watch Miraculous Ladybug. After a few shows, we ate supper and went to bed. Luckily, May went home this time, so I wasn't on the couch. After a few days off from the USJ incident, the school had us do training for the sports festival. May and I worked together on our fighting skills when we met up after school. As a little joke and to keep Ari involved, we let her fight with mini clones of May and me. It was adorable watching the minis and her play and fight. Though she was hesitant, we did have her train with her quirk. It wasn't long until she could use it easily and stop it when she got the result she wanted. As a reward, I gave her a boost to her quirk and renamed it VCR. She can rewind and fast-forward things she touches. We had her train that aspect and she surprised May and me. I told her about the quirk test Izawa, or Sleepy as she calls him, had us do. Then that little snowflake tossed a softball and, at the last second, used her quirk on it. It went from no speed to lots of speed, even though it still went the same distance. If you decide to play baseball instead of being a hero, you'll have a killer fastball. She laughed and hugged me as May wondered what just happened. That's when the day came for the festival. I was called up as the first year's spokesperson. I just want everyone to do their best and try to prove to the heroes and civilians watching one major thing. It's not the quirk that determines a hero, it's the person who is trying to be a hero with what they have. I stepped down and kicked Mineta. I saw what you were about to do, Mineta. Touch May and you'll regret it. He quickly backed away as we all got ready for the obstacle course. I literally got into a sleeping bag as everyone else started running the course. Aizawa yelled through the mic, "Midoriya, get out of that sleeping bag and take this seriously." In retaliation, I stood up in the sleeping bag and randomly warped through the course to the end before laying back down. Present Mike started to laugh as Aizawa's jaw dropped. Guess he beat you at your own game. With my already crossing the line, I just took a nap for the next 10 minutes while everyone else crossed. The next challenge was the cavalry battle. I got teamed up with May, Uraraka, and Momo. May made a joke, "How about we just carry this sleepy Izuku and have him float us or something?" The second she finished saying that, I pulled out a splash potion of levitation and slow falling from Minecraft. "Momo, can you make us ropes and sleeping bags? You can all nap once we get into the air." Momo flicked my nose. "Okay, Midoriya, why are you being so lazy today?" I sighed. "Just haven't slept well since the incident. I'd rather not push myself to exhaustion again." May slapped me on the back of the head through my sleeping bag. "Aizu, get out of the sleeping bag, or I will use my bomb on your lab at home." I got out of the sleeping bag and turned it into a platform. "Just get on." We all climbed on with May on our shoulders. When the match started, the platform flew up into the air. Of course, Kaken tried to use his explosions to reach us. Simple dodges left or right each time got us to the 1v1 battle tournament. We had a lunch break, and I helped lunch rush feed everyone by making food with my hellfire. Everyone enjoyed the kebabs and burgers I was making as I tried to figure out how to use my flames to air fry food. The next round started, and I headed into the arena with a yawn. I was against a purple-haired kid named Shinso. The round began with him asking questions like, "What's it like to be blessed with a powerful quirk?" I nearly lost my temper but instead walked over to him and said, "Death is never a fair trade for a quirk." My response seemed to unsettle him, and he backed away from the ring. Aizawa looked frustrated. "Okay, Midoriya, what did you say to him?" I repeated myself, raising my voice louder than present mic, then walked away to grab my lunch since I hadn't eaten yet. I didn't watch the battles or return to the arena until it was my turn against Todoroki. When the match began, Todoroki unleashed his fire and ice. I managed to break the ice and absorb the fire as I tried to figure out how to attack him. That's when I remembered the emerald projectiles and decided to launch them from my hands. The first one zipped past Todoroki's legs, distracting him momentarily. When he noticed the emeralds in the arena, he realized what I was doing just a second too late. His ice wall protected him, but it also sent him out of the ring as the emeralds broke the floor beneath him. After that match, I found myself cornered by Endeavor and my father. I discreetly sent an SOS to the police while he spoke. "Son, you were incredible. Now that a fellow hero is with me, the restraining order is nullified, so don't even think about it. I want you to lift the restraining order, or else I will ensure you never see the light of day again." Endeavor nodded in agreement. A son's job is to fulfill his father's wishes. Shoto will become number one because I want him to. You must listen to your father or else. I sighed and shook my head. Hisashi, the restraining order is not nullified, and I will never lift it if you continue this behavior. Also, your son is the newest agent of death, Lady Death interjected. Lady Death, what are you doing here in the mortal realm? She smiled softly at me before glaring at my father and Endeavor. I was enjoying the tournament until these two offended you and, by extension, me. Endeavor growled, Lady Death is a villain's name. Leave now or you will be arrested. I couldn't help but chuckle. Endeavor, you can't arrest Lady Death. She is literally death. If it were your time to cross over, she would take your soul right now. That seemed to infuriate him, and he attempted to incinerate Lady Death. I watched as she stood there, unimpressed. You call that hell flames? Hell's fire is much hotter than that. His jaw dropped, and I took the opportunity to knock him and my father out. The police arrived, arrested both of them, took my statement, and then left. My next match was against Ida, who charged at me with incredible speed. I spent most of the match narrowly dodging him, even though I could move much faster. After about 5 minutes, I activated Hell Reaper mode and managed to disrupt Ida's balance just enough for him to accidentally fall out of the arena. I helped him up after turning off my flames when I was suddenly teleported to an alleyway. There, I encountered Stain, the hero killer, and Ingenium, Ida's older brother. Stain, just drop your weapons, please. As you can see, I have no blood, and Lady Death doesn't want you to hurt him. Ingenium instantly recognized me. Hell Reaper? I thought the sports festival was still going on. This really angered Stain. You call yourself a hero, but you know villains. Prepare to meet your end, villain and fake hero. He lunged at me with a knife, but I grabbed his wrist. I am not a villain, I am a reaper for Lady Death, the goddess of death, recognized in every culture and religion. You have insulted her, and now you will face the consequences, I declared as my hell flames enveloped me, melting his blades without harming him. Once the metal was gone, I gave him a taste of my penance stare, knocking him out. Cuff and take him in, please. I have a tournament to finish. I returned to the stadium just in time to catch the end of Kaken's last battle before our match. To simplify the battle, I won after an hour of fighting. With his increased firepower and explosive abilities, he was all over the arena and above it. I kept my Hell Reaper mode active, so I wouldn't be burned by his explosions. He did manage to send my head flying, but I caught it before it left the arena. That stunned him, and it was the only reason I won. The distraction from my dismembered skeleton allowed me to finally knock him out. The award ceremony was dull. Once it was over, I went home, played with Eri, and then went to sleep. The next morning, Aizawa yelled at me for not taking things seriously. I played chess with Nizu, and nearly caused an explosion in the lab when Mei suddenly kissed me. I wondered why I couldn't just have a good day. I walked downstairs with Eri on my shoulders. Mom was already up and holding a letter. Good morning, Izuku. Hey, Eri, did you sleep well? We both nodded as she handed me the letter. I opened it and smiled as I set Eri in her chair. Guess what, Eri? What? As of yesterday, you are officially my daughter, Eri Midoriya. She squealed and hugged me tightly, filled with joy. After we both ate, I took Eri outside to show her a custom solar surfer I made just for her. The surfer was streaked with pink, green, and white, equipped with a car seat, buckles, a helmet, a cute flower steering wheel, and stabilizers to prevent any flips. I was getting tired of the bus. Are you ready to try it out, hun? Before I could finish, Eri was already in the seat, buckling up. With a laugh, I helped her secure her helmet before we set off to pick up Mei. When we arrived, Eri beamed with pride. Look, Mommy, I got a surfer too. Snowball Express. We both laughed as Mei hopped onto hers. I see that, honey. I'll paint the name on it later, but first, I need to talk to your dad about being a hypocrite. Daddy, what's a hypocrite? The people around us awed at her question as I kissed her nose. Sweetheart, your mommy called me a hypocrite, not a hypogriff. Remember that big pink thing she tried to give you? Well, both that and the surfers can be dangerous if misused. Yours, however, has a lot of safety features along with anti-villain gear. I don't want my little snowball getting hurt. She smiled and then smirked. Daddy, want to race to school today? The moment Mei heard the word race, she took off. I had to hop onto my surfer to catch up with Mei and Eri, who had left right after her. With Mei winning due to a little trickery, we all dismounted our surfers. I showed Eri how hers transforms into a small cap for her horn to prevent any accidental pokes. Once we secured it onto her horn, we headed to Nizu, who wanted to keep an eye on Eri this morning. When lunchtime arrived, Eri, May, and I sat in the cafeteria, drawing curious glances from our classmates in it. Deku, why is there a girl with a metal horn on your lap? I chuckled. Sorry, Kaken. I mean Katsuki. This is my daughter Eri. I just adopted her after rescuing her. Eri removed the metal cover. Can I show them the Snowball Express? I shook my head. Not inside, sweetie. You might accidentally hurt someone when you unfold your custom surfer. That earned me a playful slap from Momo. You seriously gave a 5-year-old a surfer? Those things are dangerous. May laughed and showed a picture of Eri's custom surfer. Izu went all out. I checked it over, and he has it equipped with more than 3 SSBs for all the defensive measures: shields, perfect cloaking, tasers, AI. Mommy, what's AI? May kissed Eri on the nose. It's a program with a mind of its own. Izu has it set to protect you without causing harm. Eri hugged me tightly. Thanks, Daddy. The class awed as I placed her folded surfer back over her horn. I'm always going to protect my snowball. After we finished eating, we headed up to class. Eri sat on my lap, and May was behind me when Mineta finally noticed my daughter. Hey, I'm Mineta. I can't wait to see what you look like in 15 years. I quietly handed Eri to May and grabbed the great pervert. I'll be right back. Mineta just made an inappropriate comment about my daughter. I dragged him out, the class glaring at him with disapproval and Aizawa smirking in the background. I gently knocked on Elvira's door, but when she said to come in, I tossed Mineta through the door and followed him. I'm sorry to give you more work, but I want permission to deal with this grape. He made a comment about my daughter. Elvira glared at him. What did he say? Something about looking forward to seeing her in 15 years. Elvira used her quirk to give him a fright, and we discussed his punishment. Once we were done, she released him from the nightmare, and we returned to class. Aizawa was playing rock paper scissors with Eri when we got back. Hi, Daddy. Mr. Sleepy taught me a new game. I keep losing though. I ruffled her hair as I tossed Mineta into his seat. Mineta had a little scare, and Elvira is planning his punishment. He nodded as I took Eri back to our spot. That's when we got to the important announcement. Now, as I was saying before Mineta's comment, usually we let 2nd and 3rd years do internships. This year, we are allowing everyone except Midoriya to get an internship. Midoriya, you'll be going to a special testing area for your quirk to see if you can obtain your license much earlier than most, especially since you defeated Overhaul, the League of Villains, and Lady Death chose you. I nodded, and Eri looked up at me. Is Lady Death a colorful skeleton lady? I nodded. Yes, Eri. How did you know that? Eri smiled. She visits me at night, calling me her surrogate granddaughter, whatever that means. I smiled back. I guess she kind of is Grandma Death to you. The class was momentarily distracted by Eri's words until Katsuki finally registered what Aizawa had said. What do you mean Deku gets to test for his license already? Why can't we test too? I froze as Lady Death appeared, snarling, Shut up, you nuclear Pomeranian. It's your fault Izuku is a Reaper. Eri shouted, Grandma Death, let Mr. Angry go. He's becoming like you. Lady Death instantly complied and hugged Eri. Hey, Snowflake. I didn't know you'd be here. Eri hugged her back and presented her with a drawing of us having a picnic. That's when I had an idea. Lady Death, can you temporarily bring a living person to their personal afterlife? She nodded as she set Eri down. That is a very specific question, my dear Reaper. Who deserves to see it? Zero caught on to my plan and wrapped Mineta in tape as he tried to escape the classroom. If I'm catching what Midoriya is hinting at, he's referring to Mineta. Lady Death quickly grabbed the wrapped-up pervert. Okay, what did you do this time? Did you make an inappropriate comment about my surrogate future daughter-in-law? Speak, grapist. He whimpered, clearly terrified. Lady Death, he made a comment about Eri. He can't wait to see what she looks like in 15 years, Momo said, backing away in fear of what might happen next. Aizawa, consider him on an internship in my castle. I'm sure seeing his afterlife will scare the perverted thoughts out of him. He nodded. As you wish, but there is a test today, and internships don't start until Monday morning. Please put him down. She dropped him like a sack of potatoes. Fine, just tell his parents I will be collecting him at 1 second past midnight. With that, she vanished, and Aizawa passed out the test while taking Eri up front to continue their game. I honestly had no clue what was on Mineta's test, but I couldn't help but smirk as I read mine. 1. Don't tell Mineta anything. 2. Write your name. 3. Wait 5 minutes and turn it in, saying that was easy. 4. Before anyone asks, yes, I made this just in case Mineta makes everyone mad. I will show you all his test after internships. The fool was sweating like crazy. I waited a little less than 5 minutes before turning it in. I brought Eri back to my seat and gave her a small, fluffy ball to play with. She squeaked and played with it for the rest of class. That's when Midnight walked in and saw Eri. Hey, Snowball, I thought you'd be with Nizu all day. Eri showed her the small fox ball. Nope. Daddy brought me to class today. I saw Grandma Death and Daddy gave me this. Midnight smiled and asked what Mineta was doing. I filled her in and she smirked. Think Lady Death will let me help? I shrugged, and we all went to choose our hero names while Mineta continued his test. I stopped Katsuki and wrote Ground Zero on his mini whiteboard. Trust me, it suits you, and I'd rather you not make Lady Death any angrier. He nodded and complied. After a little while, I approached with the hero code, Hell Reaper. Midnight was about to reject it when Lady Death appeared. All Reapers have the word Reaper in their name. It has been so long since I've had one, so please let it go. If you do, you can help. Midnight agreed, and she left with Lady Death to meet up with Elvira and assist in punishing Mineta. Mineta, your week of torment is just getting worse. I just hope it's not Class SS torment. I smirked as he relaxed, thinking it would be easy. Don't get too comfortable, Grapist. The rankings go from E, D, C, B, A, S to S. Last I checked, only Kane has experienced that level of torment. Class ended, and we left with Mineta looking like a shell of himself from fear. We all discussed and planned a class outing with Eri for the weekend. We went through with it, and Eri got toys and dresses to play with. I hoped Mineta would have fun with Lady Death. I stumbled downstairs and headed over to the school for my license test. Honestly, I was really tired from using a lot of my Hell Flame and from Eri having some nightmares. With my mom watching over Eri that morning, I was alone as I made my way to school on my surfer, wrapped in a sleeping bag. When I arrived, I got off the surfer and switched to another sleeping bag designed for mobility. After a bit, I reached my classroom and waited for Aizawa to walk in, as I had been told to wait for him there. When he entered and saw me in the odd sleeping bag asleep, he sighed. After waking me, he asked where I got it and instructed me to follow him. I tossed him a yellow sleeping bag I had gotten for him as I followed him to the testing area. The test area was Site Alpha, which still bore some burns from my SSB test. The first test required me to fight all of my teachers while defending a gem statue at the same time. The test sounds fun, but can I stay in this sleeping bag? Eri had nightmares last night, and I didn't get much sleep. The person overseeing the test wanted to postpone it, but I insisted on getting it done. I formed clones and created a giant moving shield shaped like a spider around the item I was protecting and myself. I dozed off as my clones defeated all of my teachers while the shield spider moved around, keeping me safe. I must admit, I startled a few teachers who were afraid of Bugs Present Mike, Midnight, and a few others I didn't recognize. Lunch Rush tried to wake me up with the smell of his delicious cooking, which my clones stole and kept away from him. After an hour of people trying to wake me, steal the gem, or defeat all of my clones, I emerged victorious. The main reason it lasted so long was that they kept breaking each other free. When it was done, I woke up and undid everything. Sorry I wasn't more serious about it. I really needed that nap. The overseer walked over and sighed. Since it took so long, I can't give you your license. But if you pass the next test, you will get it. I nodded, got out of my sleeping bag, and put it away, ready to go. The teachers removed their weights, and I had to do it again. This time, I needed to accomplish as much as possible before the 10-minute time limit was up. I smirked and replied, "Make the time limit 1 minute, and I will still beat it." He humored me and took his seat, saying to start. The moment he said the word, start, I froze time. I began to sing the theme song from an old movie series called The 10th Kingdom, with my clones providing the music a cappella. I took my time using rainbow-colored ribbons to tie all the teachers together. Once they were secured, I began to eat the food my clones had stolen earlier as I unfroze time. The overseer was greatly stunned when 1 second I was next to him, and the next, I was on a giant stack of tied-up heroes, enjoying gumbo that had been taken earlier. The teachers who didn't know me were shocked, while All Might laughed heartily. Well done, young Midoriya. What code did you use this time? I finished eating and hopped off. I just froze time and created rainbow ribbons that only I or my pixel clones can break. I untied them after the timer for a minute was over and received my license. With my test completed, I decided to spend the rest of the week with my family, earn money for them, and hopefully get a lot of sleep. When I got home, I showed them my license, and my mom noticed something I hadn't. Izu, you said you have a provisional hero license, right? Either this is a misprint, or they jumped straight to pro for you. I quickly checked and sat back, stunned. After she called All Might and spoke for a while, he came over. Something wrong, young Midoriya? Your mother sounded worried. I showed him the license and pointed to the part that indicated it was a professional license. Yeah, the overseer decided to make you a pro after you caught us all in less than 1 second. I was astonished and, after he spoke to my mom, he left. Mom and Eri took me out after we picked up May to celebrate my license. I wished we had just eaten at home. Halfway through our meal, a group of troublemakers entered the restaurant and used their quirks to force everyone to hand over their wallets and to get the manager to open the safe. When they approached my table, I continued eating as if they weren't there. Hey, broccoli head, hand over your money and wallet. I glared at the guy. What did you just call me? Do you not watch the UA Sports Festival? I slowly stood up and pulled out my wallet, revealing my hero license. They looked at it and attempted to attack me. I froze time, knocked them out, tied them up, and placed them outside on a pole. I returned all the property I could and left the rest in a bag before sitting down and resuming time. What a bunch of fools. I swear villains never learn. Everyone collected their belongings from the bag when Endeavor walked in. Who tied up the idiots on the pole and why? I groaned. I swear this afternoon is getting worse and worse. I tied them up as they tried to rob the place. Before you yell at me for illegal usage, come here and look at my license. He walked over and then burned it in front of me. I just see a fake license. I was dragged away by him and sent to jail. I was determined to deal with that mess later. Of course, I was released soon after with a new copy of my license. As I walked out, I saw my father smirking and talking with Endeavor. My son is an idiot. As if he can be a pro already. Provisional maybe, but not pro. Endeavor smirked. Yeah, I hope he doesn't get out for a fake ID. I slapped both of them as I walked by. That was for burning my license and for being Jarkus. Plus, I am a pro like you too. I showed them my license and walked away, giving them both a playful gesture. That's when they both sent streams of fire at me. I absorbed both flames and froze time. I tied them up, gagged my father, and placed them in a cell designed for fire quirks. I resumed time as I walked by the jailer. The two in the flame cell attacked me. I'd say give them a day to cool off before processing them. He nodded after I showed him my license and he checked it. I warped home and waited for my mom, Eri, and May to arrive. I was released, got my license reprinted, and rearrested my father and his fiery friend. I hope they both lose their licenses. After that, we played some games ranging from board games to video games until supper time. After dinner, we all went to bed with May and me sharing a bed, Eri nestled between us. Mom laughed and covered us with a blanket. I think I will fully divorce his father and find a new boyfriend. It has been forever since I had a real date. The day after the test, I woke up and headed downstairs to see May making breakfast while Mom and Eri played a small game of patty cake. I kissed May, hugged my little snowball of a daughter, and gave her a small gadget I made. With a smile, I put the gloves on her hands. Pretend you're throwing a softball, okay? She followed my instructions and aimed for May. As she tossed, a snowball formed in the glove and hit May in the back. May screamed as the cold snow went down her shirt. I quickly stopped Eri from tossing more as I braced myself. Sorry, hun, she didn't let me finish what I was going to say. I poked Eri on the nose. I have a habit of explaining an item's use before I explain what it does. Next time, wait a bit, okay? Now, as you saw, it launches snowballs. Only use them to play with people who know what they do. Not everyone is okay with being hit by a snowball. Now apologize to May. Eri walked over and hugged May. Sorry, Mommy. I just wanted to see what it does. May forgave her, and we finished breakfast. We all ate, and I headed out with Eri as I put on my own gloves. Anyone want to join the snowball fight? May and Mom laughed, saying they would join after the dishes. I smirked and showed Eri that if she pretended to form and shape a snowball, the gloves would make the snowball bigger over time. By the time they came out, we had roughly melon-sized snowballs. The second they stepped outside, the snowballs hit them, making May shriek again. After Eri and I finished laughing, I gave Mom and May their gloves, teaching them how to use them. For the next couple of hours, we had snowballs flying everywhere. A few neighbors asked why a snowball flew over the fence. They all saw us flinging snowballs and asked since when we had an ice quirk. Sorry, neighbor, we are just using a gadget I made. While I showed them the gloves, I got pelted by a lot of snowballs. After a bit, some people asked how much for a few pairs for their kids. I explained I'd need exact measurements and it would take a bit to make them. They eagerly agreed and went off to get the measurements and colors. By lunchtime, we were all damp, tired, hungry, and I had 50 orders for gloves, each with at least 3 pairs. As Mom and Eri, who was standing on a floating steps tool I made for her, made lunch, I set up another mini factory to make the gloves. When lunch was over, I set Eri down for a nap and watched some TV with May as Mom headed off to work. Okay kids, be good and don't do anything I wouldn't do. May and I yelled, making her laugh as she headed out the door. We must have watched TV until there was a knock at the door. We both groaned as I got up. I opened the door. Hello, how? You need to leave now. Standing there was my father again. Why won't he give up? I won't leave, son. You are to lift the restraining order or else. I adjusted my gloves and began to smirk. Leave or get pelted. Your choice, and I hope you choose pelted. Eri just woke up and walked over to me. Daddy, who is that? This set my father off as I knelt down. Eri, get your gloves on and get May, please. He is an exception to the rule with the gloves. What are you doing with a kid? When did you even have a girl? He grabbed my arm, and I pushed him away as May and Eri returned, gloves primed. You have 3 seconds to leave or else. He tried to grab me again. How dare you talk to me that way? He got a mouthful of snow. This stunned him as I laughed. Bullseye, Eri. Now begin the pelting. The 3 of us launched so many snowballs at him that he was actually knocked back a good amount. By the time the police arrived, he looked like a disheveled, snow-covered version of himself. They laughed as they dragged him into the fireproof truck. When will he give up? This is at least the 7th time. I nodded and, of course, got their orders for snow blaster gloves. I quickly got them from my mini factory and handed them over to them. Might be useful for riots, huh? They laughed and left as I took Eri to the nearby park. As she played with the other kids, I carved and managed the factory, bagging up orders with names and addresses. After a while, I decided to use clones to deliver the orders while I chatted with people about my quirk, my side jobs, and what it was like at UA, all while trying to support my mom and adoptive daughter. That's when a guy with a metal hand attempted to steal a carving. I warped in front of him and knocked him out, then called the cops. Sorry to call you guys twice in one day, but someone tried to steal from me. He's currently unconscious and I'm at the park. A carving. Yes, Yes, I will carve you something. With a sigh, I sat back down and continued carving, watching Eri as she tossed snowballs at the other kids. Eri, do your friends want gloves too? A round of cheers from the kids made us all laugh. While measuring the kids' hands and getting their colors, the cops arrived and took the guy away. They asked what happened and what I was doing. I explained, and they chuckled as the kids began a big snowball fight. I spent the afternoon carving and making gloves until Eri got tired. After depositing some money into the bank, I carried Eri home and smiled as she dozed off. Who else would be at my door but Endeavor? I sighed and gently woke Eri as I set her down. Eri, this person is an exception to the rule. What do you want, Endeavor? Did my father send you to threaten me? I put on my gloves while Eri instantly woke up and pulled hers on as well. Yes, he did. He said you attacked him unprovoked and nearly gave him frostbite. I sighed and popped my neck. Endeavor, I have a restraining order. That means he can't be near me at all. If you keep this up, I'll get one on you as well. That would make working together as professional heroes very difficult. As expected, he flared up like a spark on dry grass. You are not a pro hero and you never will be unless you support your father. His yelling brought out May, who was wearing an apron and pulling on her gloves. Today is not our day. Two hotheads ruining our day off. May, language. Now, you walking dumpster fire, leave willingly or I'll activate these gloves' true power on you. Your choice. May and Eri watched as I demonstrated the small bumps in the palms of my gloves, mimicking me as Endeavor growled. After a couple of tense minutes, he attacked us. The JRK tried to hurt my daughter. I was furious. I warped in front of Eri and let him burn my shirt away as I shielded her. Once he was done, I stood up and glared at him. How dare you? How dare you attack my daughter? He backed away as I transformed into a different Reaper form. Instead of a flaming skeleton, I became a skeleton made of ice. May, Eri, go inside and call for help. This sorry excuse for a hero is about to become a frozen dumpster fire. They ran inside as frost and ice began to form around me. I slowly approached him. If your first idea is to attack a person's child, you don't deserve a child or your license. He stared at me in awe. Your power is better than my son's. I punched him in the gut, freezing the flames there and up to his neck before they shattered. This stunned him and I kicked him into a tree. If you don't want Hisashi as your father, I could be. That made me even angrier as I froze the air around him, keeping him stuck to the tree. I returned to my normal self and slapped him, using my Niflheimer Frost to extinguish all his flames. You are the third abusive parent I've dealt with. The first was my own, and the second was Overhaul. That's right, I took down a high-level villain on my own before I had a license. I saved Eri from him, and you tried to hurt her. I'm surprised Todoroki hasn't tried to take you down yet. I'm going to get his mom out of that asylum you put her in. The cops arrived and dragged him away just as All Might landed next to me. One of those days, son? I nodded. Yep, first my father and then him. At least my father avoided hurting Eri. This dumpster fire went straight for her. I walked into my house. Come on, Surf Might, I think May brewed some tea. All Might stopped me, grabbing my forearm. Your back is badly burned. We should get it treated. Before he could call for help, I covered my back in Niflheimer Frost, healing the burn instantly because anything fire-related vanishes when the frost touches it. Sorry, I forgot he did that. At least I found another Reaper form. Niflheimer Reaper, the Frozen Death. Only Hell's Flame can counter it, and only I have it currently. All Might sighed and hugged me. I know you're unkillable, but don't scare me, okay? I nodded and headed inside, with him following me. Eri ran over and hugged me. Is that mean guy gone? I nodded. Yes, my little snowball, that dumpster fire is gone. She smiled and I got All Might a drink. So what's up, All Might? Enjoying having your old energy back? He nodded. Yes, it's awesome not having to worry about my time limit now that it's gone. I actually came here to talk to your mom. I want to ask her out. I chuckled. Fine with me, but she is still married to my father, so you might want to wait a bit. That's when my mom came home and walked in. I have news and a question. Who froze my front flower patch? I chuckled. Sorry, Mom. Endeavor attacked Eri, and I retaliated. She looked us over. Did either of you get hurt? I simply shook my head. She relaxed. I have started the paperwork to divorce your father. If he signs the papers, I will be single again. I chuckled a little. Talk about timing, huh, All Might? My mom then turned and saw him. I'm so sorry, I was so worried about my son and granddaughter that I didn't notice you. She bowed a bit, making All Might laugh. It's okay, Ms. Midoriya. Also, I agree, the timing is a bit crazy. Why is that, All Might? Mom asked as she sat down. I just hope your husband signs those papers soon. I was hoping you'd go out on a date with me. Mom quickly hugged him. I wish you had asked in high school. Been a long time, Toshinori. You grew up with All Might? Mom and All Might nodded before May called out, Dinner is ready, everyone. I made plenty for Dad Might to stay. All Might and Mom blushed as Eri and I headed to the table, laughing at May's joke. Dinner was enjoyable, we joked, had fun, and ate a lot. Eri shower and change into her pajamas while I began washing the dishes from dinner. May helped put things away, and we exchanged playful banter while Mom and All Might shared flirtatious glances. Get a room, you two. I teased, smirking as they both looked at me in surprise. That's revenge, Mom. You've been driving me crazy with similar jokes since May and I got together. May hugged me when we finished. Don't forget we need to finish designing my wedding dress. What? I exclaimed, looking at Mom and All Might. Yes, I already proposed. I did it after I rescued Eri. They laughed as May showed them her ring, which had a rather unusual band. I'm guessing it's packed with machinery? We both nodded, and I kissed her before she went to check on Eri. May tucked Eri into bed, kissed me again, and then headed home. Mom scolded me for not telling her sooner while All Might just shook his head. After defending myself for a bit, I went to bed, chuckling. This was going to be quite the roller coaster once Dad got those papers. Now, how did I end up on May's lap, content and purring? Oh right, that interdimensional villain. The day started off normally. I woke up, gently woke Eri, we brushed our teeth, and had breakfast. After we got dressed, we headed to the park where we played with some kids. Suddenly, a portal formed over the park's fountain. This one felt artificial, mechanical, unlike the ones I create. Kaken. I looked him over and noticed he had cat ears and a tail. When he stood up, he softly meowed. Deku, is that you? Please tell me I made it to the past. I shook my head. No, you're in another reality. What's with the cat features? I gently pried his hands off me as the portal closed. What do you mean, another reality? I shushed him and led him away. What I didn't see was Eri following us before she hugged me. Daddy, why is Mr. Angry part kitty? Hun, this isn't our Mr. Angry. This is another version from another reality. Eri thought for a moment. Oh, like Grandma Death? I nodded and patted her head. So, Bakugo, what's going on that made you create an interdimensional portal? He growled and created some explosions. Okay, Deku, who's this kid? Did I go to the future? I punched him lightly and ignited my fist with fire. Insult my daughter again, and I will send you back with broken legs. Bakety calmed down. Okay, not my world. My Deku only had one for all. I'm trying to go into my past to stop Kitty Claw. She's turning heroes into Nikos, like me, while villains become cats. I chuckled. Okay, Bakety, you want to stop a villain turning everyone into cats or half-cats? Really help without a date and location in your reality. He growled loudly. What did you just call me? I covered his mouth and glared. I called you Bakety to separate you from my Bakugo. Curse in front of my daughter, and I will take you down. Bakety relaxed, but his tail went stiff and puffy as a new portal appeared. Out of it came a Nico girl with green fur and eyes. I couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe you didn't recognize her as a female version of me. I bet she can travel between dimensions using her own tech. She purred as she laughed. I'm guessing he just said my name? Eri looked up at her and then at me. Daddy, why is she like Mr. Angry Kitty and you? This stunned Kitty Claw. Wait, you saved Eri too? I nodded as I stood up. Yeah, Overhaul is in prison, and I'm guessing you have a grape-headed pervert? She hissed. I hate Minerva. She keeps grabbing my tail and the boys, well, you know. I nodded. Eri, use Snowball Express to head home and watch some TV, okay? She hugged me. Hey, Daddy. Bye, Mr. Angry Kitty. Bye, Kitty Lady. She unfolded her surfer and went home. Wow, I think I found a new target reality. Maybe you guys have a better chance to reverse the ray gun. I stiffened. You are blasting people with a Nikkification ray to find the cure? She nodded and mewed a bit nervously. I took the ray gun and scanned it with my quirk before it suddenly exploded. When the dust settled, I was a green cat, and my clothing was on the ground. I didn't think it would explode. Sorry, male me. Kitty Claw tried to pick me up, but I hissed at her. If my fur could change colors, I would have been a very dark and bloody red. After she recoiled, I grabbed my watch and tapped Bakety on the foot as I fiddled with the strap. Okay, what do you want, Deku? I growled, hit his foot harder, and then tapped my watch. You want me to put the watch on you? I nodded, hissing at Kitty Claw when she tried to touch my watch. Okay, I get you're mad, but let me help too, okay? I swatted at her hand with my claws, very annoyed. When Bakety got it on me, I smirked and looked up at them. I hate it when my paranoid ideas are right. Now, Bakety, pick me and my clothes up, please. They were stunned as I wasn't meowing or anything, but my watch was speaking using my voice. It's thought translation now, so please do as I ask and get me home. I can't use my quirk, and the only other way for me to see the scans is on my PC at home. Bakety instantly complied and ran to my house with KC following closely behind. When we arrived at my house, May was already there. Okay, Izu, why are you a Nico girl, and why is Bakugo also a Nico? KC chuckled. I'm not your Izu. I accidentally turned him into the green cat. I nodded. Yes, she did. She's me from another reality, and this Bakety is from yet another one. I need your help to reverse this. May gently picked me up and snuggled me. You make a really cute cat. I prefer bunnies, but this will do. I couldn't help but purr at her affection. KC coughed, snapping me out of my moment. Not now. My computer needs attention. She sighed and pouted as she walked through the house holding me. I instructed her on how to activate a special part of my computer that interfaces with my quirk. As she began to work on reversing the situation with my help, she started to pet me. While we worked, Bakety and Kitty Claw played with Eri to keep her distracted. We remade the ray gun with an upgrade to reverse its effects. In fact, we made 3-1 for each of our realities, though May insisted on a bun gun instead. She transformed me back into a human, and I quickly created clothes from digital data before stepping out. We fixed it and reversed it. Now, next time you have a problem with a weapon like this, will you do me a favor? Just ask for help instead of using it on others. KC nodded vigorously, took her gun, and undid her ears and tail before heading back to her reality. I helped Bakety understand how to use his gun. He thanked me and promised to apologize to his Deku. He realized he had been a JRK, and while playing with Eri, he understood he should have been a better friend. I sent him back to his reality, and May hugged me. Izu, I think you forgot something. I looked up at her, since she was taller. What would that be? She removed my watch, turned me back into a cat, and put it on me like a collar. I think Eri should play with you as a cat for a bit. I glared up at her and tapped her foot playfully. You're mischievous. We just undid this. Just then, Eri made me laugh as she zapped May with the gun. She put May's watch on her like a collar. Since Mommy wants Daddy to be a kitty, so shall she. May started to protest, and I mentally yelled over her, silencing her each time she got close to cursing. After a while, she calmed down, and we played with Eri as cats. When Mom got home, we had to explain what happened, and we changed back for supper. While we were eating, Eri asked, "Can I be a kitty tomorrow? Or even a half kitty like Mr. Angry Kitty?" May said no, but I smirked. Maybe I can do one better, Eri. Come here, please. She quickly ran over to me and looked up. I gently picked her up and set her on my lap. After a bit of forming a new quirk and making it compatible with her, I gave it to her. With that done, I set her back in her chair. Daddy, what did you do? Yes, Izu, what did you do to our daughter? I smiled. I just gave Eri 2 more quirks, the ability to become a Nico or a full cat while still using her other quirks, and I made her able to walk on walls or fly once she masters walking on walls. Eri formed cat ears and a tail almost instantly, wiggling them. That's when I noticed she also formed paws and struggled to use chopsticks. Eri, you can keep the ears and tail, but no paws at the table, okay? May said, sounding defeated. Eri listened, and we enjoyed the rest of supper. I wondered how my classmates would react when I told them about today. A few days after the kitty claw event, I gently woke Eri, who meowed at me. Come on, my little snowball. It's time for school. She nodded and headed to the bathroom. Retract your cat features, hun. I haven't set up a hair catcher in the drain yet. She nodded and did as I asked while I headed to the kitchen for breakfast. Mom was already up and cooking. Morning, Izuku. I have a court date today, and hopefully, your father will sign the papers. If he tries to fight it, I will counter with the restraining order, him having Endeavor harass us, and Endeavor trying to attack Eri. I nodded and finished my breakfast before Eri finished her shower so I could take mine. Once we were done eating, showering, and getting dressed, we took our surfers to May's to meet up with her. May smiled, finally over being a Nico? Eri checked and shook her head, forming her ears and tail. When she tried to form paws, I poked her on the nose. No paws while driving your surfer, or I will remove your kitty quirk. Eri stopped herself and nodded as she placed her hands on the wheel. You spoil Eri and you know it, Izu. I laughed softly. There's the pot calling the kettle black. You spoil her almost as much as I do. You keep giving her candy apples, apple-flavored candy, and a few different sodas daily. You also made her a cat-shaped taser. Eri looked at me. Is that what Mr. Electro-Whiskers is? A taser? I nodded and we raced to school, with me finally winning. The girls love to cheat. The morning was simple, with Power Loader keeping an eye on Eri. When we returned to get her, she was in a jumpsuit, covered in dirt, and had cat-themed digging gear like Power Loader. She looked so proud of herself. I helped Uncle Power make a garden. I gently began to wipe her face as I chuckled. That's great to hear. What did you plant? She listed off the usual plants you'd find in a garden, with Power Loader helping her with the harder pronunciations. Can I make a garden at home with Grandma? May laughed this time. You'll have to ask her later. With Eri cleaned up, we headed to the cafeteria where everyone was. We all ate lunch together, with some people giving Eri, May, and me some knickknacks from their internships. Eri loved a toy cat phone from Todoroki. I'm sorry about my JRK of a father. Is it true he tried to? I nodded as I formed ice on my hand. Yes, he attacked Eri, and when I fought him with Niflheimer Frost, he wanted me to replace you. Looks like we both have horrible dads. Todoroki nodded, and we joked about our fathers. As we headed into class, Aizawa stared at Eri. Why does Eri have cat ears and a tail? Before I could answer, Eri said, because Daddy fought Mr. Angry Kitty and Kitty Lady. I sighed. I gave Eri a quirk after a little event that happened. Since this is the first day we are all back from internships, can we share what happened? I bet my Netta's story will be interesting. Aizawa sighed and pulled me into the hallway. You are to go first. Tell them you became a pro, and I want the Nico quirk as payment for delaying hero course activities today. I nodded. Okay, but I need to do that after school, alright? I walked back into the classroom and helped Eri back into her seat after getting her down from the ceiling. Bakugo had gotten mad at Kirishima and made a small explosion in his hand, which startled her. I will have to work on removing her instinct to flee later. Sorry, Eri. She purred as I calmed her down and shot a glare at Bakugo. Once things settled, I walked to the front of the class. Anyways, I have good news. I am now a fully certified pro hero, but I will be staying in class. My mom is trying to divorce my father after what happened a few days ago. Also, I need to explain why Eri is a Nico. I shared the story and showed some pictures that Eri took on my phone of Bakety, Kitty Claw, and of May and me as cats. Once I finished, I looked at my Netta. Your turn, my Netta. Let's hear what you did. He shakily walked to the front of the room as I sat down. As you know, I was in Lady Death's palace. I saw my personal hell, and I swear to work on my perverted ways. I was in a new class of hell known as Class P. At least I was let out every so often to learn to fight villains, so it wasn't completely horrible. I chuckled slightly as I checked on it. Once I did, I instantly closed the QI window I was using. Mineta, that is worse than Class SS. I understand how you feel just by reading the description. When people tried to ask what it was, I shook my head. You don't want to know at all. I regret checking it, and I have died multiple times. They shuddered and shared what they did during their internships. May said she worked with a company that makes self-defense items for civilians, like Ares Electro-Whiskers. After everyone shared their experiences, we all went to a big gym to spar for a bit. I went against Todoroki, using toned-down fire and ice to make it more even. After a while, Eri decided to hit him with a snowball, stunning him for a moment, and I couldn't help but laugh. You gave Eri an ice quirk? He asked as I melted the next few snowballs that came at him. Eri, we are not really fighting. We are training to get stronger. He is also not Endeavor or my father. She apologized and showed him her gloves. I then came up with a new move. Todoroki, can you form snowballs using your quirk? When he demonstrated and explained how he did it, I mimicked him and tossed a snowball at a nearby wall, where it suddenly burst into a flurry. Explodasno worked. So I can put fire in snow crystals. I spent a bit trying to teach Todoroki to do it before he gave up because he couldn't perfectly control both sides at the same time. I had May take Eri home as I examined Todoroki's quirk and gave Aizawa his Nico quirk. When I finished looking at Todoroki's quirk, I shook my head. I could have fixed this before the USJ incident. All I did was remove the drawback of using one side too long without balancing it with the other. I can make it so both sides can use either element, but there is one side effect that I can't change. Todoroki looked at the screen as he saw what I couldn't change. So my hair color will change depending on which element I am using and where? I nodded and showed him what his new hair color would be, even if he cut his hair. His hair would be mostly white with red tips, very similar to an old cartoon character called Johnny Test. He liked it and I edited his quirk. After a few tries, he created frozen fire, explodasno, and even accidentally generated some lightning by quickly heating up some really cold air. Todoroki loved the upgrade and said he would practice making lightning and his fused elements for this semester's finals. I nodded and headed home as he went off to see his mom. When I got home, I noticed an unfamiliar vehicle in the driveway, May's surfboard on the lawn, and the front door ajar. This raised multiple red flags, and I warped into my basement, where I found my mom, Eri, and May tied up. I motioned for them to stay quiet as I untied them. Okay, what happened? I whispered to my mom as I freed her. Your father is what happened. He barely waited 10 seconds after you left to break in and try to raid the house. He broke into your invention safe and destroyed everything. With her untied, I fixed the shattered creations around them. Okay, when I give the signal, you can fight back since they won't expect it. May, use the cat gun. Mom, use the mecha fists, and Eri, snowballs at fast speed. They nodded, and I warped into the living room, where I was grabbed by my father's and Endeavor's sidekicks. What is going on? My father walked over and slapped me. You abused your mom until she agreed to divorce me. You are under arrest for domestic abuse, lying to the police, providing false witness, attacking heroes, and kidnapping. I smirked as I looked up at him. Then why did you tie them up in the basement? He froze for a few seconds and began to head to the basement. When he opened the door, he was sent flying out the front door, knocking out some sidekicks in the process. Once he was sent flying, I made the room very cold. Now you all can let go of me and get unwilling accomplices, or keep holding me and face the same charges as him and Endeavor. All but one went outside to hold down my father. The final one got into a fighting stance and tried to fight me. Key word here is tried. When he began to throw a fireball at me, it transformed into a ball of ice and hit the ground, shattering. He attempted to fight for a couple of minutes until the cops arrived, and I knocked him out with a single chop to the neck. I dragged him out, we told the cops what happened, and they only took my father and the misguided fireball sidekick. Once the duo was taken away, I fixed everything the JRK destroyed and warped into a video game. I fought characters like Kirby, Bowser, Mario, and some demonic piranha plant. Once I finished that game, I logged into Minecraft and started battling hostile mobs or blowing things up with TNT. One of my favorite activities was trapping creepers in a TNT pit along with zombies, husks, and piglins, then igniting the TNT to create a spectacular chain reaction. When I finally calmed down, it was midnight. I had my supper and stayed up for the rest of the night. By the time Mom's alarm went off, the house had transformed. The kitchen was equipped with all sorts of machines to assist her in cooking, the living room boasted a new television, the leaky faucets had been repaired, the laundry room featured an all-in-one washer and dryer, and every room now had a large red button labeled, "Emergency Only." As Mom surveyed the upgrades, I walked in with my bag of tools and a small floating drone I had built. "Izuku, did you not sleep last night?" she asked, yawning as I had the drone scan her with various devices. "Why is it scanning me?" I took a sip of coffee. "So it can differentiate between you and imposters while keeping you safe. This is your personal defense drone. You can name and decorate it later." I finished my coffee and started brewing another pot while I continued building more drones. Mom hugged me tightly. "Honey, you need to rest. Your father is in jail." I shook my head, revealing that he had paid bail to be released just after midnight. I noticed this after I logged out of the games I was playing. "He might try something again since your court date is today. I pulled some strings for you." I completed a robotic kitten for Eri and a special drone-enhanced toolbox for May. When Eri and May came downstairs later, their respective drones scanned them, and Eri eagerly played with hers. We had breakfast, and I explained that the drones were meant to protect them, assuring them that the house was safer than Fort Knox should the emergency system be activated. After eating, I called the school to inform them that I wouldn't be attending today and that I would be escorting my mom to the courthouse. Tried to send Eri to school with May, but they both insisted on being character witnesses against my father and Endeavor. I nodded and created an army of pixel clones around the front door as we headed to the car. Mom thought I was being overly cautious until fire was suddenly shot at us. Endeavor was looking for a rematch, but he had no idea I was ready for him. I captured him and restrained him with multiple quirk-canceling devices. I called the police, stating that he had a court date, so I would simply take him there. For clones secured him to 4 solar surfers equipped with anti-fire gear just in case and flew him to the courthouse. Mom, Eri, and May got into the car while I flew above them with my clones surrounding the vehicle to ensure no one else interfered. Even other heroes joined in to assist. I was surprised when All Might, Aizawa, and Midnight arrived to help. When we reached the courthouse, all 3 looked disappointed in Endeavor. I escorted my mom, May, Eri, and their drones inside while my clones guided Endeavor. The judge was taken aback by the number of clones I had created and thought I was joking when I warned her. When my father entered a bit later, he attempted to speak, but the pixel clones who still needed a better name kept him away from us. Things took a turn for the worse when he saw the female judge and demanded a male judge. I demand a male judge. They don't get emotionally swayed, and if I don't get one, I will ignore the ruling. The judge quickly grew angry. "You will accept my ruling, or you will end up in jail for contempt of court." He grumbled but took his seat. I approached the judge. "Your Honor, I know the docket states that the divorce hearing should happen first, but Endeavor attacked this morning, as you can see." I pointed to the bound hero, and she nodded. "Endeavor, to the defendant's stand, and since you are here, Hell Reaper, you take the plaintiff's seat along with your mother." I motioned for Eri and May to join us as I took my seat. Why are they moving forward?" "Sorry, May and Eri were victims of Endeavor and my father. They wanted to see them both receive their sentences." The judge nodded and began by asking Endeavor for his version of events after reviewing the case file. He claimed he was just trying to help his friend with parenting me after a minor incident and that I always initiated the violence. When it was our turn, I stood up. "Your Honor, may I submit my memories as evidence against his statement?" This made Endeavor and my father chuckle slightly. "Hell Reaper, how is it possible for your memories to be added as evidence?" "Only you can see them," Judge Judy asked as I stepped forward. "I create memory modules. Memory type, Endeavor attacks." Once I finished, my QI generated a small sphere with a single button on it. I handed it to the bailiff, who passed it to Judge Judy. She examined it and pressed the button. A hologram appeared, displaying a third-person view of every instance Endeavor had targeted me. The final blow came when he suddenly attacked Eri for no reason as she formed a snowball. I handed in a set of snowball gloves and sighed as Endeavor tried to argue. How can these be from your memory? I don't see my entire body at any moment unless I'm in a mirror box. When he said that, the judge gave me a look that clearly said, explain. I pulled up a video game in a hologram as an example, choosing Custom Robo for the GameCube. As you can see, most video games are played in third person. My base quirk gives me video game aspects. I can see in both first and third person simultaneously. Judge Judy, you can use your eye tap quirk if you wish to verify this, or you can call the detective with the lie detector quirk. What I didn't realize was that he was in the balcony and signaled that I was telling the truth. She checked anyway and gasped as she turned off her quirk. She then looked at the court stenographer. Let it be noted that I saw both third and first person through his eyes. It was very disorienting. The stenographer typed it as part of their job. I then sat down as my father and Endeavor paled significantly. The court proceeded to Endeavor's sentencing. He was found guilty on all counts, lost his hero license, and was sentenced to Tartarus prison with no chance of parole. She also mentioned that all closed cases and claims against Endeavor would be reopened and examined just in case. The divorce proceedings began shortly after Endeavor was taken to a temporary holding cell before being transferred to prison. Eri was asked what she thought of my father, and she looked up at me. After this, is he still Grandpa? When I shook my head, she surprised us all by saying, good, I don't like him. He tied me, Mommy, and Grandma up, hurt Grandma and Daddy, and he ruined my gloves. Daddy made those for me. She glared at him, her expression fierce. Judge Judy glanced between Eri and me. She is your daughter? I nodded. I adopted her after I saved her from an abusive guardian. I'm sure you've heard of the overhaul case. She nodded, realizing she was the girl he used to make those bullets? I confirmed. He used her flesh and blood to create them. I adopted her and have been taking care of her while attending UA. If Eri hadn't been holding my hand, I might have lost my temper at my father for what he said next. No 15-year-old boy should be taking care of a toddler. Judge, please lift the restraining order so I can raise my son and granddaughter. My wife cannot do it properly. That last statement had May and my mom holding me back. Judge Judy noticed and asked, what does he mean by restraining order? I shared my memories with her. The time he slapped my mom while I was in my lab, when he hurt her after I expressed my desire to distance myself from him, his appearance at the sports festival with Endeavor, his lurking outside the police department hoping I would be incarcerated, and the incident yesterday. I obtained the restraining order after the second event. I want it made permanent and to include my mom, fiancé, and daughter. I will address that later, as that's not the focus of this court hearing. I sat down, glaring at my father. The rest of the hearing was swift, with any attempts to lie immediately countered. He was compelled to allow the divorce and to pay the overdue child support he had neglected for 10 years, during which he had only paid a fraction of what he owed. The judge then expanded the restraining order as I requested and ruled him guilty of all the domestic abuse. Against my mom, illegal arrest, and planning to bear false witness, among other charges I lost track of. His sentence was community service until the child support was paid off. Once that was completed, he would face over 40 years in prison. Judge Judy stated that if he used his fortune from being a top hero to pay it now, his sentence would be reduced to 40 years instead of 50, with an additional 10 years of community service. He called his bank and arranged for the money to be transferred before he was taken away. Just as we were about to leave, I noticed Kurogyari being escorted into the courtroom. I stayed to provide my character witness statement and explained the part of him I had removed. Judge Judy asked what I meant until I pointed to the parasite in a jar. She granted him parole for 2 years, and he thanked me. No problem, Kurogyari. I will always reveal the truth. I'm glad you are not being punished for something beyond your control. Kurogyari chuckled, very true. Now I need to find a place to live and a job. My mom quickly interjected, If my son trusts you, so do I. You can live with us and work as a sort of butler and bodyguard. No cost for living with us, and you'll receive a paycheck every other week." He agreed immediately and asked what his responsibilities would entail. "Mostly helping mom when needed and maybe delivering items I am selling. You'll earn a commission for each item you deliver based on its value and distance." Eri walked over and hugged his leg. "Welcome to the family, Uncle Kuro." "Kurojiri." He laughed and gently picked her up. "It's Kurojiri, but I think Uncle Kuro will do." She cheered and we all laughed. We went out with Aizawa, All Might, and Midnight for lunch, which we all enjoyed. Eri was thrilled to see Kurojiri using his quirk to warp an apple around the room. We watched it fly around, popping out of empty bowls and upside-down hats. After lunch, Kurojiri and Midnight escorted my mom home while All Might, Aizawa, Mei, Eri, and I headed to school. When we arrived, Lunch Rush asked what happened and if we were okay. I gave him a quick rundown to calm him down. He handed Eri a candy apple and returned to cleaning the dishes from lunch, which still needed attention. He was literally peeking out the window to check the parking lot because he liked me and enjoyed cooking with both Eri and me. We barely entered the classroom when everyone began checking on us. The usual questions arose, and before I could respond, Eri let out that fierce hiss again. Everyone, even Bakugo, backed away in surprise. "Let Daddy speak." Also too loud. The entire class apologized, and Eri returned to her candy apple. I settled her in her seat and explained that I couldn't discuss the court cases, only the outcomes. My mom is divorced, my father is in jail for 40 years, and his license is being suspended. I then asked Todoroki to talk with me in the hall since it concerned his father. He smirked and said, "Please tell me the book was thrown at him." I nodded and cast a quick glance at Eri, recalling the day he tried to harm her. Momo noticed the look and asked, "Please don't say he tried to hurt Eri." I sighed. "Yes, that's why I found my Niflheimer Frost. He lost his hero license, is in jail without parole, and all cases or claims against him are being reviewed." Suddenly, everyone radiated a fierce energy until Eri spoke up, "You forgot about Uncle Kuro." Everyone chimed in, "Uncle Kuro?" I chuckled and scratched her behind the ears. "Thank you for the reminder, Eri. Remember the Warp Quirk villain from USJ? Before he was taken away, I removed a parasite from his body. He was only acting out because of that thing. He is now protecting my mom because of what happened yesterday." I headed to my seat, and All Might patted my back. "It wasn't your fault. You didn't know it would happen. Now you all need to train. It's time to work on your specialty moves. Actually, I have an idea. Everyone to the same gym as yesterday." He made a call as we left the room. By the time we arrived at the gym, Kurojiri was already there with my snow glove factory. I smiled and shook my head. I should have seen this coming. I instructed him to type "Run A1 class" on the keyboard. He did, and gloves were printed for my classmates. I measured All Might, Aizawa, and Kurojiri so they could join in. No cheating and warping away. He nodded, and for the next few hours, we enjoyed a snowball fight. We all had a great time, but when Aizawa found some snow in his sleeping bag during a break, he panicked. He jumped up, clinging to the ceiling, and hissed, "Katsuwa!" Eri exclaimed, causing us all to burst into laughter. It was a rough start, but a fun ending to the day. It was finally Friday, the day of the semester test. I gently woke Eri and let her shower first. I installed the hair catcher in the shower, so you can keep your ears and tail. That got her up, and she dashed to the bathroom. I chuckled as I made breakfast while May drove over and my mom woke up. When I finished cooking, Eri emerged, brushing her tail. It was different showering with my ears and tail. We laughed and helped her into her seat as I headed off to shower. When I came back down to eat, I noticed Kurojiri doing the dishes. We chatted for a bit while I ate. Once I finished, I handed him a list of orders for Dielvoy. Then I went to school with Eri and May. Both of them took shortcuts during the race, so I rescinded their surfer privileges, especially since they weaved through traffic, which I had banned for good reasons. When I spotted All Might in the hallway, I playfully pushed him against the wall on my way to class. "You are a reckless surfer." You're setting a bad example for everyone who owns a solar surfer by weaving through traffic. You need to stop, or I will take back solar might until I think you deserve it. I gave the same warning to H1 and support. During support class, I didn't have a final due to all the help I had provided. Instead of being lazy, I created special devices that sought out the surfers. They attached themselves to the surfers and integrated even if the surfers were in storage. At lunch, when everyone wanted me to check their surfers, I reassured them it was fine. I had just added a special set of sensors and mechanisms to prevent traffic weaving. The devices would alert me when someone did it, and I would collect the surfers for a while. Multiple infractions would extend the collection time. Before lunch ended, I contacted the DMV to find out what it would take to require licenses. For surfers, I gathered the information and began setting up rules for writing them. Lunch concluded, and we changed into our hero costumes for our finals. The first thing I noticed was All Might being silly and collapsing his sail to go through the replica city windows. I pressed a button, and his surfer landed against his will. When he saw me forming a stick and running at him, he took off. Everyone completed their tests while I playfully scolded All Might for being a poor role model. After finishing my lecture, I collected everyone's surfers. You can thank All Might, but I'm making it so special licenses are needed for surfers. I was going to wait until summer, but I'm speeding up the process. I grumbled and sat down next to the rest of my class, who quickly moved out of my range. Bakugo shouted at me for taking his surfer, and I snapped back. If I knew idiocy was contagious, I never would have given these out. I've seen too many close calls on these. They are getting upgraded, requiring a license, and there will be penalties for breaking the law. Everyone scooted away even more, especially Bakugo, who had never seen me snap like that. It was then my turn to take the finals with Bakugo, but All Might panicked and tried to run. Katsuya caught him in his scarf and told him to man up. Since I had already given him a good talking to, I passed, even though it wasn't for the test. While those two talked, I handed Bakugo some vials of green powder and instructed him to add it to his dynamite reservoirs. He quickly complied and took my shield watch. All Might, it's just you and Bakugo, but he has one of my creations. That calmed All Might down, and he and Bakugo entered the fake city. Katsuya approached me. What did you give Bakugo? I smirked and replied, a shield watch and bubble blast additive for his left dynamite. We watched as Bakugo used the shield to deflect All Might's attacks and absorb most of the punches without trouble. When I heard a series of dings, I covered my ears and motioned for Eri and Katsuya to get ready. What happened next was spectacular. Bakugo pulled all the strings on his dynamite, and green bubbles erupted from them. All Might laughed and poked one big mistake in a field of explosive bubbles. Bakugo crouched down and hid under the shield as All Might became a living ping-pong ball. He was instantly propelled back into a new bubble. It caught and bent slightly before bursting him in another direction. This continued for a couple of minutes until All Might was blasted into a building. Bakugo simply left the testing area, and I walked in. Everyone watched as I fused the bubbles together. Once all the bubbles merged into one, I sent it up into the air where it exploded harmlessly. I quickly healed All Might and helped him out of the ruined building. I then spent the rest of the class upgrading everyone's surfers. By the time I finished, Mei, Shoto, who preferred we use first names, and Momo were facing off against Katsuya. I hopped on a simple hoverboard, grabbed Eri, and floated up enough for her to watch the battle. We observed as Katsuya performed acrobatics he couldn't do before while Momo and Mei collaborated to create something, with Shoto providing distractions. I watched them build a catnip cannon and quickly gave Eri a face mask. Keep this on, you're too young to smell what they're up to, okay? Eri nodded, confused but compliant, as they hit Katsuya with the catnip cannon, as Mei called it. Initially, there was no reaction except for him being stunned by the blast of catnip. Once the scent filled his nose, he acted a bit loopy and began to play with it. I made some notes on what else I needed to adjust regarding the Nico quirk I had given him and Eri. Daddy, what's wrong with Katsuya? He's acting silly. I hugged her and adjusted her mask. There's a plant that makes cats act a little bit crazy. I forgot to give you and Katsuya immunity to it. I will definitely do it later. I floated us away, shaking my head. When May showed up, I stopped her and checked her for any catnip using a scanner. When she asked what I was doing, I pointed to Eri. Luckily, she kept her mask on and looked up at May. After a moment, I incinerated every bit of catnip within the fake city, took Katsuwa to Recovery Girl, and began to work on the Nico quirk. The rest of class was filled with everyone talking and joking a bit about Katsuwa. I apologized to him when he returned from Recovery Girl. He laughed and said it was okay, just to make it so he could choose when it affected him. I agreed and continued to tweak the base quirk. By the time I figured it all out, I made the small change and gave it to Eri, ensuring she wouldn't be affected until she turned May, Eri, and I took the bus home once class was over. May went to her home while I walked back with Eri. As we strolled, she asked, "Daddy, why can't we use the surfers?" I sighed. You and May were being dangerous, weaving through moving cars and motorcycles. If you messed up, you could have been seriously hurt or hurt someone else. I don't want to lose you too. She nodded and apologized for not listening to me. When we got home, I was startled to see a stranger sitting on the couch next to my mom, who was asleep. Something about him made me very uncomfortable, so I put Eri in a protective bubble along with my mom. "Who are you and what do you want?" I demanded. He laughed. "Oh Izuku, I thought you'd know your own father. Actually, never mind that. Your mother thought it was Hisashi. I am all for one, and I am your true father. I created a plasma sword, ready to defend myself. You're the #1 villain, and you're claiming me as your son? Do you think I'm an idiot?" He quickly grabbed my arm, and I felt something familiar. It reminded me of a strange dream I had when I was 4 about taking and giving quirks. I woke up feeling an odd sensation and saw All for One. He knocked me out afterward, and I thought it was just a bad dream. Now I realized he had taken my quirk and was returning it? "Sorry about the pain I caused you for 10 years, son. I only did it so you wouldn't be called a villain. If All Might hadn't found me, you would have had this quirk back over 6 years ago." He hugged me tightly, tears in his eyes. "I want to make it up to you, my son. I can provide a sample of DNA for a paternity test if you want one." I pulled away and began typing on my QI. He watched me, confused, until I looked at him. I stepped back, shaking my head. "How is this possible? You're actually my father. Just added family to the info cards I see. You're listed there, along with your parents and brother, who have the deceased marker." My real father looked at me in surprise. "You can see things like that?" I nodded, using my quirk to wake up my mom and releasing Eri. "Mom, remember I told you I had info cards?" She nodded, covering her mouth when she saw All for One. "Please don't tell me a one-night stand is your real father." I nodded as I laid Eri down for a nap. "Daddy, is that man my new grandpa?" Eri asked. I sighed. "I don't know, sweetie. It depends on his future choices. If he gives up villainy and becomes a civilian or hero, maybe, but if he continues down this path, then no." She hugged me and then drifted off to sleep. I walked over to where my mom and All for One were talking. "Sorry to be blunt, All for One, but why now? Why not years ago?" He sighed. "About 6 years ago, All Might found me and nearly defeated me. I told him I would turn myself in. I asked him to let me see my son one last time before he arrested me. Needless to say, he didn't believe me. I knew he was telling the truth as I activated a lie detector code for the cards. You're not lying good. Now, you had that doctor lie about my quirk and took it that night. What is the quirk, and what all did you put in me?" He chuckled. "You're too smart for a young kid." Yes, I had my friend lie. The quirk is a better version of my own. Before he could continue, Kurogyri warped in, greeting us before stepping back in fear of All for One. "All for One? I thought your wounds kept you in that chair." I calmed Kurogyri down, suggesting he either sit in the kitchen or go to his room. All for One looked sadly at Kurogyri. "I didn't put that parasite in you. That was Shigaraki. He didn't trust you wouldn't betray him if I asked you to." "He's not lying." He sighed. "Do you not?" "Never mind. Dumb question. Your quirk lets you copy and mutate quirks as well as take and give them." I chuckled. "Sorry to tell you this, but Lady Death already lets me do that. She gave me the code, which allows me to view the world like a video game. I actually coded that for myself as an emergency function should I need to defeat a stronger villain. He sighed and nodded. I assumed so when I saw you warp similarly to Kurogiri, make flying discs out of a sleeping bag, and the solar surfers. I groaned. I regret making the surfers. All Might acts like a fool on them, and so do my classmates, fiancé, and daughter. He sat up instantly. You have a fiancé and a daughter? I feel ancient. You are a few hundred years old, and Eri, the Nico you saw me put to bed, is my adoptive daughter. He nodded. I'm guessing the Nico bit was your doing. I nodded and shared the story of that day, making him laugh and wish he had never been a villain so he could have seen it. I realized then that he had a pure heart, just a bit misguided. Before I could speak, All Might burst in, confronting Lady Death. I thought I killed you all for one. You need to pay for what you have done. He swung at him, but I caught his fist. Young Midoriya, what are you doing? I released his fist and looked directly at him. Trying to talk to my biological father. I froze for a moment, realizing the weight of my words. All Might's tag revealed multiple family trees, leaving me a bit confused. All Might, I see you have 8 family trees connected to you. One leads directly to me, another through my mom, and several others. Who was Nana? The mention of that name caused my mom to kneel, and All Might stiffened. She was my master, she gave me one for all. My mom sniffled, she was my grandmother. I scratched my head as Lady Death sat me down. Let me explain what you see, my Reaper. All Might's quirk was created when All for One gave his brother a quirk. The stockpiling quirk and his ability to pass on quirks fused into one for all. That quirk was passed down from one hero to the next until it reached your grandmother and All Might. If you hadn't jumped that day, you would have it now. This revelation stunned everyone, especially All for One. Who is she, and how does she know all of that? I chuckled. Dad, meet Lady Death, the true goddess of death. She made me a Reaper, saved my life, and gave me the code. He quickly stood up and hugged her, near tears. Thank you for saving my son. Please look after him for me. I know I must pay for my sins. She laughed and patted his head. All for One, you've mostly paid your debt. You must be a hero and try to raise your son with All Might as his stepfather. Everyone stiffened, except for my mom and All Might, who were both blushing. He already proposed and you said yes, Mom? She nodded, and I laughed, shaking my head. Hopefully, 2 new dads will make up for a horrible one. This made everyone laugh, and Lady Death went to check on Eri, only to gasp when she saw the cat ears. I rushed over to Eri and Lady Death, who was snuggling her as she woke up. I'm so sorry, Eri. You just look so much cuter with those ears. I didn't mean to wake you. Eri formed kitty paws, booped Lady Death on the nose, and dozed back off. Why didn't you warn me she was so cute? I shrugged. Sorry, I'm kind of used to it and thought you saw her every night. She shook her head and forgave me. The rest of the night was spent planning our first weekend as a family. May was going to have a headache tomorrow. The next morning, I woke up and headed downstairs to make breakfast. By the time I reached the kitchen, I saw my mom and All Might cooking. Kurogiri and All Might were talking on the couch when May walked in, taking in the scene. Morning, Tun. Eri is still in bed, and I have someone I want you to meet. May, meet All for One, my biological father. Dad, meet my fiancé. May freaked out and reached for her collapsible bat, but I stopped her. May, he's giving up villainy. He can't lie to me, and I truly am his son. I showed her my quirk with a link to my eyes so she could see it. She sighed and headed up to wake Eri. I let her go. She won't trust you for a while. One of your stunts hurt her family. He nodded and got up to set the table for breakfast. We all ate, with me sitting between May and AFO, blocking her attempts to stab or cut him. After attempt 112, I sighed, Hun, please stop. You're draining my energy. As an example, I made a hologram of a battery icon at 15%. She stopped and apologized as I yawned and finished eating. To be honest, I hoped you'd stop at the 12th attempt. Please try to at least tolerate my father. Have a bad past. but he is trying to change and I want to learn more about when Quirk started. She nodded and jokingly shocked me with a mini taser she had made. The battery icon popped up again, but this time it was a bit more charged. That's new. I didn't know I could absorb electricity. I can now eat fire and absorb electricity. I quickly made a note of it as I began to do the dishes, stunning everyone that I wasn't affected. Once I finished washing the dishes and putting them away, I got dressed and called Nizu to see if he was free. He answered and said I could talk to him. He asked me to be at the school before noon. I grabbed my father and warped there, startling Nizu with our sudden appearance. Midoriya, why so sudden, and why is he here? I sighed and showed him the data tag on AFO, especially the one indicating our relation. This stunned Nizu greatly. The smartest and strongest student in ages is the son of a villain? The foe and I chimed in, ex-villain. Nizu jumped and apologized. Sorry, but up until now, you've only been a villain. I may not know why you started, but still, you need to pay for your crimes. That's when AFO dropped a giant box, which he pulled out of nowhere, onto Nizu's desk. This box holds every single illegal thing on the planet that I did and did not create. Have fun. I stopped AFO from leaving. Nizu, I would like to make him a new teacher. Villainy, he will teach heroes to think like villains so we can do better against them. If he does anything against the rules, I will personally take his soul to the afterlife. This scared both of them, and they nodded as I put a special bracelet on AFO's wrist. Sorry, but just to make Nizu and other heroes feel safe, you can't use quirks without permission until everyone trusts you. AFO nodded and accepted it. I hope there's a clause if I need to protect myself or another? I nodded and warped us back home, where All Might saw the bracelet. Where did you two go so suddenly? I yawned and sat in my chair. We saw Nizu. AFO is now a teacher of Villainy 101, where he teaches about how villains think. This made May, Eri, my mom, and All Might quiet long enough for me to take a nap. After a couple of hours, I woke up to everyone playing a board game, with Eri napping next to me. I yawned and slowly sat up, making sure not to wake her. What did I miss? How long was I out? May hugged me. You were asleep for 3 hours, and your mom brought out a game called Shadows in the Forest. Basically, the lamp stuns the shadowlings, and to win, all the creatures have to meet up in one shadow. It's kind of challenging against your mom and All for One. If one is the seeker, they win, but if both are against the seeker, they win. Kinda infuriating. I shrugged and yawned slightly as I got up to grab a drink. I walked back to the living room and tried my luck at beating Mom and AFO in the game. After a couple of turns, I managed to freeze both of their shadowlings. This made All Might laugh, my mom start cooking katsudon because she bet I would lose, and AFO sit back, stunned. Eri woke up and stretched like a cat as she yawned. What happened? She saw me chuckling as I put the masks back on the shadowlings. Did Daddy beat Grandma and Grandpa grumpy? I burst out laughing as AFO insisted he wasn't grumpy, just old. AFO tried to quiet me, but I couldn't stop laughing. May had to take me to another room to muffle my giggles. Eri, you might need another name for All for One. Otherwise, your father will keep losing his mind. Eri gasped, where is Daddy's mind? Did it run away? I heard this and laughed even harder as I walked back into the living room. I didn't lose it, Eri. It's just an expression. I couldn't help but find Grandpa Grumpy funny. It really caught me off guard. Thanks for the laugh, Eri. I hugged her and sat down to set up another round. Everyone watched as I faced AFO in the game. It took an hour for me to win, but it was very close for either of us. Remind me to fear you if anyone ever makes you evil, AFO said, shuddering a bit. I put the game away and helped Mom set the table for supper. If that day ever comes, Lady Death will hopefully remove the code and my Reaper abilities. All Might and AFO nodded as they began to make drinks for everyone. We enjoyed our lunch, and May forgave AFO but stated she still didn't trust him. The afternoon was filled with lots of board games, with me trying to lower my IQ temporarily so I wouldn't always win. We went out for supper, and All Might, thinking ahead, booked the entire restaurant to avoid being bothered by fans while enjoying his food. After a while, as we were all enjoying supper, Someone broke in. I saw the data tag inside. What do you want, Katsuki? Also, how did you even find us? He was panting as he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me outside. I stepped out and saw some Nomu. I transformed into Niflheimer Reaper and dealt with the ones made from villainous people. For those made from innocent people, I cured them of their Nomuism and gave them quirks or slightly better versions of what they originally had. Once the mess was cleaned up, I went back into the restaurant to eat. Katsuki stopped me. Who was the guy between you and your mom? I've never seen him before. I groaned. You'll find out on Monday. Now let me eat, please. I swiftly dealt with Toga, knocking her out and having her arrested for identity theft as her disguise slipped away like mud. I finished my supper quickly and told everyone what had just happened. Once I was done, I looked for Katsuki. He wasn't home, in the forest where he practiced, or near the mall. After a bit, I decided to cheat and teleport to him. He was tied up in an alleyway with a wannabe charred Frankenstein and a gloomy Deadpool standing guard. My sudden appearance startled them both as I sighed. Okay, what's the scheme this time? Toga was already caught, so come clean please, Dabi, and twice. As I spoke, a mini pixel clone was freeing Katsuki. You caught Stain, and we wanted revenge, Dabi stated, forming blue flames in his hands. Twice switched between nodding and shaking his head as Dabi spoke. I sighed. I had no control over that. Lady Death had me catch him. Before you ask, yes, the literal entity that controls how and when someone dies. I blew some Niflheimer winds at Dabi, freezing the fire in his hands and healing some of the scorched bits on his skin. Toya Todoroki, I can heal your burns and help you with counseling for what that flaming dumpster fire did to you. I know what he did. I can even change your quirk if you want. He examined the iced fire in his hands as he listened to me. I then walked over to Twice. Jean Babaigawara, I can help you overcome your fears and worries in one move. I can prove that you are the original. With that, I punched him hard. It broke some bones and ribs, which was more than any of his doubles could handle. This stunned Dabi until I healed him of his physical damage. See, you are the original, and with some minor therapy, you can become a hero. Twice nodded vigorously and hugged me. Thank you so much. I am finally whole again and know I am not a double. I chuckled and patted his back as I moved the forehead scar to his hand. If doubt arises, remember this scar only appears on your hand. He nodded and made a clone as a test. When he saw there was no scar on its hand, he broke down crying, and the clone comforted him. I turned to Dabi and held out my hand to him. Let me help you. With you on the side of good, it'll make your brother happy. He was told you were dead for years, and your mother was put in a psych ward. I want you to have a perfect family reunion as I help your mom. He took my hand and cried a bit. I gently healed him of all his burned flesh and removed the staples used to keep his skin together. Once I was done, I changed his hair to snow white and gave him a weaker version of Niflheimer Frost, which would only put out fires, heal burns, and do the usual ice stuff, just a lot quicker. He noticed his body getting a bit colder before he regulated his heat. I had the pixel clone warp Katsuki home as I brought the duo to the police, where they received reduced punishments and therapy before I headed home at midnight. Once I was home, I crashed on the couch and slept in until noon. When I woke up, Mom asked what happened, and I filled her in before stretching and heading to the bathroom to shower. After my shower, I went to the kitchen to eat a lot of snacks and a plate of breakfast Mom saved for me. The afternoon was partly spent coding a therapy quirk that identifies the root causes of someone's mental problems and creates a foolproof plan to cure them. I also played with Eri for a couple of hours after she woke up from her nap and wanted to have a snowball fight. As we stepped outside, I decided to treat Eri and transform the backyard into a winter wonderland filled with snow. She was thrilled and somehow figured out how to use her tail to form and throw snowballs. When dinner was ready, we enjoyed our meal, played some video games, and then headed off to bed. The next day marked the start of summer camp, and thankfully, I had already packed for both Eri and myself. I was relieved that the weekend was over and hoped for a return to normalcy. I woke Eri up and encouraged her to take a shower while I moved our suitcases downstairs. After her bath, she helped Mom with breakfast while I took my shower. We all sat down together for breakfast, and I placed our suitcases on a small hoverboard. Eri and I walked over to May's house, loaded her suitcase onto the board, and hurried to catch the train to school. Once we arrived, I helped load the bus with everyone's luggage. After finishing, Shoto pulled me aside. "Izuku, were you the one who found my brother?" he asked. I nodded and stifled a yawn. He then bombarded me with questions, and I motioned for him to calm down. "Yes, I found him. He has to do some community service, serve a year in prison, go to therapy, and I gave him a freezing quirk. Now, no more questions." I boarded the bus and sat next to May while Eri settled in with Momo and Uraraka. I soon dozed off again and didn't wake until we reached a random cliff. I sensed a group of people approaching at high speed and handed Eri over to Katsuya. "Eri, keep the taser kitty ready and run if you need to," I instructed. She nodded as the wild pussycats landed in front of us. I shifted from a defensive stance to that of a tired kid. When Pixie Bob got too close to me, May, or my daughter, I formed a pixel barrier. Just a tip, be cautious around me, my fiancé, or Eri. I know how energetic you are and your lack of boundaries. "But I just wanted to feel her ears," she replied. I shot her a glare. "Maybe I'll give you your own if you keep a good distance." The four of them looked at me in confusion until I grew my own ears and tail. "Trust me, I can do a lot of things." This prompted Ragdoll to approach me and examine me closely. "I can't sense you with my quirk." "Why is that?" May slapped me lightly. "You're in defender mode again, aren't you?" I nodded and dropped it, causing Ragdoll to stumble back. "Holy crap. You're what I was sensing until a moment ago. Your aura is huge." I noted this and shrank my aura until it matched the size of most of my classmates. She tilted her head. "You shrank your aura. How powerful are you?" I waved off the question as I dodged an attack from Katsuki. He had just tried to punch me, and I sent him flying toward the camp, which was our destination. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." I put a bubble around him. With a yawn, I slid down the side of the cliff and started walking. "Willing or not, you'll end up down here, so brace yourselves. Katsuya, please take Eri back on the bus. I don't want her getting hurt." I began to run like a cat, using the trees to propel myself. Each time I encountered an earth monster, it was swiftly dispatched by the claws I created. I guess I can stay in battle Nico mode. Not my usual style, but it'll be useful for infiltration missions if I change my hair color and remove the freckles. I reached the camp and popped the bubble Katsuki was trapped in. "When will you learn not to attack me?" He scoffed and stomped off as we waited for Katsuya, Eri, and the wild pussycats. "Bakugo, where is Midoriya?" "I thought only he could pop the bubble," Katsuya asked as he set Eri down. He simply pointed to me, already asleep in a tree with a battery charging icon floating above me. Katsuya and Eri joined me, taking bigger and lower branches. The hero team grew a bit jealous, and Pixie Bob attempted to touch Eri's ears. I caught her wrist with my tail. "Try again, and you won't get the Nico quirk." She quickly backed away, and I hopped down quietly. "Thanks for ruining my nap." It's not easy taking care of a girl who has been through so much. She has made progress, but her nightmares are still frequent. I noticed a young boy and walked over to him. "Hello there, I'm Midoriya Izuku, Pro Hero Hell Reaper. What's your name?" I crouched and extended my hand with a smile. When he attempted to punch me, I caught his fist with my tail. "Okay, the Nico quirk is definitely a good one to keep." I looked at the boy and made my eyes glow momentarily as I changed the data tag back on. Upon seeing it, my ears folded down. "Oh, you're the water hose kid. I'm sorry for your loss. I'll let go of your wrist, but no more trying to punch me, okay?" I released him and he stepped back, stunned. "How did you know that about me? Did Aunt Mandalay tell you?" I shook my head and made my hand appear skeletal. "I have two quirks, which I call Quirk Vault and the Code. The Code is very versatile and lets me see things like a video game." When he looked confused, I created a hologram of the latest Smash Brothers. See how at the bottom you can see damage and lives. I can do that, but I can also see names, ages, relations, and their quirks. Yours may seem weak now, but with training it will eventually be stronger than your parents. He nodded and reached out to touch the hologram, captivated by its realism. I glanced at Mandalay, who nodded, and then I created a solid controller. Want to play while we wait for the others? He nodded enthusiastically, and we began playing, with me controlling my character. Once everyone arrived, I popped out, healed them, and ended the holograms for now. May joked about me adopting another kid, and I shook my head. His name is Koda, and he is Mandalay's nephew, so no adoption. Koda looked up at me. You have a kid? I chuckled. Yeah, I adopted Eri after I rescued her. With that, both Eri and Katsuo woke up with loud yawns. I gently picked up Eri and set her on the ground. Eri, this is Koda. How about you two play together for a while? As I spoke, I handed Koda some snow blaster gloves I had just created for him. After a while, the two were having a snowball fight and enjoying themselves as Katsuo had everyone start training. I was set to face all 4 members of WWP on my own. After a couple of minutes, I coded the area to ensure nothing and no one would get hurt. We began the battle, using only my Nico quirk, elemental punches and claws, and extreme flexibility that rivaled Tiger's pliability. The 4 of them struggled to land a hit as I managed to tag Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Pixie Bob a few times. When it came down to a one-on-one between me and Tiger, a flurry of snowballs came our way. The first 2 hit us, but we quickly learned to dodge and continued our fight. Eri and Koda decided to prank us while we trained. After a bit, I devised a little revenge. I formed more tails and infused them with elemental energy, doing it slowly enough that they didn't notice until suddenly a storm of snowballs flew toward them. The female members of WWV laughed as the mischievous duo yelled in surprise and ran away. With Tiger distracted, I caught him with my new tails and smirked, I'm now the king of cats. I set him down and apologized for my bad joke. I healed the bruising I caused and added it to the coating to prevent any more injuries. We kept battling, trying out different combos. One involved hardening like Kirishima, stockpiling, and a strength boost. That combo would have caused significant damage to the forest without the coated area. We all had fun, taking the opportunity to teach each other since I had a variety of quirks to use and decided to limit them. By supper time, we were all exhausted. I made a few calls using my quirk. I had Denki walk up and give me a jolt to recharge, then help me get the worn-out wild pussycats downhill to camp after his brief moment of silliness. By the time we arrived, a meal was being prepared for us by a team of my clones, Kurogyri, my mom, All Might, and AFO. Once supper was finished, everyone asked who AFO was. Here comes the chaos. Eri broke the silence I was trying to maintain as I figured out the best way to explain. Daddy, just tell them who Grandpa All for One is. That made everyone except Eri, May, Katsuo, my mom, All Might, and Kurogyri take defensive stances. I sighed. All for One is my biological father. The man in jail is kind of an unknowing stepfather. He gave up villainy, is unable to use his quirks, and when we return to school, we'll begin teaching Villainy 101 to help us better understand villains. Now, please stand down. Everyone complied, and Kurogyri warped the 4 of them home along with some leftovers. I yawned and went off to bed, ignoring everyone's questions as I was tired and needed sleep, even with Denki's charge. Tomorrow would be fun. The next morning, I woke up and used my tails to carry me out of bed and to the breakfast table after Denki woke me up. It was a bit unsettling for people to see me come to the table that way and slowly eat. Eri hugged me, and I patted her head. Morning, Eri. Did you sleep well? She nodded and looked up at me. Daddy, can I get a Snowball Express set but bumper type? I looked at her, confused, as she motioned Koda over. He rushed over. Eri said you made some sort of flying device that runs off the sun. I asked if you could make bumper cars with the same tech so we could have another activity. I thought for a moment and nodded as I continued eating. I can, but it'll take me about an hour to make one. Then it'll take another hour to make them unbreakable, fast, and very safe. I don't want you two destroying the forest. Both cheered until I looked up at Mandalay. That is if you approve of him getting a custom Solar Surfer made into a bumper car. I'll set up a way to keep a radius so they will battle in any clearing you want. She nodded, and both kids thanked me before finishing their breakfasts. May walked over. You spoil our snowball. I laughed. Yes, but she deserves it for what she went through. We all finished eating, and I started to build what they asked of me while the rest went to train. I completed everything in an hour, creating plenty of bumper cars. There were enough for 10 people to play at once, and I showed Mandalay how to set up the ring setter. The cars were slightly faster than normal bumper cars but much sturdier in build, and if the ring limit was removed, it would be pure chaos. I set them up and came up with an idea for fun after everyone trained. By lunchtime, Eri and Koda had played a few rounds and loved them. That's when Class B1 arrived and saw me getting Eri and Koda out of their cars with my tails as I pushed them out of the way and turned them off. Look at this, Class A1 can't live without the luxuries. I sighed and turned to face the troublemaker. Monoma, I built these myself for a little challenge later. Since you want to badmouth my classmates, I'll set up a special round of a different game between us. He laughed. Challenge accepted, you worthless villain spawn. His entire class backed away as I walked over to him and used a quirk blocker to prevent him from using his quirk at all. Call me that again, and I'll give you a reason to call me a lot more than that. Now shut up and go eat lunch. I already ate, and I have to fight the wild pussycats. I dropped him and started walking to a nearby clearing where the team of 4 was. He then made a fatal error. As he walked down to the lunch zone, he shoved Eri out of his way. Luckily, she used her tail to grab a nearby branch to keep from falling, but he still crossed a major line. I let out my aura without any restrictions, causing everyone to freeze in fear as I transformed into a skeletal figure and grabbed the fool. You will eat, and then I will oversee your training. I'm thinking a 10-mile run as a starter. Apologize to Eri, and I might lessen the harshness. He slapped me. Go to hell, villain spawn. I laughed, and suddenly a portal appeared. Wanna come with me? I'm sure Lady Death would love to meet another idiot who messed with my daughter. Out of the portal came Lady Death. What happened to my granddaughter? Who hurt her? I shook Monoma and growled. This guy did. He pushed her after insulting Yun, and I challenged him to a game afterward. Eri hugged Lady Death. Hi Grandma. Please don't be too hard on him. Maybe he just needs a snack? Lady Death picked up Eri and hugged her. Okay, my grand kitty. I won't be too hard, but he must apologize, or he'll face some serious consequences. Mineta, who was coming to retrieve B1, freaked out. Please don't send me back there. I laughed and pointed at Monoma. Not you, but this guy. Mineta relaxed but walked over. Trust me, apologize before it's too late. I still have nightmares from my time there. He led the others away as Monoma tried to break free from my grip. Eri walked over and playfully punched Monoma in the shin before rushing off for her lunch. I laughed and set him down a moment later. Eat and apologize. Once everyone else is done, Lady Death will take you for training. I began to shift into a more solid form as he punched me in the back. That was weak. Go eat before I lose my patience. I have a team to fight and a new combo to try out. Now go. I guess some people never learn, as he punched me again, aiming for my side. I shifted to pure emerald at the last second, breaking his hand. After he cried out, I healed him and sent him off for lunch. He couldn't copy the power. I realized that when he first punched me. Is my ability not a quirk? Lady Death nodded. Correct, yours is more like a seed of magic. Don't worry about it and call me Mom, okay? You are my surrogate son after all. I chuckled. I'll try to remember that. Be a bit gentle on him. Make his few hours between lunch and supper feel like a couple of months, not a century like you did with Mineta. She smirked and nodded. How many days is this camp? I told her and headed to my fight with the hero team. A few hours later, I tried multiple combos and was listing them when I saw Monoma get launched out of a portal and land at the dinner table. I jumped down to him and chuckled. Have fun with my second mom? He slowly turned to look at me. How are you related to her? I shook my head. I'm not. She calls her reapers her surrogate children. I'm currently the only one. Enjoy supper, we have a battle after it. I patted his back and went down to sit next to Eri and Koda, who I had to brush snow off. For my fight with Monoma, I let him copy any 4 quirks he wanted. He chose Shoto, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Katsuwa. He tried to blast me as I transformed into a skeleton. Once I was a skeleton, he attempted to incinerate me, but I turned his fire to ice. I have true Hell Flame and Niflheimer Frost. Fire and ice do nothing to me. He tried to erase my power, but I remained a skeleton. This made him frustrated until he tried to knock my skull off. I let him, but I bit his fist, which he had hardened. He panicked as I clung to his hand while my body continued to fight him. After a bit, I got him out of the arena and removed his copied quirks before reassembling myself. I win, but I can see you've improved from 10 minutes to an hour. I wonder if you train in quirk cloning if you'd increase the number you can copy. With that, I showed the bumper car tournament board, which was completely random. Scoring was based on avoiding collisions and causing them. The more you bumped someone, the better your score, while the more you were bumped, the lower your score. The 10-person starting battles were fun to watch, and the top 5 from each round moved on. We had a match between Eri, Koda, WWP, Katsuwa, Vlad, and me just for fun since I wanted them to feel included. Round 2 featured the 20 who passed, scrambled up. Round 3 was sets of 5, with 2 of the WWP as extra points. Katsuwa laughed as Ragdoll and Tiger flipped their cars by accident. After fixing them, the top 2 from each group, other than the WWP members, went against each other. The winner was Mei, which surprised me, with Bakugo in 2nd, Momo 3rd, and Mineta in 4th. For the rest of the camp, we had nightly bumper car tournaments with different rules and challenges each time. Eri and Koda loved bumper chess, as they were allowed to create chaos randomly and try to knock over custom bumper cars. Everyone had a laugh when the 2 went flying around the board and sometimes chased each other. When it suddenly turned into a snowball fight in the bumper cars, it was too funny. When we finished the camp, everyone was stronger and needed a small break. We spent the next month relaxing and playing games. Gem Izuku popped in for advice about something he was curious about, but that was the most unusual or interesting thing to happen. I hope he finds someone to love. It's a shame his Uraraka turned out to be evil. I received a call from the Global Hero Bureau at 6 a.m. the day after I got home from summer camp. It's 6 a.m. Who are you and what do you want? They stated their name and that they were from GHB. Oh, sorry, I just got home late yesterday from training camp at UA. Yes, I'm still going to school. You want me to do what? Be a villain for the license test? Okay, any rules I have? Don't worry, I won't use full power. How about I just reflect their own quirks against them? I won't tell anyone, don't worry. HM? No need for minions, I can make my own army. Just give me DNA samples of everyone. Just tell them it's to test their iron levels and such. Trust me, this will be a one-of-a-kind test. I hung up and stretched as I headed downstairs to begin making breakfast. An hour later, everyone got up and sat down to eat breakfast. Once everyone was done, I changed into shorts and a tank top and got ready to head out. Daddy, what are you doing today? I knelt down and ruffled Eri's hair. I'm going to do some community service and clean up some ruined lots. Mei and Eri perked up. Can we help out? I laughed. Sure, but if I say to stop doing something, do it. I'm doing this as a hero, and I need you two not to ruin my image since I'm just starting with the smaller tasks. Both nodded and changed into their work clothes. On the way to a deserted beach, I reminded them not to mention my ability to give quirks. Eri asked why, so I knelt down to explain. Let's say a villain needs a specific quirk for a job and has a quirkless friend involved. If I give them a quirk, I would be an accomplice in the crime. She understood, and we arrived at our first cleanup spot. The beach was littered with trash. I assigned Eri to manage 2 clones organizing the garbage, while Mei dismantled what she could, and I focused on crushing, moving, and incinerating the waste. In just a few hours, we had cleaned up the beach, and several community members joined to help. Many kids approached Eri to play, and she hesitated at first until I laughed and gestured for her to join them. Once she started playing, we finished our work more quickly and decided to let her enjoy an hour of playtime afterward. I had Kurogiri warp over my portable grill and supplies to prepare lunch for our helpers. After serving everyone Eri, and I moved to the next lot, which was smaller. An hour later, we completed the cleanup with just the three of us and a few clones. Eri had a great time here, guiding some stray cats away from the trash piles and playing with the kittens we found. There were over a dozen cats and nearly twice that many kittens, and I anticipated the question that would come. Daddy, can we keep them? May and I exchanged glances and I shrugged. Let's see if any have owners first. If they don't, I'll let you keep a few, but you'll have to help take care of them, okay? She nodded enthusiastically and began talking to them. Curious, I activated my Nico ears, making them appear mechanical. Unbeknownst to me, Eri could actually understand cats thanks to her quirk. May, I think I made a little mix-up with the Nico quirk. Eri and I can communicate with cats now. This surprised the cats, and one adventurous kitten climbed a tree to get closer to me. Kitten, you can understand me too, human? Me, yes, I'm Midoriya Izuku, but you can just call me Izuku. What's your name? Kitten, we usually go by our colors until a human names us. Me, that makes sense, but it's a bit tricky since there are 3 orange and white ones. Kitten, true, but I'm the smallest so you can call me Runt Orange Stripes. I extended my hand, and the little kitten settled on it. How about I name you Fortune? You may be the smallest, but I sense you're special. Fortune tilted her head as I scratched behind her ears. You can actually climb any surface without your claws. You have a power we humans call a quirk. You're the first animal I've met with one. This prompted Fortune to climb a smooth piece of metal, and she was thrilled until she lost focus and slid down onto Eri's head. Sorry, Eri. Did I hurt you? Eri shook her head and gently petted Fortune until she dozed off. I checked the other cats and found none had chips, quirks, or unusual mutations. They all had thumbs, but that was it. The other kittens seemed envious of Fortune, so I reassured them that maybe they would develop quirks too. If they didn't after a year, I would consider giving them quirks if they behaved well. The cats relaxed, their expressions indicating they were relieved. May and I finished the lot, and we had Eri pretend to be the Pied Piper for the cats, which everyone enjoyed, and some even recorded it. When we returned home, my mom, dad might, all for one, and Kurogiri all gave us skeptical looks. It was quiet until they saw Fortune climb the wall and perch on the ceiling, which piqued AFO's curiosity. Did you give that kitten a quirk? I shook my head. Fortune, please come down. We need to clean you and give your family names. She sighed. Fine, but it feels nice up here. I chuckled. Come down, and I'll set up a cat bed up there so you can nap without worrying about falling. Fortune then dove down onto Eri's head. I sighed and gave all the cats a nice bath, dried them off, and named them, stopping one who had just developed her quirk. This little fluffy creature could manipulate water and was playfully splashing her siblings. Katara, stop splashing everyone. Just because you have a quirk now doesn't mean you can misuse it. I temporarily blocked her quirk, causing her to tumble back into the tub, which made the other cats laugh. After drying her off again, I created a cat quirk board. It included a picture of each cat, their given names, and a space for their quirks, which we would fill in later. I also made special headsets for everyone except Kurogiri, who received a handheld device that would translate cat sounds into English. Just then, Bakugo walked in looking confused. Okay, Deku, what's going on? I replied, 1. Watch your language. 2. These are our new pets. 3. So far, 2 of them have natural quirks. He laughed at that until Katara playfully splashed him with water from my glass. Katara, thank you for proving my point, but next time, ask someone to turn on the sink. I grabbed a ladder and climbed it to set up Fortune's ceiling bed. Fortune, of course, circled around me as I worked on it. So one can control water and the other does what? Bakugo asked, glancing at Fortune. Eri replied, Fortune can walk on any surface without using her claws. Fortune chuckled. Is he an idiot or just a blonde? Eri gasped. Bakugo isn't dumb, Fortune. He just thinks everything is beneath his giant ego. Bakugo looked confused for a moment, then his expression turned furious. Which furball insulted me? I sighed and tossed him a headset. Put that on and listen. I finished setting up Fortune's bed, and she sat down in it. Is he always this short-tempered, or is it just because he's a blonde? Bakugo smirked. Always angry, you little furball. Now apologize before I turn you into dinner. Eri then playfully nudged him. Bad Mr. Angry. You will not cook my kitties. Just then, I received a phone call from Katsuya. Hey, Katsuya, what's up? Why do I understand my cats? He asked. I chuckled. Eri and I just figured that out too. It seems that because we are part cat, we can understand them. Also, do you have any tips on what's best for cats and kittens? We found a bunch of cats, and some are developing quirks. He hung up after I told him how many cats I had. Everyone, step away from the door and open it. I have a feeling Katsuya is about to burst in. About half an hour later, Katsuya entered with multiple bags of food, cat toys, and his 6 cats. We spent the next hour talking with him, learning about the cats, and brainstorming some quirk-proof cat items. One of the new cats developed a quirk, and I named him Thunder because he could create storm clouds to ride and even manipulate the weather. We had to establish rules for quirk usage among the cats. Later, we called Nizu, who was surprised until he heard me scold Thunder for zapping me with lightning. Now there's a class for animals with quirks, and I need to create floating cat carriers and other supplies before classes start in a month. Hopefully, the house holds up long enough. Daddy! One of the kittens is now a giant kitty. Oh no. Mom, please talk to your realtor. We need to move and I'll help pay for it. I stumbled into the small backyard. Okay, Titan, shrink back to kitten size. That's a good girl. I rewarded her with a treat after she complied. Yes, moving is definitely a top priority right now. I woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Titan. It's midnight, you're in giant form, and you liked my face. What's so urgent? Titan shrank down. More of us got quirks. I sighed and rolled to the side as a cat dove onto my bed. Fortune, why did you decide to pounce on me? She meowed. Sorry, I thought you were still asleep and was just building up momentum. I groaned and got up. Okay, which one's got quirks? I stumbled downstairs, where I saw Kurogiri playing with a kitten that looked just like him. After a moment, I watched the kitten create warp gates and start sneak attacking Kurogiri. Well, Kurogiri, looks like you have a mini-giri. The kitten and he nodded as I wrote it on the board. I had the kitten tell me his pre-quirk name and took a picture of his new look. After a few more minutes of naming the newly quirked cats, I sat down and pulled out Fruit Ninja on my QI. As I played with a bamboo sword, a small kitten gently pawed at my leg. I paused the game and knelt down. Yes, Star Mark. Can I play? It looks like fun, the kitten replied, standing on her hind legs and grabbing a pen off the table to use as a sword. I chuckled and gave her a small QI screen to join me. Better score wins? She nodded and the game began. Honestly, I was distracted by the adorable kitten playing, so I didn't perform my best, but I still won. We played for a few hours, and I noticed that Star Mark was improving at an incredible rate. After a while, we started to always tie, so we decided to try a new game. That's when she summoned her own QI. I watched her find Minecraft and create her own control scheme before playing it with me. Gamepaw, your quirk is just like mine. Now I wonder how the others will develop quirks. A few days later, after several more kittens formed quirks, we moved into a full mansion with May's family. While Mom, All Might, All for One, and I were busy, May was talking to her parents. What none of us knew, because honestly, I didn't care, was that May was quite wealthy. She was also staying in an apartment close to UA, so she wasn't always in a limo like Momo. Her parents owned and ran a support gear company. May's mother and father met me at a cafe I frequented with my collection of quirk kittens. The cafe workers enjoyed the kittens, especially one named Shadowling. That little rascal could form tentacles from shadows and use them to help the workers. At home, he just used it to steal my Katsudon. When we first met, May's mother was very standoffish, but her father was eager to learn all he could about me. When I saw his quirk, I quickly examined his tools and healed the chipped ones while strengthening a few of the weaker ones. After that, I gave him more tools and backed away, blushing. I apologized, saying it was a habit to heal and boost those I could. When May's mom approached, I relieved her migraine and enhanced her eyesight. After that, I had to catch the Kitten twins, who were just developing their quirks. Both inherited May's father's quirk, but their tails became tools instead of their paws. They were aptly named Gadget and Gizmo. When they saw the twins and noticed the others with quirks, they both said simultaneously, "Tell your mom to pack up. We have plenty of room at our place." They tried to hire movers, but with Kurogyres, his kitties, and my quirks, we just warped everything over ourselves. After moving in, Gamepad, Minigiri, and a cat now named Duplicity warped into Vamp Izuku's reality. Gamepad is now renamed Cyberpaw, and Minigiri is now Kuro Kitty. I caught up with Vamp and his Momo before letting out some frustration on their overhaul. Of course, I copied all his quirks this time. Some interesting ones were included. May's parents were not very happy about being called Grandma and Grandpa at first until I explained why I have Eri. Now they were getting into it, but they sometimes freaked out when called Grandma or Grandpa. When class started back up, I had a Solar Surfer license test set up. Most of the Surfer owners took it, and Eri was thrilled to have hers back, having passed the test with nearly 100%. All Might barely passed with an 85%, just 1 point above the failing mark. After I handed back the Surfers, everyone flew home safely. I had to give All Might a warning before he took off. Unfortunately, he didn't listen, and I playfully tapped him on the head with a newspaper. "All Might, this is why I insisted on a license requirement for the Surfers. If I check your board's data and find you were weaving through traffic, I'll have to revoke your license for a year." All Might immediately straightened up and flew normally. I returned to May and Eri, who were both shaking their heads. "Grandpa Might is such a goof." I nodded in agreement and hopped onto my Surfer. "Let's head home. We have class tomorrow." We flew back to the mansion, where May's mom was upset. "What are those things and why does Eri have one?" I explained the Surfers, showed her all the features I had added for Eri, and shared the licenses and Eri's impressive score. She was stunned but eventually relented when I showed her the patent for my inventions. The next day at school, Eri was playing with the kittens, helping them learn quirk control. May and I were working on an Iron Man suit as a joke. We had it mostly built when it was time for hero class. Katsuo was delighted to see the kittens and welcomed them all by name. When they corrected him, he apologized. Everyone in class A1 was shocked as the kittens walked in. When they saw Kuro Kitty, they all looked at me. Did the female Nico come back? I shook my head and explained what had happened, making them relax. Ashido started playing with a quirkless kitten and showed off her quirk when the kitten suddenly turned pink, sprouted horns, and mimicked her. Well, that proves kittens actually choose a quirk they see in action and gain it. Acid Fong is your new name. The kitten nodded and perched on Ashido's head for the rest of the day. By the end of the day, every classmate had their own kitten mimic. The funniest part was that Kaken's kitten looked like a Pomeranian. He was really annoyed by that but was managing to deal with it. For class, everyone was creating super moves while Ectoplasm, Duplicity, Cyberpaw, and I created clones for everyone to use. Everyone was in sync with their kittens, having fun creating combos together. All week, they practiced and got stronger while Cyberpaw and I discussed my role as a villain and how Class A1 now had kittens with quirks, which could be considered support animals. After explaining it, they allowed it and let me have Cyberpaw assist me. When the Provisional Hero license test happened, they would be in for a surprise. I grumbled as Izuku called me to say he couldn't watch me take the license test to become a hero. It felt so unfair. He worked day and night as a hero and a student, and on the one day he asked off, he didn't get it. So not fair. I was fuming on the bus ride to the test area, but Momo calmed me down. After a bit, she said, "Remember that day you decided to join Class 1A? I looked at her. "Yeah, you asked if we could do it together. I'm guessing you didn't mean creating inventions." She shook her head, laughing. "No, but your answer, 'Yes, we have made some babies together,' really made me think differently." I face-bombed when I heard that. No wonder Izuku keeps correcting me in front of Eri. He was afraid she'd get in trouble for hearing us say that. This made everyone who heard it laugh, even Katsuo, who was currently entertaining Eri and her kitten. One seemed to have bonded with her and had a habit of sending plastic mice flying everywhere. We called him Vector because he loved to speed things up, not slow or rewind them. After we arrived, we met a few other schools and headed into the arena. The first challenge was to get 3 people out by hitting their targets with ball. Luckily, Izuku had warned us to be on guard since everyone would know part of our quirks from the sports festival. It was fun, especially with Gizmo on my side. He and I began to create items and plan our attacks. People were not happy that we had kittens on our shoulders or attacking alongside us. Bakugo and Blast Cat, as I called him though I couldn't remember the silly name Bakugo gave him, were the most dangerous duo, flying around, diving to blast the extras, and even accidentally blowing up one of my inventions. We all passed the first round and took a short break in the room for those who advanced. I yelled at Bakugo while others backed away because I had called my invention a baby. Once I calmed down, Izuku suddenly appeared and sighed. By baby, she means invention support gear. She views them as her own children since her sweat and blood go into them, so please calm down. No one was harmed in a literal sense. Everyone settled down and I hugged him. So, are you here to watch the second half of the test? He laughed and nodded as Cyberpaw appeared in the room as well. Izuku, can we play while we wait? You owe me a rematch in Smash Brothers. Everyone's jaws dropped as she spoke clear English. Blast Cat glared and meowed. How come you're speaking English so clearly while we can't? Izuku chuckled. I made a device that looks like a collar for instant translation. I'll make you all collars later, okay? The resounding demand of, make them now, filled the room, startling everyone. Izuku sighed and copied Cyberpaw's design, edited them to match their costumes, and passed them out to the Quirk kittens. Soon, the kittens began to speak, and people around asked why the kittens had quirks and were so smart. Izuku explained that he found them and they seemed to gain the quirks of whoever they thought was cool or bonded with. That's when Cyberpaw created her QI and said, Izuku, we need to go. The second part is about to start. He nodded and vanished with Cyberpaw right after. We were suddenly warped back into the arena and watched as it transformed into ruins, with Izuku blasting them with a weapon that looked like it was from a video game. I couldn't tell if it was from Halo or Fallout. He then floated down close and yelled, there are professional victims throughout the city, and you all must rescue them. Have fun as Cyberpaw and I kinda went overboard. Cyberpaw bowed, I apologize, but I now understand why destruction games exist. They both warped away, and we began rescuing people. We managed to save about half when an army of fake villains suddenly invaded the arena. Using my zoom quirk, I saw that it was a mix of vampires, gem statues, robots, and some strange flying flaming skulls. They charged out, trapping heroes in training who had ventured out alone. When others rescued the heroes and forced the villains to retreat, I helped by blasting the flaming skulls with water from a broken pipe. They had gone all out building the city for the test. After a while, the villains began to draw. What in the world? Why were they using blood from the trainees taking the test and from the professional victims to create a summoning circle? What kind of bizarre test was this? That's when a giant skeleton was summoned, pieced together from machines, gems, various elements, and parts of the arena. Suddenly, we heard over the speakers, those are real villains. The fakes were found unconscious in the back along with the heroes who came with you. Fight with all you have. Everyone froze, sharing a single thought. So this is how we die. What a way to go. I panicked, trying to devise a plan. Our test had been hijacked by vampires, living gems, robots, flying skulls, and a giant skeleton. The skeleton had been summoned like dark magic from video games. According to those games and horror films, if you break the summoning ring, the summoned creature vanishes. Now I needed to tell the others without the villains overhearing. Gizmo, can you inform the others to destroy the blood circle on the ground? Do it quickly and quietly. My cat dashed off, and I prepared for my assault. After a moment, I launched myself at the giant hodgepodge skeleton, attempting to unscrew the robotic parts on its body. I managed to loosen a couple of ribs before being knocked away. I couldn't help but laugh as the ribs landed on the army. Once that was done, Todoroki and Momo unleashed ice, fire, and cannonballs at the army. As those two distracted them, more joined in while the rest moved the injured further away. After a while, I used some mixed parts from the summoned rubble skeleton to create a dirt cannon. Once I built it and aimed, I fired at the army. At that moment, Bakugo suddenly flew by and destroyed the summoning circle, causing the rubble skeleton to fall apart and vanish. With the major threat gone, we all worked together to finish off the remaining minions when we heard clapping. As we looked around for the source, we saw a man covered in tattoos, holding a scythe and floating in the air, chuckling, "You defeated my sorcery. Good job, saplings. Too bad I can't let you live knowing the secrets of my magic." He began to chant something that was a mix of English, Latin, and something else. Once his chanting finished, all of his defeated minions were drawn to him, and he consumed them. They didn't shrink or turn into energy. Instead, Tattoo, as I labeled him, had his jaw dropped to an unnatural length as he devoured his minions. Once they were all consumed, his arms split into 4 sets. His original arms, a robotic pair, a red gem set, and a set with long, sharp claws. "I am Shadow Reaper. I will eliminate all of you." I froze. Lady Death said Izuku was the only Reaper. Fakes are punished by Izuku and Lady Death. Shadow Reaper laughed. She created me back when the Black Plague was rampant. I split from her and gained unimaginable power. Now I will give you 2 options, bow or perish. The entire testing arena shouted, "We'd rather perish than bow down to a villain." What happened next was extraordinary. Everyone who wasn't defending the injured attacked him. There were some impressive combos, like a fire tornado, water and lightning, and what I think was acid and machinery. After a few minutes, he and all the attacks suddenly vanished in a beam of light with Izuku at its base. My boyfriend had consumed the villain. He then coughed a bit and spat out some machinery. Tungsten tastes terrible. Is everyone okay? He healed everyone who was hurt and apologized for getting distracted by a decoy attack that Shadow had set up. After that, he stood up with the test conductor, who looked exhausted. "Everyone, I was supposed to be your villain in this test, but I fell for a decoy villain attack. I'm sorry for being misled, but I'm glad you all kept him pinned in place. Otherwise, many of you would be in serious danger." Everyone stiffened and murmured at Izuku's words. "In light of your teamwork and the prevention of any casualties, you all passed the test. But as Izuku said, be cautious, some powerful villains are still out there. Just because you have a license doesn't mean you are invincible." We all received our provisional licenses, and I saw Izuku head into the tunnels where the teachers and his team of fake villains were. He looked so sad. I walked right to the observation room and sighed, "Did you think they bought it?" Katsuya and Nizu both nodded, along with all the teachers from other schools. "You did well, but why the name Shadow?" Katsuya asked as Ms. Joke played with his ears. I glanced at a napping Eri, whom I had knocked out to prevent her from accidentally revealing I was the test villain. Because I defeated a shadow of regret a while ago, one I wish I had done more to confront in this reality. Also, because I consumed the real Shadow Reaper last week. Everyone stiffened in shock. Nizu was the first to regain his composure. "You're telling me Shadow Reaper was a real Reaper?" I nodded. Reapers only die if another Reaper consumes them. There are still a few hundred out there. Hopefully I am stronger than them, as some are older than the earth. I gently woke Eri and carried her down to May, where I congratulated her on passing. I hoped that when the time came, everyone would be strong enough to help me face the first. I walked downstairs and jumped over Titan and Flash racing through the mansion. "Both of you need to stop that. Race outside on the dirt bike track." When they didn't listen, I warped them out onto the track. Eri meowed softly as she slid down the banister while May chased her. We all had breakfast when I received a call from Mom and Dad Might. "Izuku, you need to come to the hospital. All for One is dying." I dropped my food and rushed to my surfer, breaking several rules to get to the hospital. Once I found the room, Mom and Dad Might left me alone with him. "I'm sorry, Izuku, I shouldn't have tried to take them alone." "Save your breath, Dad. I might be able to save you." Just then, Lady Death appeared and stopped me. "I am sorry, my young Reaper, But his time is now. If you save him, his soul will decay and transform him into a demon. Let him die a hero. I nodded, and Dad gave me all of his quirks before he suddenly passed away. Lady Death escorted his soul to eternal rest, and I cried. Dad, Might, and Mom walked in and helped me return to the mansion. They explained what had happened. Dad, Might, was busy buying groceries to help out at the Hatsune mansion while Mom and All for One were picking out collars for the kittens and setting up appointments to get them chipped. While they were occupied, a man under the influence of Trigger attacked the vet's office. This drugged individual was wreaking havoc, blaming the staff for his pet's death. As they tried to calm him down, he suddenly lunged at All for One. My mom's scream prompted Dad, Might, to rush over, subduing the man before hurrying All for One to the hospital. They called me, and now I understood what led to my dad's passing. Instead of asking for a day off from school, I decided to go in, even though I was slightly late. Power Loader was understanding and gave me a simple set of machines to fix, along with a few orders for snow blaster gloves. While I was working, a portal suddenly appeared. It was Vampire Momo with a jar of ashes. She pulled me into her world and explained, my Izuku was told that the President of the USA wanted to create a treaty to save his country. Instead, he trapped Izuku in stone. After a few days, Izuku broke free and consumed a lot of Trigger. I stopped her and looked around the room where he had died. I found his soul crying on the bed where he had passed. Without hesitation, I cut my arm and used my blood to rehydrate his ashes, forming a body and ensuring it was properly set up for his soul. I then forcefully guided Vampire Izuku's soul into the new body and scolded him for being reckless. With that done, I returned to my reality and got back to work. I felt better having saved him, but I still mourned my dad. During lunch, I sat on the roof, sighing as I barely touched my food. Katsuo pulled me aside before class to ask if I was okay. I assured him I was fine and headed in. After the usual updates about hero rules and discussions about Trigger, which frightened everyone but me, I came up with an idea for later but decided to keep it to myself for now. When school ended, after practicing some ultimate moves, my version being combos, I disguised myself and warped to another location. I sneaked around the darker parts of Hosu, searching for Trigger. I intended to analyze it and create an anti-Trigger bullet. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anyone selling it. Frustrated, I warped to the USA. I quickly located a place where they manufactured Trigger, took a few doses, caused a distraction, and warped back to the mansion to begin my work. I scanned every aspect of the drag, searching for a way to reverse its effects and prevent people from using it again. After a while, I figured it out and set out on patrol to find another Trigger user to test it on. After an hour, I encountered a user. Their quirk allowed them to move faster than normal, but under the influence of Trigger, they were practically a blur. As they charged at me, I slowed down time and injected the cure. When time resumed, they quickly returned to their normal speed, flipping and rolling in shock. While they were stunned, I cuffed them and reported to the police that they were on Trigger. They questioned why the individual was so calm now, and I explained that I had nullified the drag and made them unable to use it again. I established a factory to produce anti-Trigger darts, distributing them to every police station worldwide. After completing my task, I returned home and incinerated the Trigger samples I had, destroying them completely with intense flames. I then headed downstairs for breakfast, where everyone looked a bit tired. Mom and Dad Might insisted I stay home and rest. I complied and lay down in my bed, quickly falling asleep. A few hours later, Dad Might entered my room and woke me. You created anti-Trigger darts? Did you actually have a source for the drags? I pointed to the scorched section of my desk, still half asleep. I did, and I destroyed it. It's a simple mix. I'm surprised no one found a cure already. He smiled and let me go back to sleep. Such an amazing kid. Next time, tell me when you have a dangerous idea like this. I chuckled. I want to create a stable Trigger without any drawbacks. Can I do that tomorrow? The look of concern on his face was priceless, but I signaled that I was joking and waved him out of the room. We both laughed before I dozed off again. I ended up sleeping for over 4 days, but Dad Might, Mom, Eri, May, and surprisingly both of May's parents made sure I ate. After that, I returned to school without any issues. What a week! I was bored as I headed to hero class after lunch. For the past week, I had been fixing hero outfits, creating better versions, returning solar surfers, and repairing whatever someone broke. They wouldn't let me do anything more since my dad passed, and it was driving me crazy. Before anyone says I'm exaggerating, I'm not. I literally felt like I had died 3 times this week from sheer boredom. Lady Death enjoys my visits but is starting to get a little annoyed. As I walked into the classroom, I smirked and decided to have some fun. Just as Bakugo was about to sit down, I summoned a whoopee cushion, making it sound like he had embarrassed himself. The entire class erupted in laughter as he revealed the prank item. I then set my sights on Uraraka, Momo, Kaminari, and Ida. Momo and Ida looked shocked, Uraraka was speechless, and Kaminari couldn't stop laughing. Katsuo walked in, holding his nose at first, but relaxed when he realized the sounds were just a prank. Alright, someone is pulling a fast one on us. So today we are going to. He noticed his tail had a bright pink bow with a bell. Which one of you troublemakers did this? Just so you know, I'm not a fan of pink. If it had been black with a sleeping bag-shaped bell, maybe. Mei and I exchanged glances and immediately began brainstorming a new outfit for Katsuo. He noticed and groaned, "Can you save that for later? Today we are going to." Wait, why is there a can in the drawer? He opened it, and fake snakes popped out, causing him to jump and cling to the ceiling like a cartoon cat. Everyone burst into laughter as Katsuo slowly regained his composure. Once he was back on the ground, we all quieted down as his tails grabbed the snakes and placed them on his desk. Okay, who pranked me with this? I raised my hand. That would be me, sir. I thought you'd appreciate something exciting that wasn't villain-related. He sighed and shook his head. Any more pranks planned? I smiled mischievously, making everyone a bit anxious. He grinned back. Any good ones? I shrugged, letting the class stew in suspense. The next prank involved Bakugo opening his backpack, only to be showered with pink Pomeranian stickers. This made everyone snicker as I leaped out the window. See you all at Site Gamma for more hand-to-hand training. Bakugo chased after me, and everyone watched as I dodged his blasts, leaped over his head a few times and playfully tugged at his pants, revealing his heart-covered boxers, which only made him angrier. By the time everyone arrived, Bakugo was out of breath, searching for me while I blended in with a sea of Quirk kittens. Duplicity smirked. Hi everyone, Izuku asked me to create a clone army of all the Quirk kittens and you must find him. The winner gets any weapon they want from a video game. Everyone rushed to sift through the cat army while I snuck into Katsuo's scarf. He chuckled. I bet it takes them an hour to figure it out. If I win, I want a fully decked-out sleeping bag suit. I nodded. I bet it takes at least 2. If I win, the girls get to deal with Mineta. He hasn't learned his lesson and has nearly gotten Momo, Uraraka, and Hagakure into trouble. At least he avoided Mei. I'm really tempted to teach him a lesson. Mineta then made a move that angered me. I flew at him, gave him a light scratch, and then playfully kicked him into a building while still in cat form. Only Mei saw me and I made a hush motion. She nodded, and I settled back into Katsuo's scarf. Mei returned to looking, while I whispered, I'm really tempted to deal with that pervert. Katsuo nodded and sat in a chair to watch. I got a mischievous idea and motioned for Duplicity to come over. When she approached, I instructed her to create clones of a green kitten like me and have them taunt the others from time to time. The next hour and 20 minutes were filled with laughter as they chased the clones, only for them to vanish and reappear elsewhere. Katsuo, Mei, and I enjoyed the chaos while everyone worked for their own video game items. 2 hours passed when Momo noticed me and pretended to look at the other kittens. I spotted her and waved once she was close enough. Mei gestured for her to be quiet and sit down as I summoned a drink for her. It took the others about another 15 minutes to notice Mei and Momo relaxing, along with a singular green cat chuckling in their Nico teacher scarf. Bakugo approached. You've been in there the whole time except when you dealt with Mineta? I nodded and looked up at Katsuo. I won, but you'll still get your sleeping bag suit. Mineta, tomorrow the girls get to handle you since you keep bothering them. The girls all exchanged mischievous smiles, causing him to bolt until the kitty clones pinned him down. I wasn't finished, Mineta. You all get your items if they are reasonable. If someone suggests anything too dangerous, it's a no. Also, I'm going to include anime. Everyone had different requests. Kyoko wanted a dubstep gun compatible with her quirk. That was easy, and I made one for myself because I enjoy some dubstep. The others wanted swords, armor, and such without any stats. Mineta requested a slime farm from an anime called In Another Dimension with my smartphone. I had to look it up and watch the episode before I playfully hit him upside the head. I might have to have Mama Death take him back to his personal hell. After everyone got what they wanted, the bell rang, and we all headed home after I placed the larger items into transport capsules that shrank them down significantly and made them lighter. I told Katsuya I would create his sleeping bag suit over the weekend. I jumped onto Mei's shoulder and had her carry me home to avoid any accidental mishaps with Eri, as I needed some rest after making over 20 items with modifications. The next day, I was in the testing zone using my dubstep gun. It was now painted green, adorned with a few emerald bits and some holographic accents, and mounted on a flying turret base. I spent part of the morning practicing my aim with it. Once I felt confident with my creation, I decided to cause a little mayhem. It was fun for me, but not so much for my targets. Let me tell you about the 3 funniest encounters. The first target was Nizu. I snuck up to his open window and each time he reached for his cup of tea, I blasted him with the dubstep gun and quickly hid it from view. From my vantage point, I could see him looking around in confusion. After a few blasts, he tried to bait me out but failed, thinking I had left. This time, he spotted the turret and recognized the tech. Midoriya, if you're going to use sound against someone, do it to present Mike. I had the turret nod and mimic my evil laugh, which made Nizu chuckle as I searched for my next target. After a bit of searching, I found present Mike napping under a tree. I took aim and started blasting dubstep at him. His reaction was priceless. He thrashed around, looking for an alarm clock or something, and once he spotted my dubstep turret, he began to shout back. After a while, he lost his voice and began to throw a fit. I quickly mimicked Nizu's voice, saying, "No sleeping before class. Get back up and get to work. Don't make me come back here." He responded with a rude gesture and then walked back to class. Mei wanted to pull a prank, so I let her take charge and watched as she flew up behind Mineta while he was heading to the restroom. She played loud, screechy music through the turret, causing him to panic and run away. It was hilarious. We then flew to I1 and projected what had just happened. Everyone was laughing, and I decided to keep the chaos going. I had to stop when Midnight seemed to enjoy it a bit too much. Seriously, what was going on in her head? During lunch, I pranked random people with whoopee cushions. Eri was giggling, which made others smile too. When we returned to class, I dropped a banana peel in front of Mineta. He slipped right into a trash can, flipping over in the process. Monoma laughed and called all of I1 trash, but he ended up in the trash himself thanks to the banana peel. As class started, Katsuya noticed 3 cans on his desk. Using his tail, he opened them, and only one exploded while the other 2 contained candy. One was infused with catnip, so I knew he would have quite the night. He relaxed and told Mei not to make Mineta panic again. Just then, Mineta rushed over and tried to grab her, but I kicked him out the window. As he fell, I ensured he landed in a pile of mud. We headed to a random site for another villain versus hero training session. I was the villain with Mei against Mineta and Kaminari. As they entered, they were met with whoopee cushions, fake spiders, and other silly props. Mei asked me to really get to Mineta, so I obliged. In one room, I transformed it into a mock-up of a fashion show. Mineta walked in, captivated, while Kaminari tried to hold him back. I smirked and shouted, "What do you mean those are your old clothes? That's disgusting. I told you to use new ones." That was all it took for Mineta to be sent flying around the room like a ping-pong ball in a chaotic scene. I stepped out of my hiding spot and tied Kaminari up to watch Mineta's antics. As Mineta was sent flying, I asked which girl wanted to be the star of the show. Everyone smirked and pointed to Momo since she was his favorite target. I created a fake Momo and dragged Kaminari out as Mei followed with a grin. Eventually, Mineta finished his chaotic performance, which people later dubbed Mei's secret. He then saw the fake Momo busy cleaning up the mess. When he tried to grab her, the entire building erupted in a comical explosion, launching him out a window. I watched as he flew right into Momo's arms. Needless to say, the girls were not pleased. I had to help Momo because Mineta couldn't. Mei handed me the tools I needed for the job. Before anyone asked why I couldn't just use my powers, Mineta's quirk had mutated during his time in trouble. The sticky situation required surgical removal or a long wait for them to fall off. Once I removed them, I searched for a quick way to fix the issue without delay. Apparently, the adhesive had become much stronger and needed to dry out to fall off. I tried hair dryers, focused flames, and heating powder, but nothing worked. Eventually, I resorted to using intense heat and cold, which did the trick but left me feeling frustrated. I later found Mineta and grabbed him by the collar, lifting him slightly. Listen here, Grapist, your quirk now requires me or Shoto to help you out. If you try anything inappropriate, I'll know, and you'll face the consequences. Is that clear? He nodded, terrified. The rest of the class was used to my intensity when it came to Mineta. As I watched the rest of the class's battles, I noticed a strange symbol forming on a building. I pointed it out, and a demoness emerged, wearing a revealing version of our school uniform. She approached me, saying, "So your mom's new Reaper. Nice to meet you, I'm Lucy." Everyone stared at the floating demon. Zero had to tie Mineta to the wall to keep him from making a scene. "It's nice to meet you, but why are you dressed like that?" Mineta shouted, "What are you talking about? She's just in lingerie." Zero quickly taped his mouth shut as the rest looked confused. Lucy laughed. "The purer your mind, the less suggestive my outfit appears." Eri walked over and asked, "Is that why I see you in a princess dress?" We all couldn't help but smile as Lucy picked her up. "Yes, my niece. Call me Aunt Lucy. Also, Izu, I'm kind of your sister. Reapers become genetic children of Mom." This stunned me and the others. "So I'm part demon and part death?" Lucy nodded and played with Eri while Mineta struggled to escape. "Sis, can you turn off that mind trick? I don't want the Grapist to get free and do something foolish." She sighed, and her outfit changed into a normal school uniform, calming Mineta down. "Is that the guy Mom showed the new rank of hell to?" I nodded while stretching. Lucy walked over and playfully kicked Mineta. "That's for juice, Mom." I stiffened and looked at Mineta. "You groped Mom?" "Mineta, be grateful I have to be nice around Eri." He fainted again, and I cleaned up the mess while having Kaminari wake him later as I walked home with Lucy, Eri, and Mei. I learned more about my new demonic family and that Lucifer himself was somewhat my father. Mei was intrigued, and Eri listened intently, asking questions. The funniest one was, "Does that make me part demon too?" I ruffled her hair. "No, my little snowball. On paper, you're related to me, but not by blood, so there's no demonic blood in you." She looked disappointed. "So I'm not special like you?" I picked her up. "Sweetheart, you're my daughter. That makes you very special and unique. Even when you have brothers and sisters, you'll always be unique." That made her happy, and we all laughed as we walked into the mansion. Mr. and Mrs. Hatsune weren't very happy to see a demon with us, but after explaining our connection, they calmed down a bit. When I mentioned being related to Lucifer Morningstar, the devil, they were taken aback once again. It took an hour of me trying to calm them down before I finally exclaimed, "Mama Death, I need some help, please." Lady Death appeared with a sigh. "Lucy, I told you not to explain that to him yet. His Reaper skeleton is made from a mix of mine, my husband's, and Izuku's DNA. That's how people become Reapers, so don't hold it against him." They began to calm down, and Mr. Hatsune asked, "So, he is related to Satan?" "I prefer being called Lucifer," came a voice from the portal. Everyone turned to see Lucifer stepping through. "Now Lucy, I told you not to tell Izuku that I'm your father and kind of his. I know I told you to never lie, but you can leave some details out, especially if it will cause chaos." Lucy looked down. "I'm sorry, Dad. I just wanted to meet my brother." To add to the confusion, Mom and Dad might walked in. What does she mean by brother? Mom asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. My Reaper skeleton is a mix of mine, Lady Death's, and Lucifer's DNA. She is the daughter of the two. Dad might pondered for a moment. Are Reaper skeletons tough? Lucifer smirked, unbreakable and immune to acids. Even weapons from hell and heaven can't break them. Eri looked up at me. Daddy, can I have a Reaper skeleton too? I sighed. I'd prefer that you don't become a Reaper like me, but it's up to you, Mama Death and Lucifer. Eri turned to them. Is it possible to have a skeleton but not be a Reaper? Lady Death smiled and ruffled her hair. It is possible, but you'd still have Reaper powers, which will attract other Reapers. Not all of them are friendly. Like Shadow from the test? Lady Death nodded. He was the 10th most powerful before Izuku. He would be ranked 11th if Izuku hadn't defeated him. Eri shook her head. Never mind then. Maybe when I'm in UA like Daddy. Lucy, Lucifer, and Lady Death returned home, with Lucy saying, if you can arrange for Grapus to meet an early end, I could use his soul for my experiments. I nodded. If he bothers May again, he might just find himself on a short trip to hell. The trio laughed, and I smiled as they disappeared. Mom sighed. Please tell me you're only joking. I shook my head and recounted the stunts he pulled. Once that was settled, we all had dinner, and then May and I worked together in the basement. We were reinforcing the house's security and creating a new device. When we finished, I kissed May and went to bed. Tomorrow would be very interesting. After Lucy decided to visit, I had a long 4-day weekend, so I decided to be a little reckless. In other words, I checked on the other versions of myself. First was Gem Izuku. His world was now peaceful. I couldn't even find a weapon shop, and I was hoping to grab a new blade or something. I found him outside a building made of pure obsidian. He looked older and resembled an anime character called JoJo. After chatting for a bit, I learned he was married and had 3 kids. He had adopted Eri and also had twins. As we talked, I saw his Momo run over and try to hug me. I quickly warped behind her, causing her to tackle her Izuku while I chuckled and kissed her. What's the rush, hun? We do have the day off. Momo giggled. Well, we do have to rebuild the twins' nursery with both cribs. So he would have 5 kids. I decided to let him do whatever he wanted. Next stop, Vamp Izuku. He's currently ruling over the world, turning the USA into a colony for troublemakers, and he has an entire country begging to become brides. I barely stayed long, but when I saw he had Quirk kittens, I decided to leave before they caught my scent. I also made a mental note to never show up mid-meeting in that world. I nearly lost my head literally. I revisited the world of Ladybug and Chat Noir. They were a bit scared to see me again. Once I explained that I was just visiting because I had nothing else to do, they relaxed a little. After some conversation, I found out she had just received the miracle box from the Guardian. I consoled them for their loss and internally scolded myself for not finishing the series. After chatting with the duo, I headed off to Marinette's bakery. They had a few prettier labels, the floor was redone, and the cracked displays I noticed were replaced. When her parents saw me, they were overjoyed, thanking me profusely. It took 2 hours to get them to calm down and stop giving me things. I had to make several trips between realities just to get it all home. Marinette helped me out, thankfully. When she met Eri, she couldn't resist playing with her, so that evening we had the Dupanchengs join us for dinner. Luckily, they didn't freak out about the portal. After that, I popped into a new reality. In this one, I nearly got blasted by a magic spell. After dodging, we talked. This Izuku was a voodoo user and more. I must admit that I was a bit worried he might turn evil if someone hurt him. Seriously, if he got hurt by Uraraka or whoever he loved, he might become a formidable villain. The next and last reality I dared to visit for now was another version of me. He wasn't even in UA yet, had already saved Eri, was called in by Nizu while we talked, and he had a lot of robotic helpers. When I hopped in, Eri and he were playing Rock'em Sock'em robots with the bots. This multiverse was getting more and more bizarre the deeper I explored. After this little trip through the multiverses, I decided to spend my last day creating a multiversal portal warning device. I honestly didn't want a dangerous Izuku entering my reality and taking over. I groaned and sat up as I chugged a grape energy drink. With a grimace, I stuck out my tongue. That is gross. The faster I drink it, the stronger the flavor. Grape cough syrup tastes better. Eri looked up at me, confused. If it's so nasty, why did you drink it? I laughed and petted her, because I was up late studying my first case. Plus, if the drink itself doesn't work, the flavor definitely does. May and Mom laughed as Eri purred. Dad might walked over. Izuku, what is your first case? I hope it is a simple one. I stretched and moved my tails, creating different elements on each of my 4 tails and mixing them in my ears. My hair grew longer and turned a striking blood red while I created scars over my arms, legs, and one over my left eye. I'm just going to try to bust another set of trigger dealers. They popped up after my previous outing. Dad might sighed and looked me over. I'm guessing you'll be going in as a dealer? I nodded and grew a bit taller. I'm Light Yagami from China, looking to make a quick buck. Now I gotta go, okay? Eri, be a good girl or no candy apples next week. May, no dangerous toys or tools. Both nodded before I warped away from the mansion. Now in Hosu, I looked around, my ears twitching to hear everything. After an hour of walking around, I overheard a lizard-looking guy and a person with 6 arms talking. When I did a double take, I relaxed when I realized it wasn't Shoji from my class. They mentioned 3 drags: Coke, Trigger, and a new one called Avalon. After they made a deal, I crawled on the wall and looked down at the lizard. Hello, little lizard. I heard you talking to the 6-armed person about drags. Before you run, I want to say this: I want in, or else I'll turn you in. I gave a sharp, toothy grin. The lizard growled, not a nice way to start a partnership. Also, how can I know you won't just turn me in anyway? I hung upside down, held by some stone. Good point, but if I turned you in, you could just stab me back. I'd rather make money than do time. The lizard chuckled. You seem cocky and logical. What's your name, kitty? I smiled again. I'm Light Yagami. What's your name, Scale Face? Call me Bad Rap. I'll take you to my friends, but there will be lots of security, and we can't trust you yet. I shrugged and looked Bad Rap over. So your quirk is somewhat based on the dinosaur called a raptor. Quick meat eaters and somewhat arrogant. The security doesn't bug me, but if they try to kill me, they'll regret it. I made my voice low and menacing just to scare him a little. He led me to an old, abandoned-looking warehouse. If it weren't for the robotic pigeons they were using for security cameras, I would have thought he was wasting my time. Once inside, I was quickly pinned to the wall by a woman with striking red hair. When I saw her, I couldn't resist teasing. If you wanted to skip a date, you just had to ask. Maybe after this, we can go to your place and have some fun. The results were amusing. Her hair quickly fell to the ground, dropping me while she covered her blushing face. I walked over and smirked. My name's Light, but I wouldn't mind walking into some shadows with you, gorgeous. Internally, I was praying May would never find out and hoping for forgiveness as she fainted from my teasing. Bad Rap and the other person there were shocked as they stared at their passed-out companion. Impressive, you're the first to make Scarlet actually blush and faint from flirting. How did you do that? I chuckled. Being part cat has its benefits. Now I'm guessing you're the one in charge of this trio. The new guy laughed. Call me Crimson. Did you convince Bad Rap to bring you here? I yawned and sat down in a nearby chair. Simple, I told him I wanted in or I would turn him in for making a sale with that 6-armed man. I also pointed out that if I joined, he could just stab me back if I backstabbed him and sent him to jail anyway. Crimson nodded. Makes sense, but can you wake up Scarlet, please? With a yawn, I touched my fire and air tails together, creating a spark that shocked her awake. Sorry about teasing you, it's just a self-defense habit I have. She blushed and said it was okay before she left to deal drags since the boss was protected by Bad Rap. Oh yeah, I am Light Yagami. I'm from China. You might have heard of my great-great-great-grandparents. They were Kira 1 and 2. That caused them both to freeze as I yawned and stretched more. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Why kill a possible source of money when I have barely any? Bad Rap walked over to me. Wait, you're related to that light Yagami? I smirked. Spelled like moon but read as light, yes. My great-great-great-grandma was Misa Misa, the pop star. Unfortunately, she lost her memory of her life as Kira too, but she left many diaries of those days. I smirked as they looked up that info. They were shocked to see that she had a family after Light was killed by N and the task force to eliminate Kira. After that, the history of them was lost since Misa Misa left the public spotlight once people found out her child was the son of Kira. They relaxed once they confirmed I wasn't lying about my past. Crimson smirked. What exactly is your quirk, Light? All I can gather is Nico and Elemental Tails. I smirked again. I call it Elemental Tiger. Basically, I have 4 tails representing the main 4 elements. I can use any fusion of the 4. Bad Rap tried to attack me with his claws once I said that. I just yawned, and a huge blast of cold air, snow, ice, and hail came out of my mouth. It chilled his cold-blooded body before encapsulating him. I'm sorry, sometimes when I yawn, I breathe an element. I smirked internally as I removed the ice from the frozen raptor. Just to add insult to injury, I yawned some fire at him to warm him back up. At first, he was going to yell at me for ruining his clothes but was shocked when they looked and felt like they just came from the dryer. Crimson and I created a seller source contract. He gets 60% of the profit, and I get the rest. What he didn't expect was for me to pay in full for 5 batches of each drag and say, you get all of the first 3 batches. I get profit on the last 2. I'm off to sell this stuff. I sent 1 batch off to a lab for analysis while I took the last batch to see if I could recreate them without any negative side effects. I would check in at night on my family while conducting my experiments. After an hour, I had developed a drag to cleanse the 2 I hadn't tampered with yet. Avalon was particularly intriguing. It was a version of Trigger with significantly fewer adverse effects. The worst it could do was potentially harm the user, but more likely it would result in a temporary loss of energy, quirk loss, and possibly some vision issues. I needed to find its creator and learn how they made it. My curiosity was piqued. After a couple of days, I smirked as I figured out how to produce much safer versions of the drags I unfortunately had to sell. Once I developed a safer alternative, I began making and selling it instead, with minor side effects like stomach discomfort to deter excessive demand. After selling all the drags and converting them into the new formula, I headed back to the warehouse. Scarlet saw me and quickly darted away to hide. Crimson laughed. Wow, you must have really gotten to her. I bet she has a crush on you. But why are people asking for Coke Green, Red Trigger, and Golden Avalon? They say you sell it. I stiffened slightly as I handed him the heavy bag of cash. Once he counted it, he created a weapon from his blood and aimed it at me. Okay, kitty, explain how you got this much. I knew I was immortal, but bullets still hurt like crazy. I steeled myself and decided to play it cool. Calm down, Crimson, and put the blood weapon away. I'd rather not ruin my new suit. Anyway, I'm a bit of a chemist, so 1 batch was used for experimentation. Let's just say I came up with less dangerous versions. The same results without the overdose issues. Plus, I reworked them so each use feels like the first time. I'm surprised no one else has tried this. It took me 3 days. Crimson and Bad Rap looked surprised at my revelation. That's when Bad Rap called one of his most loyal customers and had him come to us. They wouldn't even let me go to the restroom as we waited 2 hours for him to arrive. When he walked in, my instincts flared. It was another Reaper like me. His name was Ichigo Hellgate, and he was a Hell Reaper. Thankfully, he wouldn't be able to sense my true nature, but I could feel it about him before he even entered the warehouse. What's up, Bad Rap? What was so urgent that I had to call in sick to my second job? I folded my ears back and scrunched my nose as I took a couple of steps back. You smell of death. Can you step over to Bad Rap, please? Seriously, you smell like you've been in a graveyard. I waved my hand as if to dismiss the scent to show I wasn't joking. After a long glare, he moved over and Bad Rap sniffed him. I can smell it now that you're closer. How sensitive is your nose? I waved dismissively. No idea, I just notice it. Honestly, I'd rather smell the sewer than you. Here, try these out. I floated a packet of all 3 of my custom drags over to him, creating a mix of fire and water that formed a floating cloud. Once he took the Coke green, which was actually green instead of the usual white, he reeled back in shock. Holy crap! That feels like my first time on any drag. What is that stuff? I smirked slightly. First in a line of healthy drags. I'm going to create healthy versions of every unhealthy drag. No bad effects except for minor stomach issues, much cheaper to produce, each use feels like the first, and we can charge the same as the original. They all grinned, and I tossed Bad Rapper Red Trigger. He took it and transformed into a full-blown raptor while still able to talk. This is epic. This stuff is weaker than Avalon. I wonder what Golden Avalon is like. I grabbed a capsule of Golden Avalon and took it. It burned for a moment, and I started to grow larger. My 4 tails multiplied to 16, each representing a different element or elemental fusion. With a loud pop and growl, my hands transformed into ever-shifting elemental paws. I examined them. I wonder if I can make this permanent. Can you inject me with a dose of Red Trigger? I wagged my tails a bit as ideas began to form. Ichigo injected me with the drag, and I became much more muscular, gaining 48 more tails, and my claws sharpened significantly. I need to test this. I collected a sample of my blood and stored it in the cooler I had brought with my lunch. Bad Rap, Crimson, Scarlet, and Ichigo provided me with samples of their blood for testing. I then secretly formed a clone and swapped minds with it. I smirked with Aizawa and Dad Might. We have all 3 of the Crimson Skulls in there and a Reaper. I'll handle him. Someone take care of my doped-out clone, but make sure my cooler is left intact. I found out my drags work on already maxed-out quirks. That made a few heroes nearby smirk, and I could hear them planning to steal some of my drags. You don't have to steal them, you know. I'll create custom blends for you later. Just need to get some blood from you to do it. With that, the raid began, and I trapped all of them in rainbow ropes. Ichigo burned through the ropes as he transformed into his Hell Reaper form and freed the others. I then dropped down and blasted him with some Niflheimer Frost as my clone was eliminated and the other 3 were caught again. So you're a Reaper too? I thought the rumors were just lies. I growled at Ichigo as I shifted into Niflheimer Frost and Hellfire Reaper mode. For betraying Lady Death and abandoning the Reaper code, you must face the consequences. Ichigo Hellgate, I sentence you to the newest level of Hell 1 created just for a pervert. With that, Ichigo and I clashed with our sides. His was older but much stronger than my simple iron one. After a couple of hours of fighting, mine broke, but fate smiled on me. As my side shattered, a new one from Replicator Izuku appeared beside me. I gently gripped my new scythe, admiring its sci-fi, cyberpunk design, and smirked. Dimon, I know how to decorate. Let's try something new. I grinned as I transformed into a new type of Reaper. My skeleton transformed into metal, I sprouted wings, and a constant green light radiated from me. It was then that I concentrated my power into my scythe, altering it as well. Say hello to Cyber Reaper mode. For some reason, this new form unsettled Ichigo. With a few swift slashes of my scythe, Ichigo was no longer a threat. I then disposed of my clone's body with a burst of pixelated flames. After the trio was escorted out, I retrieved the cooler and warped it to my lab. With a small smirk, I reported everything that had transpired. I may be a hero, but sometimes playing the villain is exhilarating. Perhaps next time, I should cleanse a villainous town or 2. It had been a couple of weeks since I began my undercover work, and I had become somewhat addicted to it. The various personas, quirks, and daring stunts thrilled me. At one point, I posed as a simple thug trying to join a gang. My appearance resembled a lister from Has-Been Hotel, complete with magical powers. I startled a few people initially, which was a nice bonus, before I took down the entire gang. Reflecting on it, I probably shouldn't have sent a hero into a perilous situation. He wanted a vacation, so I gave him an excuse, and he made a dramatic entrance when my alter ego was killed by a gang member who didn't trust me. Unfortunately, that gangster met a grim fate in prison and was blamed for their incarceration. After that incident, I found myself in hot water with a few undercover officers already embedded in the gang. Luckily, we managed to put it behind us as I received a new case. This one involved uncovering the source of a drag operation. Initially, I was reluctant to take it on, as it seemed dull. After busting several drag labs and creating legal versions of their products available at any pharmacy, the thrill began to fade. After multiple drag busts, tracking down villains on most wanted lists, and even rescuing a few hostages, the excitement dwindled, but I still craved more. That's when I encountered the biggest case ever, which ultimately led me to take a break from undercover work. The saying that there can never be too much of a good thing was definitely proven wrong in this instance. Also, May was not pleased when she discovered the persona I had adopted. The major case involved dismantling what we referred to as a quirk SLV ring. Essentially, individuals were kidnapped, forced to breed for their quirks, and potentially sold as permanent slaves. My mission was to identify the key players in these operations and bring them down. I decided to become how should I phrase this? I essentially became the embodiment of someone's wildest fantasies. My basic appearance featured pale skin, slender arms, and an innocent face. That's where my quirk came into play. I could transform into someone's greatest desire. A prime example, after being captured, was a woman who wanted a special version of Jessica Rabbit. I'll let your imagination fill in the blanks. Word of my presence was leaked to a known associate of the ring, and I was swiftly taken. It took only 5 days for me to be introduced to all the key figures, their current captives, and a few other memories I'd prefer to forget. After that experience, May and a certain female hero caught wind of my persona. May was furious, Midnight was intrigued, and the rest is history. Note to self, never anger May. I currently attend a small support group for adrenaline junkies, of course in disguise so no one knows my true identity. It's only been 3 months, and I already feel the urge to retire. Perhaps I should explore a different hero role for a while. I groaned as I sat up in bed. When May pulled me back down, I chuckled, "Hun, I need to get up. I have to go to work." Just then my phone rang. I quickly grabbed it before May could accidentally destroy it with one of the random machines cluttering my room lab. Izuku Midoriya speaking. "How may I assist you?" It was Bakugo. "Yo Izuku, you need to get to the park now. There's someone with a scythe literally taking down anything that gets too close. I think he's a Reaper." I hung up and activated my Cyber Reaper mode, flying through electronics to reach the park. What I saw nearly made me sick. The once beautiful park, filled with flowers and birds, had become a barren wasteland. Even the Valley of Death would have looked more appealing than this. I glared at the creature wreaking havoc in the area. It had 6 arms and wielded 6 scythes. With a sigh, I floated over. "Who are you, and why are you destroying this park?" The creature turned to me and laughed. "It's what we Reapers do, take lives and grow stronger from them. I'm Aracula. I came to this dimension searching for a light star crystal. Instead, I've discovered much greater powers here." Aracula cackled as he began to chop down the withered trees, draining more life from the surroundings. I positioned myself in front of him and easily dismantled a few of his scythes. "You need to stop this now. If you disrupt the balance too much, the world will wither and die. There are too many lives at stake for such recklessness." He laughed dismissively. "As if I care. Humans are such a primitive species compared to mine." I sighed and prepared myself for battle. Aracula shot spider threads at me, and just to annoy him, I phased through them. You can't trap something without a physical body. With a snarl, he slashed at me with his scythes, leaving a light scrape on my arm barely enough to draw blood. Aracula was stunned when his direct hits failed to inflict significant damage. I looked at him and taunted, "Weak?" He fell for it completely. With a furious scream, he charged at me, swinging his scythes in an attempt to strike. I quickly used my own scythe to trip him, laughing as he fell into the only puddle of mud in the park. With him down, I swiftly ended the confrontation and sighed in relief as the park returned to its peaceful state. What brought me comfort was knowing that the people and animals he had harmed were restored as well. Once everything was settled, I headed home and checked in for my part-time hero job. After explaining that I had a run-in with a Reaper, I was granted a few days off. The moment I got home, I flopped onto my bed. Mei glared at me with Eri on her lap. For a cute white-haired Nico, she could look quite fierce and intimidating. "What did you do, Izuku?" Mei asked. "Yeah, Papa, what happened?" I groaned and curled up in my blankets. "I fought a 6-armed Reaper and won. If you'll excuse me, I need to sleep." Mei sent Eri to play with the kittens while she scolded me, giving me a few playful slaps. Once she calmed down, she apologized for her outburst, having seen the battle on the news and worried that I was hurt. I chuckled, "I'm fine, Mei. Nothing can ever truly harm me. Even other Reapers have a hard time with me. I have the weekend off, and after a nap, we can go shopping at Gears and Bolts." Before I could finish mentioning the store, Mei tucked me in, started a new DVD, turned off the lights, closed the blinds, and snuggled up next to me. About 10 minutes later, Eri joined us, having heard the theme song from one of our favorite animes from centuries ago, Overlord. Time passed, and I found myself glaring at my teenage daughter, Eri. She wanted to go shopping, while our young twins were eager to visit the park. "Eri, let them enjoy 2 hours at the park, and then you can warp them home for shopping." Mei sat down next to me at the table and added, "Eri, if you do this, I'll convince Izuku to get you your first adult Solar Surfer Nico styled." That was all she needed to hear. "Okay, let's go, Fred and George. Last one there has to clean the giant litter box." All three dashed out, laughing, while I chuckled at their excitement. "You know we already planned to do that for her," I said. "I'm even working double time to make sure hers is the latest and safest model." Mei laughed, rubbing her swollen belly. "Yes, but she didn't know that. Plus, she'll be getting Nico-themed weapons for her hero suit." I nodded, recalling the design she created when she was 7. A year after I rescued her, she had drawn it after meeting the wild pussycats, who promised her an internship when the time came, a wonderful surprise in store for her. Mei kissed my cheek. "Are you ready to baby-proof the house again, hun?" I shook my head, laughing. "We never took the stuff down, so there's no need. I will have to start relocking the labs again, though. Hopefully, this child won't inherit the tool fingers quirk like your father or Fred." We both laughed, reminiscing about Fred taking apart his toys to create a machine that stole cookies, with George's quirk helping him design and build it easily. I watched the biannual hero placement event on TV, where I was placed as #1 hero, with Mei as #1 support hero, just like every year since we graduated. Mei laughed as the announcer, the retired All Might, mentioned we were expecting our 4th child, and the crowd erupted in congratulations. Our pixel clones, who attended the event on our behalf, blushed as they depixelated after delivering our awards. The announcer sighed, "Seriously, son? You sent clones again? You should take pride in this." Mei smirked and I warped over to him. "Well, excuse me for caring about my wife's health and finding ceremonies like this dull. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to baby-proof and quirk-proof the labs again. We don't want a repeat of the cookie incident." Dad might shuddered. "Yeah, sorry, get back to it. We don't need half the town turning into cookies again." With a chuckle, I dropped a giant cookie on him and warped home, making everyone laugh. My life has been nearly perfect since I graduated at the top of my class. I married Mei, created my own heroes guild, began crafting a lot of gear, and bought my own mansion. Mei and I have many plans for the future after we finish raising our kids, of course. I can't help but wonder what adventures the other versions of me have been experiencing. Oh well, I'll eventually visit them or they'll visit me. For now, I need to prepare dinner for my family. I'm thinking eggplant parmesan, provided Mei doesn't eat all the eggplant while I fry it this time.